The Miracle Workers. Chapter 1. The war party from Fade Keep moved eastward across the downs, a column of 100 armored knights, 500 foot soldiers, a train of wagons. In the lead rode Lord Fade, a tall man in his early maturity, spare and cat-like, with a sallow dyspeptic face. He sat in the ancestral car of the Fades, a boat-shaped vehicle floating 2 feet above the moss, and carried, in addition to his sword and dagger, his ancestral side weapons. An hour before sunset, a pair of scouts came racing back to the column, their club-headed horses loping like dogs. Lord Fade braked the motion of his car. Behind him, the Fade kinsmen, the lesser knights, the leather-capped foot soldiers halted. To the rear, the baggage train and the high-wheeled wagons of the Jinxmen creaked to a stop. The scouts approached at breakneck speed, at the last instant flinging their horses sidewise. Long, shaggy legs kicked out, pad-like hooves plowed through the moss. The scouts jumped to the ground, ran forward. "The way to Ballant Keep is blocked." Lord Fade rose in his seat, stood staring eastward over the gray-green downs. "How many knights? How many men?" "No knights, no men, Lord Fade. The first folk have planted a forest between North and South Wildwood." Lord Fade stood a moment in reflection, then seated himself, pushed the control knob. The car wheezed, jerked, moved forward. The knights touched up their horses, the foot soldiers resumed their slouching gait. At the rear, the baggage train creaked into motion, together with the 6 wagons of the Jinxmen. The sun, large, pale, and faintly pink, sank in the west. North Wildwood loomed down from the left, separated from South Wildwood by an area of stony ground, only sparsely patched with moss. As the sun passed behind the horizon, the new planting became visible, a frail new growth connecting the tracts of woodland like a canal between 2 seas. Lord Fade halted his car, stepped down to the moss. He appraised the landscape, then gave the signal to make camp. The wagons were ranged in a circle, the gear unloaded. Lord Fade watched the activity for a moment, eyes sharp and critical, then turned and walked out across the downs through the lavender and green twilight. 15 miles to the east, his last enemy awaited him, Lord Ballant of Ballant Keep. Contemplating tomorrow's battle, Lord Fade felt reasonably confident of the outcome. His troops had been tempered by a dozen campaigns. His kinsmen were loyal and single-hearted. Head Jinxman to Fade Keep was Hein Huss, and associated with him were 3 of the most powerful Jinxmen of Pangborn, Isaac Commandor, Adam McAdam, and the remarkable Enterlin, together with their separate troops of cavalmen, spellbinders, and apprentices. Altogether, an impressive assemblage. Certainly there were obstacles to be overcome. Ballant Keep was strong. Lord Ballant would fight obstinately. Anderson Grimes, the Ballant head Jinxman, was efficient and highly respected. There was also this nuisance of the first folk and the new planting which closed the gap between North and South Wildwood. The first folk were a pale and feeble race, no match for human beings in single combat, but they guarded their forests with traps and deadfalls. Lord Fade cursed softly under his breath. To circle either North or South Wildwood meant a delay of 3 days, which could not be tolerated. Lord Fade returned to the camp. Fires were alight, pots bubbled, orderly rows of sleep holes had been dug into the moss. The knights groomed their horses within the corral of wagons. Lord Fade's own tent had been erected on a hummock beside the ancient car. Lord Fade made a quick round of inspection, noting every detail, speaking no word. The Jinxmen were encamped a little distance apart from the troops. The apprentices and lesser spellbinders prepared food, while the Jinxmen and cavalmen worked inside their tents, arranging cabinets and cases, correcting whatever disorder had been caused by the jolting of the wagons. Lord Fade entered the tent of his head Jinxman. Hein Huss was an enormous man, with arms and legs heavy as tree trunks, a torso like a barrel. His face was pink and placid. His eyes were water clear. A stiff gray brush rose from his head, which was innocent of the cap Jinxmen customarily wore against the loss of hair. Hein Huss disdained such precautions. It was his habit, showing his teeth in a face-splitting grin, to rumble, "Why should anyone hoodoo me, old Hein Huss? I am so inoffensive. Whoever tried would surely die. of shame and remorse. Lord Fade found Huss busy at his cabinet. The doors stood wide, revealing hundreds of mannequins, each tied with a lock of hair, a bit of cloth, a fingernail clipping, daubed with grease, sputum, excrement, blood. Lord Fade knew well that one of these mannequins represented himself. He also knew that should he request it, Hein Huss would deliver it without hesitation. Part of Huss's mana derived from his enormous confidence, the effortless ease of his power. He glanced at Lord Fade and read the question in his mind. Lord Ballant did not know of the new planting. Anderson Grimes has now informed him, and Lord Ballant expects that you will be delayed. Grimes has communicated with Gisborne Keep and Castle Cloud. 300 men march tonight to reinforce Ballant Keep. They will arrive in 2 days. Lord Ballant is much elated. Lord Fade paced back and forth across the tent. Can we cross this planting? Hein Huss made a heavy sound of disapproval. There are many futures. In certain of these futures you pass, in others you do not pass. I cannot ordain these futures. Lord Fade had long learned to control his impatience at what sometimes seemed to be pedantic obfuscation. He grumbled. They are either very stupid or very bold planting across the downs in this fashion. I cannot imagine what they intend. Hein Huss considered, then grudgingly volunteered an idea. What if they plant west from North Wildwood to Cerro Copse? What if they plant west from South Wildwood to Old Forest? Then Fade Keep is almost ringed by forest. And what if they join Cerro Copse to Old Forest? Lord Fade stood stock still, his eyes narrow and thoughtful. Fade Keep would be surrounded by forest. We would be imprisoned. These plantings, do they proceed? They proceed, so I have been told. What do they hope to gain? I do not know. Perhaps they hope to isolate the keeps, to rid the planet of men. Perhaps they merely want secure avenues between the forests. Lord Fade considered. Huss's final suggestion was reasonable enough. During the first centuries of human settlement, sportive young men had hunted first folk with clubs and lances, eventually had driven them from their native downs into the forests. Evidently they are more clever than we realize. Adam McAdam asserts that they do not think, but it seems that he is mistaken. Hein Huss shrugged. Adam McAdam equates thought to the human cerebral process. He cannot telepathize with the first folk, hence he deduces that they do not think. But I have watched them at Forest Market, and they trade intelligently enough. He raised his head, appeared to listen, then reached into his cabinet, delicately tightened a noose around the neck of one of the mannequins. From outside the tent came a sudden cough and a whooping gasp for air. Huss grinned, twitched open the noose. That is Isaac Commandore's apprentice. He hopes to complete a Hein Huss mannequin. I must say he works diligently, going so far as to touch its feet into my footprints whenever possible. Lord Fade went to the flap of the tent. We break camp early. Be alert. I may require your help. Lord Fade departed the tent. Hein Huss continued the ordering of his cabinet. Presently he sensed the approach of his rival, Jinxman Isaac Commandore, who coveted the office of head Jinxman with all-consuming passion. Huss closed the cabinet and hoisted himself to his feet. Commandore entered the tent, a man tall, crooked, and spindly. His wedge-shaped head was covered with coarse russet ringlets. Hot red-brown eyes peered from under his red eyebrows. I offer my complete rights to Caeril, and will include the masks, the headdress, the amulets. Of all the demons ever contrived, he has won the widest public acceptance. To utter the name Caeril is to complete half the work of a possession. Caeril is a valuable property. I can give no more. But Huss shook his head. Commandore's desire was the full simulacrum of Theron Fade, Lord Fade's oldest son, complete with clothes, hair, skin, eyelashes, tears, excrement, sweat, and sputum, the only one in existence, for Lord Fade guarded his son much more jealously than he did himself. You offer convincingly, said Huss, but my own demons suffice. The name Dant conveys fully as much terror as Caeril. I will add 5 hairs from the head of Jinxman Clarence Sears. They are the last, for he is now stark bald. Let us drop the matter. I will keep the simulacrum. As you please, said Commodore with asperity. He glanced out the flap of the tent. That blundering apprentice. He puts the feet of the mannequin backwards into your prints. Huss opened his cabinet, thumped a mannequin with his finger. From outside the tent came a grunt of surprise. Huss grinned. He is young and earnest, and perhaps he is clever, who knows? He went to the flap of the tent, called outside. Hey, Sam Salazar, what do you do? Come inside. Apprentice Sam Salazar came blinking into the tent, a thick-set youth with a round, florid face, overhung with a rather untidy mass of straw-colored hair. In one hand he carried a crude pot-bellied mannequin, evidently intended to represent Hein Huss. You puzzle both your master and myself, said Huss. There must be method in your folly, but we fail to perceive it. For instance, this moment you place my simulacrum backwards into my track. I feel a tug on my foot, and you pay for your clumsiness. Sam Salazar showed small evidence of abashment. Jinxman Commodore has warned that we must expect to suffer for our ambitions. If your ambition is jinxmanship, Commodore declared sharply, you had best mend your ways. The lad is craftier than you know, said Hein Huss. Look now. He took the mannequin from the youth, spit into its mouth, plucked a hair from his head, thrust it into a convenient crevice. He has a Hein Huss mannequin, achieved at very small cost. Now, Apprentice Salazar, how will you hoodoo me? Naturally, I would never dare. I merely want to fill the bare spaces in my cabinet. Hein Huss nodded his approval. As good a reason as any. Of course you own a simulacrum of Isaac Commodore. Sam Salazar glanced uneasily sidewise at Isaac Commodore. He leaves none of his traces. If there is so much as an open bottle in the room, he breathes behind his hand. Ridiculous, exclaimed Hein Huss. Commodore, what do you fear? I am conservative, said Commodore dryly. You make a fine gesture, but some day an enemy may own that simulacrum. Then you will regret your bravado. Bah, my enemies are all dead, save one or two who dare not reveal themselves. He clapped Sam Salazar a great buffet on the shoulder. Tomorrow, Apprentice Salazar, great things are in store for you. What manner of great things? Honor, noble self-sacrifice. Lord Fade must beg permission to pass Wildwood from the first folk, which galls him. But beg he must. Tomorrow, Sam Salazar, I will elect you to lead the way to the parley, to deflect deadfalls, scythes, and nettle traps from the more important person who follows. Sam Salazar shook his head and drew back. There must be others more worthy. I prefer to ride in the rear with the wagons. Commodore waved him from the tent. You will do as ordered. Leave us. We have had enough apprentice talk. Sam Salazar departed. Commodore turned back to Hein Huss. In connection with tomorrow's battle, Anderson Grimes is especially adept with demons. As I recall, he has developed and successfully publicized Pont, who spreads sleep, Everid, a being of wrath, Dagny, a force of fear. We must take care that in countering these effects we do not neutralize each other. True, rumbled Huss. I have long maintained to Lord Fade that a single jinxman, the head jinxman in fact, is more effective than a group at cross purposes. But he is consumed by ambition and does not listen. Perhaps he wants to be sure that should advancing years overtake the head jinxman, other equally effective jinxmen are at hand. The future has many paths, agreed Hein Huss. Lord Fade is well advised to seek early for my successor, so that I may train him over the years. I plan to assess all the subsidiary jinxmen, and select the most promising. Tomorrow I relegate to you the demons of Anderson Grimes. Isaac Commodore nodded politely. You are wise to give over responsibility. When I feel the weight of my years, I hope I may act with similar forethought. Good night, Hein Huss. I go to arrange my demon masks. Tomorrow, Caeril must walk like a giant. Good night, Isaac Commodore. Commodore swept from the tent, and Huss settled himself on his stool. Sam Salazar scratched at the flap. "Well, lad," growled Huss, "why do you loiter?" Sam Salazar placed the Hein-Huss mannequin on the table. "I have no wish to keep this doll." "Throw it in a ditch, then," Hein-Huss spoke gruffly. "You must stop annoying me with stupid tricks. You efficiently obtrude yourself upon my attention, but you cannot transfer from Commodore's troop without his express consent." "If I gain his consent?" "You will incur his enmity. He will open his cabinet against you. Unlike myself, you are vulnerable to a hoodoo. I advise you to be content. Isaac Commodore is highly skilled and can teach you much." Sam Salazar still hesitated. Jinxman Commodore, though skilled, is intolerant of new thoughts. Hein-Huss shifted ponderously on his stool, examined Sam Salazar with his water-clear eyes. "What new thoughts are these? Your own?" "The thoughts are new to me, and for all I know, new to Isaac Commodore. But he will say neither yes nor no." Hein-Huss sighed, settled his monumental bulk more comfortably. "Speak then. Describe these thoughts, and I will assess their novelty." "First, I have wondered about trees. They are sensitive to light, to moisture, to wind, to pressure. Sensitivity implies sensation. Might a man feel into the soul of a tree for these sensations? If a tree were capable of awareness, this faculty might prove useful. A man might select trees as sentinels in strategic sites, and enter into them as he chose." Hein-Huss was skeptical. "An amusing notion, but practically not feasible. The reading of minds, the act of possession, televoyance, all similar interplay, require psychic congruence as a basic condition. The minds must be able to become identities at some particular stratum. Unless there is sympathy, there is no linkage. A tree is at opposite poles from a man. The images of tree and man are incommensurable. Hence, anything more than the most trifling flicker of comprehension must be a true miracle of jinxmanship." Sam Salazar nodded mournfully. "I realize this, and at one time hoped to equip myself with the necessary identification." "To do this, you must become a vegetable. Certainly the tree will never become a man." "So I reasoned," said Sam Salazar. "I went alone into a grove of trees, where I chose a tall conifer. I buried my feet in the mold. I stood silent and naked. In the sunlight, in the rain, at dawn, noon, dusk, midnight. I closed my mind to man-thoughts. I closed my eyes to vision, my ears to sound. I took no nourishment except from rain and sun. I sent roots forth from my feet and branches from my torso. 30 hours I stood, and 2 days later another 30 hours, and after 2 days another 30 hours. I made myself a tree, as nearly as possible to one of flesh and blood." Hein-Huss gave the great inward gurgle which signalized his amusement. "And you achieved sympathy?" "Nothing useful," Sam Salazar admitted. "I felt something of the tree's sensations, the activity of light, the peace of dark, the coolness of rain. But visual and auditory experience? Nothing. However, I do not regret the trial. It was a useful discipline." "An interesting effort, even if inconclusive. The idea is by no means of startling originality, but the empiricism, to use an archaic word, of your method is bold, and no doubt antagonized Isaac Commodore, who has no patience with the superstitions of our ancestors. I suspect that he harangued you against frivolity, metaphysics, and inspirationalism." "True," said Sam Salazar. "He spoke at length." "You should take the lesson to heart. Isaac Commodore is sometimes unable to make the most obvious truth seem credible. However, I cite you the example of Lord Fade, who considers himself an enlightened man, free from superstition. Still, he rides in his feeble car, he carries a pistol 1,600 years old, he relies on Hellmouth to protect Fade Keep. Perhaps, unconsciously, he longs for the old magical times," suggested Sam Salazar thoughtfully. "Perhaps," agreed Hein-Huss. "And you do likewise?" Sam Salazar hesitated. "There is an aura of romance, a kind of wild grandeur to the old days. But of course, he added quickly. Mysticism is no substitute for orthodox logic. Naturally not, agreed Hein Huss. Now go. I must consider the events of tomorrow. Sam Salazar departed, and Hein Huss, rumbling and groaning, hoisted himself to his feet. He went to the flap of his tent, surveyed the camp. All now was quiet. The fires were embers. The warriors lay in the pits they had cut into the moss. To north and south spread the woodlands. Among the trees and out on the downs were faint flickering luminosities, where the first folk gathered spore pods from the moss. Hein Huss became aware of a nearby personality. He turned his head and saw approaching the shrouded form of Jinxman Enterlin, who concealed his face, who spoke only in whispers, who disguised his natural gait with a stiff, stilt-like motion. By this means he hoped to reduce his vulnerability to hostile jinxmanship. The admission carelessly let fall of failing eyesight, of stiff joints, forgetfulness, melancholy, nausea might be of critical significance in controversy by hoodoo. Jinxmen therefore maintained the pose of absolute health and virility, even though they must grope blindly or limp doubled up from cramps. Hein Huss called out to Enterlin, lifted back the flap to the tent. Enterlin entered. Huss went to the cabinet, brought forth a flask, poured liquor into a pair of stone cups. A cordial only, free of overt significance. Good, whispered Enterlin, selecting the cup farthest from him. After all, we Jinxmen must relax into the guise of men from time to time. Turning his back on Huss, he introduced the cup through the folds of his hood, drank. Refreshing, he whispered. We need refreshment. Tomorrow we must work. Huss issued his reverberating chuckle. Tomorrow Isaac Commodore matches demons with Anderson Grimes. We others perform only subsidiary duties. Enterlin seemed to make a quizzical inspection of Hein Huss through the black gauze before his eyes. Commodore will relish this opportunity. His vehemence oppresses me, and his is a power which feeds on success. He is a man of fire. You are a man of ice. Ice quenches fire. Fire sometimes melts ice. Hein Huss shrugged. No matter. I grow weary. Time has passed all of us by. Only a moment ago, a young apprentice showed me to myself. As a powerful Jinxman, as head Jinxman to the Fades, you have cause for pride. Hein Huss drained the stone cup, set it aside. No. I see myself at the top of my profession, with nowhere else to go. Only Sam Salazar the apprentice thinks to search for more universal lore. He comes to me for counsel, and I do not know what to tell him. Strange talk, whispered Enterlin. He moved to the flap of the tent. I go now, he whispered. I go to walk on the downs. Perhaps I will see the future. There are many futures. Enterlin rustled away and was lost in the dark. Hein Huss groaned and grumbled, then took himself to his couch, where he instantly fell asleep. Chapter 2. The night passed. The sun, flickering with films of pink and green, lifted over the horizon. The new planting of the first folk was silhouetted, a sparse stubble of saplings, against the green and lavender sky. The troops broke camp with practiced efficiency. Lord Fade marched to his car, leaped within. The machine sagged under his weight. He pushed a button. The car drifted forward, heavy as a waterlogged timber. A mile from the new planting he halted, sent a messenger back to the wagons of the Jinxmen. Hein Huss walked ponderously forward, followed by Isaac Commodore, Adam McAdam, and Enterlin. Lord Fade spoke to Hein Huss. Send someone to speak to the first folk. Inform them we wish to pass, offering them no harm, but that we will react savagely to any hostility. I will go myself, said Hein Huss. He turned to Commodore. Lend me, if you will, your brash young apprentice. I can put him to good use. If he unmasks a nettle trap by blundering into it, his first useful deed will be done, said Commodore. He signaled to Sam Salazar, who came reluctantly forward. Walk in front of head jinxman Hein Huss that he may encounter no traps or scythes. Take a staff to probe the moss. Without enthusiasm, Sam Salazar borrowed a lance from one of the foot soldiers. He and Huss set forth, along the low rise that previously had separated north from south wildwood. Occasionally, outcroppings of stone penetrated the cover of moss. Here and there grew bayberry trees, clumps of tar plant, ginger tea, and rosewort. A half-mile from the planting, Huss halted. Now take care, for here the traps will begin. Walk clear of hummocks. These often conceal swing scythes. Avoid moss which shows a pale blue. It is dying or sickly and may cover a deadfall or a nettle trap. Why cannot you locate the traps by clairvoyance? Asked Sam Salazar in a rather sullen voice. It appears an excellent occasion for the use of these faculties. The question is natural, said Hein Huss with composure. However, you must know that when a jinxman's own profit or security is at stake, his emotions play tricks on him. I would see traps everywhere and would never know whether clairvoyance or fear prompted me. In this case, that lance is a more reliable instrument than my mind. Sam Salazar made a salute of understanding and set forth, with Hein Huss stumping behind him. At first he prodded with care, uncovering 2 traps, then advanced more jauntily, so swiftly indeed that Huss called out in exasperation, "Caution, unless you court death!" Sam Salazar obligingly slowed his pace. There are traps all around us, but I detect the pattern, or so I believe. Aha, you do. Reveal it to me, if you will. I am only head jinxman and ignorant. Notice, if we walk where the spore pods have recently been harvested, then we are secure. Hein Huss grunted. Forward, then. Why do you dally? We must do battle at Ballant Keep today. 200 yards further, Sam Salazar stopped short. Go on, boy, go on, grumbled Hein Huss. The savages threaten us. You can see them just inside the planting. They hold tubes which they point toward us. Hein Huss peered, then raised his head and called out in the sibilant language of the first folk. A moment or two passed. Then one of the creatures came forth. A naked humanoid figure, ugly as a demon mask. Foam sacks bulged under its arms, orange-lipped foam vents pointed forward. Its back was wrinkled and loose, the skin serving as a bellows to blow air through the foam sacks. The fingers of the enormous hands ended in chisel-shaped blades. The head was sheathed in chitin. Billion-faceted eyes swelled from either side of the head, glowing like black opals, merging without definite limit into the chitin. This was a representative of the original inhabitants of the planet, who until the coming of man had inhabited the downs, burrowing in the moss, protecting themselves behind masses of foam exuded from the underarm sacs. The creature wandered close, halted. I speak for Lord Fade of Fade Keep, said Huss. Your planting bars his way. He wishes that you guide him through, so that his men do not damage the trees, or spring the traps you have set against your enemies. Men are our enemies, responded the autochthon. You may spring as many traps as you care to. That is their purpose. It backed away. One moment, said Hein Huss sternly. Lord Fade must pass. He goes to battle Lord Ballant. He does not wish to battle the first folk. Therefore it is wise to guide him across the planting without hindrance. The creature considered a second or two. I will guide him. He stalked across the moss toward the war party. Behind followed Hein Huss and Sam Salazar. The autochthon, legs articulated more flexibly than a man's, seemed to weave and wander, occasionally pausing to study the ground ahead. I am puzzled, Sam Salazar told Hein Huss. I cannot understand the creature's actions. Small wonder, grunted Hein Huss. He is one of the first folk. You are human. There is no basis for understanding. I disagree, said Sam Salazar seriously. Eh? Hein Huss inspected the apprentice with vast disapproval. You engage in contention with me. Head jinxman Hein Huss? Only in a limited sense, said Sam Salazar. I see a basis for understanding with the first folk in our common ambition to survive. A truism, grumbled Heinhuss. Granting this community of interests with the first folk, what is your perplexity? The fact that it first refused, then agreed to conduct us across the planting. Heinhuss nodded. Evidently the information which intervened, that we go to fight at Ballant Keep, occasioned the change. This is clear, said Sam Salazar. But think. You exhort me to think? Roared Heinhuss. Here is one of the first folk, apparently without distinction, who makes an important decision instantly. Is he one of their leaders? Do they live in anarchy? It is easy to put questions, Heinhuss said gruffly. It is not as easy to answer them. In short, I do not know. In any event, they are pleased to see us killing one another. Chapter 3. The passage through the planting was made without incident. A mile to the east, the autochthon stepped aside and without formality returned to the forest. The war party, which had been marching in single file, regrouped into its usual formation. Lord Fade called Heinhuss and made the unusual gesture of inviting him up into the seat beside him. The ancient car dipped and sagged, the power mechanism whined and chattered. Lord Fade, in high good spirits, ignored the noise. I feared that we might be forced into a time-consuming wrangle. What of Lord Ballant? Can you read his thoughts? Heinhuss cast his mind forth. Not clearly. He knows of our passage. He is disturbed. Lord Fade laughed sardonically. For excellent reason. Listen now, I will explain the plan of battle so that all may coordinate their efforts. Very well. We approach in a wide line. Ballant's great weapon is of course Volcano. A decoy must wear my armor and ride in the lead. The yellow-haired apprentice is perhaps the most expendable member of the party. In this way we will learn the potentialities of Volcano. Like our own Hellmouth, it was built to repel vessels from space and cannot command the ground immediately under the keep. Therefore, we will advance in dispersed formation, to regroup 200 yards from the keep. At this point, the Jinxmen will impel Lord Ballant forth from the keep. You no doubt have made plans to this end. Heinhuss gruffly admitted that such was the case. Like other Jinxmen, he enjoyed the pose that his power sufficed for extemporaneous control of any situation. Lord Fade was in no mood for niceties and pressed for further information. Grudging each word, Heinhuss disclosed his arrangements. I have prepared certain influences to discomfit the Ballant defenders and drive them forth. Jinxman Enterlin will sit at his cabinet, ready to retaliate if Lord Ballant orders a spell against you. Anderson Grimes undoubtedly will cast a demon, probably Everid, into the Ballant Warriors. In return, Jinxman Commandor will possess an equal or a greater number of Fade Warriors with the demon Cairil, who is even more ghastly and horrifying. Good. What more? There is need for no more if your men fight well. Can you see the future? How does today end? There are many futures. Certain Jinxmen, Enterlin for instance, profess to see the thread which leads through the maze. They are seldom correct. Call Enterlin here. Heinhuss rumbled his disapproval. Unwise if you desire victory over Ballant Keep. Lord Fade inspected the massive Jinxman from under his black saturnine brows. Why do you say this? If Enterlin foretells defeat, you will be dispirited and fight poorly. If he predicts victory, you become overconfident and likewise fight poorly. Lord Fade made a petulant gesture. The Jinxmen are loud in their boasts until the test is made. Then they always find reasons to retract, to qualify. Ha ha, barked Heinhuss. You expect miracles, not honest jinxmanship. I spit. He spat. I predict that the spittle will strike the moss. The probabilities are high, but an insect might fly in the way. One of the first folk might raise through the moss. The chances are slight. In the next instant, there is only one future. A minute hence, there are 4 futures. 5 minutes hence, 20 futures. 1 billion futures could not express all the possibilities of tomorrow. Of these billion, certain are more probable than others. It is true that these probable futures sometimes send a delicate influence into the Jinxman's brain. But unless he is completely impersonal and disinterested, his own desires overwhelm this influence. Enterlin is a strange man. He hides himself. He has no appetites. Occasionally, his auguries are exact. Nevertheless, I advise against consulting him. You do better to rely on the practical and real uses of jinxmanship." Lord Fade said nothing. The column had been marching along the bottom of a low swale. The car had been sliding easily down slope. Now they came to a rise, and the power mechanism complained so vigorously that Lord Fade was compelled to stop the car. He considered. "Once over the crest, we will be in view of Ballant Keep. Now we must disperse. Send the least valuable man in your troop forward, the apprentice who tested out the moss. He must wear my helmet and corselet and ride in the car." Hein Huss alighted, returned to the wagons, and presently Sam Salazar came forward. Lord Fade eyed the round, florid face with distaste. "Come close," he said crisply. Sam Salazar obeyed. "You will now ride in my place," said Lord Fade. "Notice carefully. This rod impels a forward motion. This arm steers, to right, to left. To stop, return the rod to its first position." Sam Salazar pointed to some of the other arms, toggles, switches, and buttons. "What of these?" "They are never used." "And these dials, what is their meaning?" Lord Fade curled his lip, on the brink of one of his quick furies. "Since their use is unimportant to me, it is 20 times unimportant to you. Now, put this cap on your head, and this helmet. See to it that you do not sweat." Sam Salazar gingerly settled the magnificent black and green crest of Fade on his head, with a cloth cap underneath. "Now this corselet." The corselet was constructed of green and black metal sequins, with a pair of scarlet dragon heads at either side of the breast. "Now the cloak." Lord Fade flung the black cloak over Sam Salazar's shoulders. "Do not venture too close to Ballant Keep. Your purpose is to attract the fire of Volcano. Maintain a lateral motion around the keep, outside of dart range. If you are killed by a dart, the whole purpose of the deception is thwarted." "You prefer me to be killed by Volcano?" inquired Sam Salazar. "No, I wish to preserve the car and the crest. These are relics of great value. Evade destruction by all means possible. The ruse probably will deceive no one, but if it does, and if it draws the fire of Volcano, I must sacrifice the Fade car. Now, sit in my place." Sam Salazar climbed into the car, settled himself on the seat. "Sit straight," roared Lord Fade. "Hold your head up. You are simulating Lord Fade. You must not appear to slink." Sam Salazar heaved himself erect in the seat. "To simulate Lord Fade most effectively, I should walk among the warriors, with someone else riding in the car." Lord Fade glared, then grinned sourly. "No matter. Do as I have commanded." Chapter 4. 1600 years before, with war raging through space, a group of space captains, their home bases destroyed, had taken refuge on Pangborn. To protect themselves against vengeful enemies, they built great forts armed with weapons from the dismantled spaceships. The wars receded. Pangborn was forgotten. The newcomers drove the first folk into the forests, planted and harvested the river valleys. Ballant Keep, like Fade Keep, Castle Cloud, Boghoten, and the rest, overlooked one of these valleys. 4 squat towers of a dense black substance supported an enormous parasol roof, and were joined by walls 2/3 as high as the towers. At the peak of the roof, a cupola housed Volcano, the weapon corresponding to Fade's hellmouth. The Fade war party advancing over the rise found the great gates already secure, the parapets between the towers thronged with bowmen. According to Lord Fade's strategy, the war party advanced on a broad front. At the center rode Sam Salazar, resplendent in Lord Fade's armor. He made, however, small effort to simulate Lord Fade. Rather than sitting proudly erect, he crouched at the side of the seat, the crest canted at an angle. Lord Fade watched with disgust. Apprentice Salazar's reluctance to be demolished was understandable. If his impersonation failed to convince Lord Ballant, at least the Fade ancestral car might be spared. For a certainty, Volcano was being manned. The Ballant gun tender could be seen in the cupola, and the snout protruded at a menacing angle. Apparently, the tactic of dispersal, offering no single tempting target, was effective. The Fade war party advanced quickly to a point 200 yards from the keep, below Volcano's effective field, without drawing fire. First the knights, then the foot soldiers, then the rumbling wagons of the magicians. The slow-moving Fade car was far outdistanced. Any doubt as to the nature of the ruse must now be extinguished. Apprentice Salazar, disliking the isolation, and hoping to increase the speed of the car, twisted one of the other switches, then another. From under the floor came a thin screeching sound. The car quivered and began to rise. Sam Salazar peered over the side, threw out a leg to jump. Lord Fade ran forward, gesturing and shouting. Sam Salazar hastily drew back his leg, returned the switches to their previous condition. The car dropped like a rock. He snapped the switches up again, cushioning the fall. "Get out of that car!" roared Lord Fade. He snatched away the helmet, dealt Sam Salazar a buffet which toppled him head over heels. "Out of the armor! Back to your duties!" Sam Salazar hurried to the Jinxmen's wagons where he helped erect Isaac Commodore's black tent. Inside the tent, a black carpet with red and yellow patterns was laid. Commodore's cabinet, his chair and his chest were carried in, and incense set burning in a censer. Directly in front of the main gate, Hein Huss superintended the assembly of a rolling stage, 40 feet tall and 60 feet long, the surface concealed from Ballant Keep by a tarpaulin. Meanwhile, Lord Fade had dispatched an emissary, enjoining Lord Ballant to surrender. Lord Ballant delayed his response, hoping to delay the attack as long as possible. If he could maintain himself a day and a half, reinforcements from Gisborne Keep and Castle Cloud might force Lord Fade to retreat. Lord Fade waited only until the Jinxmen had completed their preparations, then sent another messenger, offering 2 more minutes in which to surrender. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes. The envoys turned on their heels, marched back to the camp. Lord Fade spoke to Hein Huss. "You are prepared?" "I am prepared," rumbled Hein Huss. "Drive them forth." Huss raised his arm. The tarpaulin dropped from the face of his great display to reveal a painted representation of Ballant Keep. Huss retired to his tent, pulled the flaps together. Braziers burnt fiercely, illuminating the faces of Adam McAdam, 8 cabalmen, and 6 of the most advanced spellbinders. Each worked at a bench supporting several dozen dolls and a small glowing brazier. The cabalmen and spellbinders worked with dolls representing Ballant men-at-arms. Huss and McAdam employed simulacra of the Ballant Knights. Lord Ballant would not be hoodooed unless he ordered a jinx against Lord Fade, a courtesy the keep lords extended each other. Huss called out, "Sebastian!" Sebastian, one of Huss's spellbinders, waiting at the flap to the tent, replied, "Ready, sir." "Begin the display." Sebastian ran to the stage, struck fire to a fuse. Watchers inside Ballant Keep saw the depicted keep take fire. Flame erupted from the windows, the roof glowed and crumbled. Inside the tent, the 2 Jinxmen, the cabalmen, and the spellbinders methodically took dolls, dipped them into the heat of the braziers, concentrating, reaching out for the mind of the man whose doll they burnt. Within the keep, men became uneasy. Many began to imagine burning sensations, which became more severe as their minds grew more sensitive to the idea of fire. Lord Ballant noted the uneasiness. He signaled to his chief jinxman, Anderson Grimes, "Begin the counterspell." Down the front of the keep unrolled a display even larger than Hein Huss's, depicting a hideous beast. It stood on 4 legs and was shown picking up 2 men in a pair of hands, biting off their heads. Grimes's cabalmen, meanwhile, took up dolls representing the Fade Warriors, inserted them into models of the depicted beast, closed the hinged jaws, all the while projecting ideas of fear and disgust. And the Fade Warriors, staring at the depicted monster, felt a sense of horror and weakness. Inside Huss's tent, the braziers reeked and dolls smoked. Eyes stared, brows glistened. From time to time, one of the workers gasped, signaling the entry of his projection into an enemy mind. Within the keep, warriors began to mutter, to slap at burning skin, to eye each other fearfully, noting each other's symptoms. Finally, one cried out, and tore at his armor, "I burn! The cursed witches burn me!" His pain aggravated the discomfort of the others. There was a growing sound throughout the keep. Lord Ballant's oldest son, his mind penetrated by Heinhus himself, struck his shield with his mailed fist. "They burn me! They burn us all! Better to fight than burn!" "Fight! Fight!" came the voices of the tormented men. Lord Ballant looked around at the twisted faces, some displaying blisters, scald marks. "Our own spell terrifies them. Wait yet a moment," he pleaded. His brother called hoarsely, "It is not your belly that Heinhus toasts in the flames, it is mine. We cannot win a battle of hoodoos, we must win a battle of arms." Lord Ballant cried desperately, "Wait, our own effects are working. They will flee in terror. Wait, wait." His cousin tore off his corselet. "It's Heinhus! I feel him. My leg's in the fire. The devil laughs at me. Next my head, he says. Fight, or I go forth to fight alone." "Very well," said Lord Ballant in a fateful voice. "We go forth to fight. First, the beast goes forth. Then we follow and smite them in their terror." The gates to the keep swung suddenly wide. Out sprang what appeared to be the depicted monster, legs moving, arms waving, eyes rolling, issuing evil sounds. Normally, the Fade warriors would have seen the monster for what it was, a model carried on the backs of 3 horses. But their minds had been influenced. They had been infected with horror. They drew back with arms hanging flaccid. From behind the monster, the Ballant knights galloped, followed by the Ballant foot soldiers. The charge gathered momentum, tore into the Fade's center. Lord Fade bellowed orders. Discipline asserted itself. The Fade knights disengaged, divided into 3 platoons, engulfed the Ballant charge. The white foot soldiers poured darts into the advancing ranks. There was the clatter and surge of battle. Lord Ballant, seeing that his sally had failed to overwhelm the Fade forces, and thinking to conserve his own forces, ordered a retreat. In good order, the Ballant warriors began to back up toward the keep. The Fade knights held close contact, hoping to win to the courtyard. Close behind came a heavily loaded wagon pushed by armored horses, to be wedged against the gate. Lord Fade called an order. A reserve platoon of 10 knights charged from the side, thrust behind the main body of Ballant horsemen, rode through the foot soldiers, fought into the keep, cut down the gate tenders. Lord Ballant bellowed to Anderson Grimes, "They have one inside! Quick with your cursed demon! If he can help us, let him do so now!" "Demon possession is not a matter of an instant," muttered the Jinxman. "I need time." "You have no time. 10 minutes and we're all dead." "I will do my best. Everard, come swift." He hastened into his workroom, donned his demon mask, tossed handful after handful of incense into the brazier. Against one wall stood a great form, black, slit-eyed, noseless. Great white fangs hung from its upper palate. It stood on heavy bent legs, arms reached forward to grasp. Anderson Grimes swallowed a cup of syrup, paced slowly back and forth. A moment passed. "Grimes!" came Ballant's call from outside. "Grimes!" A voice spoke. "Enter without fear." Lord Ballant, carrying his ancestral sidearm, entered. He drew back with an involuntary sound. "Grimes," he whispered. "Grimes is not here," said the voice. "I am here. Enter." Lord Ballant came forward stiff-legged. The room was dark except for the feeble glimmer of the brazier. Anderson Grimes crouched in a corner, head bowed under his demon mask. The shadows twisted and pulsed with shapes and faces, forms struggling to become solid. The black image seemed to vibrate with life. "Bring in your warriors," said the voice. "Bring them in 5 at a time. Bid them look only at the floor until commanded to raise their eyes." Lord Ballant retreated. There was no sound in the room. A moment passed. Then 5 limp and exhausted warriors filed into the room, eyes low. "Look slowly up," said the voice. "Look at the orange fire. Breathe deeply. Then look at me. I am Everard, demon of hate. Look at me. Who am I?" "You are Everard, demon of hate," quavered the warriors. "I stand all around you, in a dozen forms. I come closer. Where am I?" You are close. Now, I am you. We are together. There was a sudden quiver of motion. The warriors stood straighter, their faces distorted. Go forth, said the voice. Go quietly into the court. In a few minutes we march forth to slay. The 5 stalked forth. 5 more entered. Outside the wall, the Ballant knights had retreated as far as the gate. Within, 7 Fade knights still survived, and with their backs to the wall held the Ballant warriors away from the gate mechanism. In the Fade camp, Huss called to Commandor, Everett is walking. Bring forth Caeril. Send the men, came Commandor's voice, low and harsh. Send the men to me. I am Caeril. Within the keep, 20 warriors came marching into the courtyard. Their steps were cautious, tentative, slow. Their faces had lost individuality. They were twisted and distorted, curiously alike. Bewitched, whispered the Ballant soldiers, drawing back. The 7 Fade knights watched with sudden fright. But the 20 warriors, paying them no heed, marched out the gate. The Ballant knights parted. For an instant there was a lull in the fighting. The 20 sprang like tigers. Their swords glistened, twinkling in water-bright arcs. They crouched, jerked, jumped. Fade arms, legs, heads were hewed off. The 20 were cut and battered, but the blows seemed to have no effect. The Fade attack faltered, collapsed. The knights, whose armor was no protection against the demoniac's swords, retreated. The 20 possessed warriors raced out into the open toward the foot soldiers, running with great strides, slashing and rending. The Fade foot soldiers fought for a moment, then they too gave way and turned to flee. From behind Commandor's tent appeared 30 Fade warriors, marching stiffly, slowly. Like the Ballant 20, their faces were alike, but between the Everett possessed and the Caeril possessed was the difference between the face of Everett and the face of Caeril. Caeril and Everett fought, using the men as weapons, without fear, retreat, or mercy. Hack, chop, cut. Arms, legs, sundered torsos. Bodies fought headless for moments before collapsing. Only when a body was minced, hacked to bits, did the demoniac vitality depart. Presently there were no more men of Everett, and only 15 men of Caeril. These hopped and limped and tumbled toward the keep where Fade knights still held the gate. The Ballant knights met them in despair, knowing that now was the decisive moment. Leaping, leering from chopped faces, slashing from tireless arms, the warriors cut a hole into the iron. The Fade knights, roaring victory cries, plunged after. Into the courtyard surged the battle, and now there was no longer doubt of the outcome. Ballant Keep was taken. Back in his tent, Isaac Commandor took a deep breath, shuddered, flung down his demon mask. In the courtyard, the 12 remaining warriors dropped in their tracks, twitched, gasped, gushed blood, and died. Lord Ballant, in the last gallant act of a gallant life, marched forth brandishing his ancestral sidearm. He aimed across the bloody field at Lord Fade, pulled the trigger. The weapon spewed a brief gout of light. Lord Fade's skin prickled and hair rose from his head. The weapon crackled, turned cherry red, and melted. Lord Ballant threw down the weapon, drew his sword, marched forth to challenge Lord Fade. Lord Fade, disinclined to unnecessary combat, signaled to his soldiers. A flight of darts ended Lord Ballant's life, saving him the discomfort of formal execution. There was no further resistance. The Ballant defenders threw down their arms, marched grimly out to kneel before Lord Fade, while inside the keep the Ballant women gave themselves to mourning and grief. Chapter 5. Lord Fade had no wish to linger at Ballant Keep, for he took no relish in his victories. Inevitably, 1,000 decisions had to be made. 6 of the closest Ballant kinsmen were summarily stabbed, and the title declared defunct. Others of the clan were offered a choice, an oath of lifelong fealty together with a moderate ransom, or death. Only 2, eyes blazing hate, chose death, and were instantly stabbed. Lord Fade had now achieved his ambition. For over 1,000 years the keep lords had struggled for power, now one, now another gaining ascendancy. None before had ever extended his authority across the entire continent, which meant control of the planet, since all other land was either sun-parched rock or eternal ice. Ballant Keep had long thwarted Lord Fade's drive to power. Now, success, total and absolute. It still remained to chastise the lords of Castle Cloud and Gisborne, both of whom, seeing opportunity to overwhelm Lord Fade, had ranged themselves behind Lord Ballant. But these were matters that might well be assigned to Hein Huss. Lord Fade, for the first time in his life, felt a trace of uncertainty. Now what? No real adversaries remained. The first folk must be whipped back, but here was no great problem. They were numerous, but no more than savages. He knew that dissatisfaction and controversy would ultimately arise among his kinsmen and allies. Inaction and boredom would breed irritability. Idle minds would calculate the pros and cons of mischief. Even the most loyal would remember the campaigns with nostalgia and long for the excitement, the release, the license of warfare. Somehow he must find means to absorb the energy of so many active and keyed-up men. How and where? This was the problem. The construction of roads? New farmland claimed from the downs? Yearly tournaments at arms? Lord Fade frowned at the inadequacy of his solutions, but his imagination was impoverished by the lack of tradition. The original settlers of Pangbourne had been warriors, and had brought with them a certain amount of practical rule-of-thumb knowledge, but little else. The tales they passed down the generations described the great spaceships which moved with magic speed and certainty, the miraculous weapons, the wars in the void, but told nothing of human history or civilized achievement. And so Lord Fade, full of power and success, but with no goal toward which to turn his strength, felt more morose and saturnine than ever. He gloomily inspected the spoils from Ballant Keep. They were of no great interest to him. Ballant's ancestral car was no longer used, but displayed behind a glass case. He inspected the weapon Volcano, but this could not be moved. In any event, it was useless, its magic lost forever. Lord Fade now knew that Lord Ballant had ordered it turned against the Fade car, but that it had refused to spew its vaunted fire. Lord Fade saw with disdainful amusement that Volcano had been sadly neglected. Corrosion had pitted the metal, careless cleaning had twisted the exterior tubing, undoubtedly diminishing the potency of the magic. No such neglect at Fade Keep. Jambart the weapon tender cherished Hellmouth with absolute devotion. Elsewhere were other ancient devices, interesting but useless, the same sort of curios that cluttered shelves and cases at Fade Keep. Peculiar, these ancient men, thought Lord Fade, at once so clever, yet so primitive and impractical. Conditions had changed. There had been enormous advances since the Dark Ages 1600 years ago. For instance, the ancients had used intricate fetishes of metal and glass to communicate with each other. Lord Fade need merely voice his needs. Hein Huss could project his mind 100 miles to see, to hear, to relay Lord Fade's words. The ancients had contrived dozens of such objects, but the old magic had worn away, and they never seemed to function. Lord Ballant's sidearm had melted, after merely stinging Lord Fade. Imagine a troop armed thus trying to cope with a platoon of demon-possessed warriors. Slaughter of the innocents. Among the Ballant trove, Lord Fade noted a dozen old books and several reels of microfilm. The books were worthless, page after page of incomprehensible jargon. The microfilm was equally undecipherable. Again, Lord Fade wondered skeptically about the ancients. Clever, of course, but to look at the hard facts, they were little more advanced than the first folk. Neither had facility with telepathy or voyance or demon command. And the magic of the ancients. Might there not be a great deal of exaggeration in the legends? Volcano, for instance. A joke. Lord Fade wondered about his own Hellmouth. But no. Surely Hellmouth was more trustworthy. Jambart cleaned and polished the weapon daily and washed the entire cupola with vintage wine every month. If human care could induce faithfulness, then Hellmouth was ready to defend Fade Keep. Now there was no longer need for defense. Fade was supreme. Considering the future, Lord Fade made a decision. There should no longer be keep lords on Pangbourne. He would abolish the appellation. Habitancy of the keeps would gradually be transferred to trusted bailiffs on a yearly basis. The former lords would be moved to comfortable but indefensible manor houses, with the maintenance of private troops forbidden. Naturally, they must be allowed jinxmen, but these would be made accountable to himself, perhaps through some sort of licensing provision. He must discuss the matter with Hein Huss. A matter for the future, however. Now he merely wished to settle affairs and return to Fade Keep. There was little more to be done. The surviving Ballant kinsmen he sent to their homes after Hein Huss had impregnated fresh dolls with their essences. Should they default on their ransoms, a twinge of fire, a few stomach cramps would more than set them right. Ballant Keep itself Lord Fade would have liked to burn, but the material of the ancients was proof to fire. But in order to discourage any new pretenders to the Ballant heritage, Lord Fade ordered all the heirlooms and relics brought forth into the courtyard, and then, one at a time, in order of rank, he bade his men choose. Thus the Ballant wealth was distributed. Even the jinxmen were invited to choose, but they despised the ancient trinkets as works of witless superstition. The lesser spellbinders and apprentices rummaged through the leavings, occasionally finding an overlooked bauble or some anomalous implement. Isaac Commandor was irritated to find Sam Salazar staggering under a load of the ancient books. "And what is your purpose with these?" he barked. "Why do you burden yourself with rubbish?" Sam Salazar hung his head. "I have no definite purpose. Undoubtedly there was wisdom, or at least knowledge, among the ancients. Perhaps I can use these symbols of knowledge to sharpen my own understanding." Commandor threw up his hands in disgust. He turned to Hein Huss, who stood nearby. "First he fancies himself a tree and stands in the mud. Now he thinks to learn jinxmanship through a study of ancient symbols." Huss shrugged. "They were men like ourselves, and though limited, they were not entirely obtuse. A certain simian cleverness is required to fabricate these objects." "Simian cleverness is no substitute for sound jinxmanship," retorted Isaac Commandor. "This is a point hard to overemphasize. I have drummed it into Salazar's head 100 times, and now, look at him." Huss grunted noncommittally. "I fail to understand what he hopes to achieve." Sam Salazar tried to explain, fumbling for words to express an idea that did not exist. "I thought perhaps to decipher the writing, if only to understand what the ancients thought, and perhaps to learn how to perform one or two of their tricks." Commandor rolled up his eyes. "What enemy bewitched me when I consented to take you as apprentice? I can cast 20 hoodoos in an hour, more than any of the ancients could achieve in a lifetime." "Nevertheless," said Sam Salazar, "I noticed that Lord Fade rides in his ancestral car, and that Lord Ballant sought to kill us all with Volcano." "I notice," said Commandor with feral softness, "that my demon Caeril conquered Lord Ballant's Volcano, and that riding on my wagon I can outdistance Lord Fade in his car." Sam Salazar thought better of arguing further. "True, Jinxman Commodore, very true. I stand corrected." "Then discard that rubbish and make yourself useful. We return to Fade Keep in the morning." "As you wish, Jinxman Commodore." Sam Salazar threw the books back into the trash. Chapter 6. The Ballant clan had been dispersed. Ballant Keep was despoiled. Lord Fade and his men banqueted somberly in the great hall, tended by silent Ballant servitors. Ballant Keep had been built on the same splendid scale as Fade Keep. The great hall was 100 feet long, 50 feet wide, 50 feet high, paneled in planks sawed from pale native hardwood, rubbed and waxed to a rich honey color. Enormous black beams supported the ceiling. From these hung candelabra, intricate contrivances of green, purple, and blue glass, knotted with ancient but still bright light motes. On the far wall hung portraits of all the lords of Ballant Keep, 105 grave faces in a variety of costumes. Below, a genealogical chart 10 feet high detailed the descent of the Ballants and their connections with the other noble clans. Now there was a desolate air to the hall, and the 105 dead faces were meaningless and empty. Lord Fade dined without joy, and cast dour side-glances at those of his kinsmen who reveled too gladly. Lord Ballant, he thought, had conducted himself only as he himself might have done under the same circumstances. Coarse exultation seemed in poor taste, almost as if it were disrespect for Lord Fade himself. His followers were quick to catch his mood, and the banquet proceeded with greater decorum. The Jinxmen sat apart in a smaller room to the side. Anderson Grimes, erstwhile Ballant head Jinxman, sat beside Hein Huss, trying to put a good face on his defeat. After all, he had performed creditably against 4 powerful adversaries, and had no cause to feel a diminution of mana. The 5 Jinxmen discussed the battle, while the cattlemen and spellbinders listened respectfully. The conduct of the demon-possessed troops occasioned the most discussion. Anderson Grimes readily admitted that his conception of Everid was a force absolutely brutal and blunt, terrifying in its indomitable vigor. The other Jinxmen agreed that he undoubtedly succeeded in projecting these qualities. Hein Huss, however, pointed out that Isaac Commodor's Caeril, as cruel and vigorous as Everid, also combined a measure of crafty malice, which tended to make the possessed soldier a more effective weapon. Anderson Grimes allowed that this might well be the case, and that in fact he had been considering such an augmentation of Everid's characteristics. "To my mind," said Huss, "the most effective demons should be swift enough to avoid the strokes of the brute demons, such as Caeril and Everid. I cite my own Dant as example. A Dant-possessed warrior can easily destroy a Caeril or an Everid, simply through his agility. In an encounter of this sort, the Caerils and Everids presently lose their capacity to terrify, and thus half the effect is lost." Isaac Commodore pierced Huss with a hot russet glance. "You state a presumption as if it were fact. I have formulated Caeril with sufficient craft to counter any such displays of speed. I firmly believe Caeril to be the most fearsome of all demons." "It may well be," rumbled Hein Huss thoughtfully. He beckoned to a steward, gave instructions. The steward reduced the light a trifle. "Behold," said Hein Huss, "there is Dant. He comes to join the banquet." To the side of the room loomed the tiger-striped Dant, a creature constructed of resilient metal, with 4 terrible arms, and a squat black head which seemed all gaping jaw. "Look," came the husky voice of Isaac Commodore. "There is Caeril." Caeril was rather more humanoid and armed with a cutlass. Dant spied Caeril. The jaws gaped wider. It sprang to the attack. The battle was a thing of horror. The 2 demons rolled, twisted, bit, frothed, uttered soundless shrieks, tore each other apart. Suddenly Dant sprang away, circled Caeril with dizzying speed, faster, faster, became a blur, a wild coruscation of colors that seemed to give off a high-pitched wailing sound, rising higher and higher in pitch. Caeril hacked brutally with his cutlass, then seemed to grow feeble and wan. The light that once had been Dant blazed white, exploded in a mental shriek. Caeril was gone, and Isaac Commodore lay moaning. Hein Huss drew a deep breath, wiped his face, looked about him with a complacent grin. The entire company sat rigid as stones, staring, all except the apprentice Sam Salazar, who met Hein Huss's glance with a cheerful smile. "So," growled Huss, panting from his exertion, "you consider yourself superior to the illusion. You sit and smirk at one of Hein Huss's best efforts." "No, no," cried Sam Salazar. "I mean no disrespect. I want to learn, so I watched you rather than the demons. What could they teach me? Nothing." "Ah," said Huss, mollified. "And what did you learn?" "Likewise nothing," said Sam Salazar. "But at least I do not sit like a fish." Commodore's voice came soft but crackling with wrath. "You see in me the resemblance to a fish?" "I accept you, Jinxman Commodore, naturally," Sam Salazar explained. "Please go to my cabinet, Apprentice Salazar, and fetch me the doll that is your likeness. The steward will bring a basin of water, and we shall have some sport. With your knowledge of fish, you perhaps can breathe under water. If not, you may suffocate." "I prefer not, Jinxman Commodore," said Sam Salazar. "In fact, with your permission, I now resign your service." Commodore motioned to one of his cavalmen. "Fetch me the Salazar doll. Since he is no longer my apprentice, it is likely indeed that he will suffocate." "Come now, Commodore," said Hein Huss gruffly. "Do not torment the lad. He is innocent and a trifle addled. Let this be an occasion of placidity and ease." Certainly, Heinhaus, said Commodore. Why not? There is ample time in which to discipline this upstart. Jinxman Huss, said Sam Salazar, since I am now relieved of my duties to Jinxman Commodore, perhaps you will accept me into your service. Heinhaus made a noise of vast distaste. You are not my responsibility. There are many futures, Heinhaus, said Sam Salazar. You have said as much yourself. Heinhaus looked at Sam Salazar with his water-clear eyes. Yes, there are many futures. And I think that tonight sees the full amplitude of jinxmanship. I think that never again will such power and skill gather at the same table. We shall die one by one, and there shall be none to fill our shoes. Yes, Sam Salazar, I will take you as apprentice. Isaac Commodore, do you hear? This youth is now of my company. I must be compensated, growled Commodore. You have coveted my doll of Theron Fade, the only one in existence. It is yours. Aha! Cried Isaac Commodore, leaping to his feet. Heinhaus, I salute you. You are generous indeed. I thank you and accept. Heinhaus motioned to Sam Salazar. Move your effects to my wagon. Do not show your face again tonight. Sam Salazar bowed with dignity and departed the hall. The banquet continued, but now something of melancholy filled the room. Presently a messenger from Lord Fade came to warn all to bed, for the party returned to Fade Keep at dawn. Chapter 7. The victorious Fade troops gathered on the heath before Ballant Keep. As a parting gesture, Lord Fade ordered the great gate torn off the hinges, so that ingress could never again be denied him. But even after 1,600 years, the hinges were proof to all the force the horses could muster, and the gates remained in place. Lord Fade accepted the fact with good grace and bade farewell to his cousin Renfroy, whom he had appointed bailiff. He climbed into his car, settled himself, snapped the switch. The car groaned and moved forward. Behind came the knights and the foot soldiers, then the baggage train, laden with booty, and finally the wagons of the Jinxmen. 3 hours the column marched across the mossy downs. Ballant Keep dwindled behind. Ahead appeared North and South Wildwood, darkening all the sweep of the western horizon. Where once the break had existed, the first folk's new plantings showed a smudge lower and less intense than the old woodlands. 2 miles from the woodlands, Lord Fade called a halt and signaled up his knights. Heinhaus, laboriously dismounted from his wagon, came forward. In the event of resistance, Lord Fade told the knights, do not be tempted into the forest. Stay with the column, and at all times be on your guard against traps. Heinhaus spoke. You wish me to parley with the first folk once more? No, said Lord Fade. It is ridiculous that I must ask permission of savages to ride over my own land. We return as we came. If they interfere, so much the worse for them. You are rash, said Huss with simple candor. Lord Fade glanced down at him with black eyebrows raised. What damage can they do if we avoid their traps? Blow foam at us? It is not my place to advise or to warn, said Heinhaus. However, I point out that they exhibit a confidence which does not come from conscious weakness. Also that they carried tubes, apparently hollow grasswood shoots, which imply missiles. Lord Fade nodded. No doubt. However, the knights wear armor, the soldiers carry bucklers. It is not fit that I, Lord Fade of Fade Keep, choose my path to suit the whims of the first folk. This must be made clear, even if the exercise involves a dozen or so first folk corpses. Since I am not a fighting man, remarked Heinhaus, I will keep well to the rear, and pass only when the way is secure. As you wish. Lord Fade pulled down the visor of his helmet. Forward! The column moved toward the forest, along the previous track, which showed plain across the moss. Lord Fade rode in the lead, flanked by his brother, Gethwin Fade, and his cousin, Mauve Dermont Fade. A half-mile passed, and another. The forest was only a mile distant, Overhead, the great sun rode at zenith. Brightness and heat poured down. The air carried the oily scent of thorn and tarbush. The column moved on, more slowly. The only sound the clanking of armor, the muffled thud of hooves in the moss, the squeal of wagon wheels. Lord Fade rose up in his car, watching for any sign of hostile preparation. A half-mile from the planting, the forms of the first folk, waiting in the shade along the forest's verge, became visible. Lord Fade ignored them, held a steady pace along the track they had traveled before. The half-mile became a quarter-mile. Lord Fade turned to order the troops into single file, and was just in time to see a hole open suddenly into the moss, and his brother, Gethwin Fade, drop from sight. There was a rattle, a thud, the howling of the impaled horse. Gethwin's wild calls as the horse kicked and crushed him into the stakes. Mauve Dermont Fade, riding beside Gethwin, could not control his own horse, which leaped aside from the pit and blundered upon a trigger. Up from the moss burst a tree trunk studded with foot-long thorns. It snapped, quick as a scorpion's tail. The thorns punctured Mauve Dermont Fade's armor, his chest, whisked him from his horse to carry him suspended, writhing and screaming. The tip of the scythe pounded into Lord Fade's car, splintered against the hull. The car swung groaning through the air. Lord Fade clutched at the windscreen to prevent himself from falling. The column halted. Several men ran to the pit, but Gethwin Fade lay 20 feet below, crushed under his horse. Others took Mauve Dermont Fade down from the swaying scythe, but he too was dead. Lord Fade's skin tingled with a goose-flesh of hate and rage. He looked toward the forest. The first folk stood motionless. He beckoned to Bernard, sergeant of the foot soldiers. 2 men with lances to try out the ground ahead. All others ready with darts. At my signal, spit the devils. 2 men came forward, and marching before Lord Fade's car, probed at the ground. Lord Fade settled in his seat. Forward. The column moved slowly toward the forest, every man tense and ready. The lances of the 2 men in the vanguard presently broke through the moss, to disclose a nettle trap, a pit lined with nettles, each frond ripe with globes of acid. Carefully they probed out a path to the side, and the column filed around, each man walking in the other's tracks. At Lord Fade's side now rode his 2 nephews, Skulford and Edwin. "Notice," said Lord Fade in a voice harsh and tight. "These traps were laid since our last passage, an act of malice." "But why did they guide us through before?" Lord Fade smiled bitterly. "They were willing that we should die at Ballant Keep, but we have disappointed them." "Notice they carry tubes," said Skulford. "Blowguns, possibly," suggested Edwin. Skulford disagreed. "They cannot blow through their foam vents." "No doubt we shall soon learn," said Lord Fade. He rose in his seat, called to the rear. "Ready with the darts." The soldiers raised their crossbows. The column advanced slowly, now only 100 yards from the planting. The white shapes of the first folk moved uneasily at the forest's edges. Several of them raised their tubes, seemed to sight along the length. They twitched their great hands. One of the tubes was pointed toward Lord Fade. He saw a small black object leave the opening, flit forward, gathering speed. He heard a hum, waxing to a rasping, clicking flutter. He ducked behind the windscreen. The projectile swooped in pursuit, struck the windscreen like a thrown stone. It fell crippled upon the forward deck of the car, a heavy black insect like a wasp, its broken proboscis oozing ochre liquid, horny wings beating feebly, eyes like dumbbells fixed on Lord Fade. With his mailed fist, he crushed the creature. Behind him other wasps struck knights and men. Corex Fade Bataro took the prong through his visor into the eye, but the armor of the other knights defeated the wasps. The foot soldiers, however, lacked protection. The wasps half buried themselves in flesh. The soldiers called out in pain, clawed away the wasps, squeezed the wounds. Corex Fade Bataro toppled from his horse, ran blindly out over the heath, and after 50 feet fell into a trap. The stricken soldiers began to twitch, then fell on the moss, thrashed, leaped up to run with flapping arms, threw themselves in wild somersaults, forward, backward, foaming and thrashing. In the forest, the first folk raised their tubes again. Lord Fade bellowed, "Spit the creatures! Bowmen, launch your darts!" There came the twang of crossbows, darts snapped at the quiet white shapes. A few staggered and wandered aimlessly away. Most, however, plucked out the darts or ignored them. They took capsules from small sacks, put them to the end of their tubes. "Beware the wasps!" cried Lord Fade. "Strike with your bucklers! Kill the cursed things in flight!" The rasp of horny wings came again. Certain of the soldiers found courage enough to follow Lord Fade's orders and battered down the wasps. Others struck home as before. Behind came another flight. The column became a tangle of struggling, crouching men. "Footmen, retreat!" called Lord Fade furiously. "Footmen back! Knights to me!" The soldiers fled back along the track, taking refuge behind the baggage wagons. 30 of their number lay dying, or dead, on the moss. Lord Fade cried out to his knights in a voice like a bugle. "Dismount! Follow slow after me! Turn your helmets! Keep the wasps from your eyes! One step at a time, behind the car! Edwin, into the car beside me! Test the footing with your lance! Once in the forest, there are no traps. Then attack!" The knights formed themselves into a line behind the car. Lord Fade drove slowly forward, his kinsman Edwin prodding the ground ahead. The first folk sent out a dozen more wasps, which dashed themselves vainly against the armor. Then there was silence, cessation of sound, activity. The first folk watched impassively as the knights approached, step by step. Edwin's lance found a trap. The column moved to the side. Another trap, and the column was diverted from the planting toward the forest. Step by step, yard by yard, another trap, another detour, and now the column was only 100 feet from the forest. A trap to the left, a trap to the right. The safe path led directly toward an enormous heavy-branched tree. 70 feet, 50 feet. Then Lord Fade drew his sword. "Prepare to charge! Kill till your arms tire!" From the forest came a crackling sound. The branches of the great tree trembled and swayed. The knights stared, for a moment frozen into place. The tree toppled forward. The knights madly tried to flee. To the rear, to the sides. Traps opened. The knights dropped upon sharp stakes. The tree fell. Boughs cracked armored bodies like nuts. There was the hoarse yelling of pinned men, screams from the traps, the crackling subsidence of breaking branches. Lord Fade had been battered down into the car, and the car had been pressed groaning into the moss. His first instinctive act was to press the switch to rest position. Then he staggered erect, clambered up through the boughs. A pale, unhuman face peered at him. He swung his fist, crushed the faceted eye bulge, and roaring with rage, scrambled through the branches. Others of his knights were working themselves free, although almost a third were either crushed or impaled. The first folk came scrambling forward, armed with enormous thorns, long as swords. But now Lord Fade could reach them at close quarters. Hissing with vindictive joy, he sprang into their midst, swinging his sword with both hands, as if demon-possessed. The surviving knights joined him, and the ground became littered with dismembered first folk. They drew back slowly, without excitement. Lord Fade reluctantly called back his knights. "We must succor those still pinned, as many as still are alive." As well as possible, branches were cut away, injured knights drawn forth. In some cases, the soft moss had cushioned the impact of the tree. 6 knights were dead, another 4 crushed beyond hope of recovery. To these, Lord Fade himself gave the coup de grace. 10 minutes further hacking and chopping freed Lord Fade's car, while the first folk watched incuriously from the forest. The knights wished to charge once more, but Lord Fade ordered retreat. Without interference, they returned the way they had come, back to the baggage train. Lord Fade ordered a muster. Of the original war party, less than 2/3 remained. Lord Fade shook his head bitterly. Galling to think how easily he had been led into a trap. He swung on his heel, strode to the rear of the column, to the wagons of the magicians. The jinxmen sat around a small fire, drinking tea. "Which of you will hoodoo these white forest vermin? I want them dead. stricken with sickness, cramps, blindness, the most painful afflictions you can contrive. There was general silence. The Jinxmen sipped their tea. "Well?" demanded Lord Fade. "Have you no answer? Do I not make myself plain?" Hein Huss cleared his throat, spat into the blaze. "Your wishes are plain. Unfortunately, we cannot hoodoo the first folk." "And why?" "There are technical reasons." Lord Fade knew the futility of argument. "Must we slink home around the forest? If you cannot hoodoo the first folk, then bring out your demons. I will march on the forest and chop out a path with my sword." "It is not for me to suggest tactics," grumbled Hein Huss. "Go on, speak. I will listen." "A suggestion has been put to me, which I will pass to you. Neither I nor the other Jinxmen associate ourselves with it, since it recommends the crudest of physical principles." "I await the suggestion," said Lord Fade. "It is merely this. One of my apprentices tampered with your car, as you may remember. Yes, and I will see he gets the hiding he deserves. By some freak, he caused the car to rise high into the air. The suggestion is this, that we load the car with as much oil as the baggage train affords, that we send the car aloft and let it drift over the planting. At a suitable moment, the occupant of the car will pour the oil over the trees, then hurl down a torch. The forest will burn. The first folk will be at least discomfited. At best, a large number will be destroyed." Lord Fade slapped his hands together. "Excellent! Quickly, to work!" He called a dozen soldiers, gave them orders. 4 kegs of cooking oil, 3 buckets of pitch, 6 demijohns of spirit were brought and lifted into the car. The engines grated and protested, and the car sagged almost to the moss. Lord Fade shook his head sadly. "A rude use of the relic, but all in good purpose. Now, where is that apprentice? He must indicate which switches and which buttons he turned." "I suggest," said Hein Huss, "that Sam Salazar be sent up with the car." Lord Fade looked sidewise at Sam Salazar's round, bland countenance. "An efficient hand is needed, a seasoned judgment. I wonder if he can be trusted." "I would think so," said Hein Huss, "inasmuch as it was Sam Salazar who evolved the scheme in the first place." "Very well. In with you, apprentice. Treat my car with reverence. The wind blows away from us. Fire this edge of the forest, in as long a strip as you can manage. The torch, where is the torch?" The torch was brought and secured to the side of the car. "One more matter," said Sam Salazar. "I would like to borrow the armor of some obliging knight, to protect myself from the wasps. Otherwise—" "Armor!" bawled Lord Fade. "Bring armor!" At last, fully accoutered and with visor down, Sam Salazar climbed into the car. He seated himself, peered intently at the buttons and switches. In truth, he was not precisely certain as to which he had manipulated before. He considered, reached forward, pushed, turned. The motors roared and screamed. The car shuddered, sluggishly rose into the air. Higher, higher, 20 feet, 40 feet, 60 feet, 100, 200. The wind eased the car toward the forest. In the shade, the first folk watched. Several of them raised tubes, opened the shutters. The onlookers saw the wasps dart through the air to dash against Sam Salazar's armor. The car drifted over the trees. Sam Salazar began ladling out the oil. Below, the first folk stirred uneasily. The wind carried the car too far over the forest. Sam Salazar worked the controls, succeeded in guiding himself back. One keg was empty, and another. He tossed them out. Presently emptied the remaining 2, and the buckets of pitch. He soaked a rag in spirit, ignited it, threw it over the side, poured the spirit after. The flaming rag fell into leaves. A crackle, fire blazed and sprang. The car now floated at a height of 500 feet. Salazar poured over the remaining spirits, dropped the demijohns, guided the car back over the heath, and fumbling nervously with the controls, dropped the car in a series of swoops back to the moss. Lord Fade sprang forward, clapped him on the shoulder. "Excellently done! The forest blazes like tinder." The men of Fade Keep stood back, rejoicing to see the flames soar and lick. The first folk scurried back from the heat, waving their arms. Foam of a peculiar purple color issued from their vents as they ran, small useless puffs discharged as if by accident or through excitement. The flames ate through first the forest, then spread into the new planting, leaping through the leaves. "Prepare to march," called Lord Fade. "We pass directly behind the flames, before the first folk return." Off in the forest, the first folk perched in the trees, blowing out foam in great puffs and billows, building a wall of insulation. The flames had eaten half across the new planting, leaving behind smoldering saplings. "Forward! Briskly!" The column moved ahead. Coughing in the smoke, eyes smarting, they passed under still blazing trees and came out on the western downs. Slowly the column moved forward, led by a pair of soldiers prodding the moss with lances. Behind followed Lord Fade with the knights, then came the foot soldiers, then the rumbling baggage train, and finally the 6 wagons of the Jinxmen. A thump, a creak, a snap. A scythe had broken up from the moss. The soldiers in the lead dropped flat. The scythe whipped past, a foot from Lord Fade's face. At the same time, a plaintive cry came from the rear guard. "They pursue! The first folk come!" Lord Fade turned to inspect the new threat. A clot of first folk, 200 or more, came across the moss, moving without haste or urgency. Some carried wasp tubes, others thorn rapiers. Lord Fade looked ahead. Another 100 yards should bring the army out upon safe ground. Then he could deploy and maneuver. "Forward!" The column proceeded, the baggage train and the Jinxmen's wagons pressing close up against the soldiers. Behind and to the side came the first folk, moving casually and easily. At last Lord Fade judged they had reached secure ground. "Forward now! Bring the wagons out! Hurry now!" The troops needed no urging. They trotted out over the heath, the wagons trundling after. Lord Fade ordered the wagons into a close double line, stationed the soldiers between, with the horses behind and protected from the wasps. The knights, now dismounted, waited in front. The first folk came listlessly, formlessly forward. Blank white faces stared. Huge hands grasped tubes and thorns. Traces of the purplish foam showed at the lips of their underarm orifices. Lord Fade walked along the line of knights. "Swords ready. Allow them as close as they care to come. Then a quick charge." He motioned to the foot soldiers. "Choose a target." A volley of darts whistled overhead to plunge into white bodies. With chisel-bladed fingers, the first folk plucked them out, discarded them with no evidence of vexation. 1 or 2 staggered, wandered confusedly across the line of approach. Others raised their tubes, withdrew the shutter. Out flew the insects, horny wings rasping, prongs thrust forward. Across the moss they flickered, to crush themselves against the armor of the knights, to drop to the ground, to be stamped upon. The soldiers cranked their crossbows back into tension, discharged another flight of darts, caused several more first folk casualties. The first folk spread into a long line, surrounded the Fade troops. Lord Fade shifted half his knights to the other side of the wagons. The first folk wandered closer. Lord Fade called for a charge. The knights stepped smartly forward, swords swinging. The first folk advanced a few more steps, then stopped short. The flaps of skin at their backs swelled, pulsed. White foam gushed through their vents. Clouds and billows rose up around them. The knights halted uncertainly, prodding and slashing into the foam, but finding nothing. The foam piled higher, rolling in and forward, pushing the knights back toward the wagons. They looked questioningly toward Lord Fade. Lord Fade waved his sword. "Cut through to the other side! Forward!" Slashing two-handed with his sword, he sprang into the foam. He struck something solid, hacked blindly at it, pushed forward. Then his legs were seized. He was upended and fell with a spine-rattling jar. Now he felt the grate of a thorn searching his armor. It found a crevice under his corselet and pierced him. Cursing, he raised on his hands and knees, plunged blindly forward. Enormous hard hands grasped him, heavy forms fell on his shoulders. He tried to breathe, the foam clogged his visor, he began to smother. Staggering to his feet, he half ran, half fell out into the open air, carrying 2 of the first folk with him. He had lost his sword, but managed to draw his dagger. The first folk released him and stepped back into the foam. Lord Fade sprang to his feet. Inside the foam came the sounds of combat. Some of his knights burst into the open, others called for help. Lord Fade motioned to the knights. "Back within! The devils slaughter our kinsmen! In and on to the center!" He took a deep breath. Seizing his dagger, he thrust himself back into the foam. A flurry of shapes came at him. He pounded with his fists, cut with his dagger, stumbled over a mass of living tissue. He kicked the softness and stepped on metal. Bending, he grasped a leg but found it limp and dead. First folk were on his back. Another thorn found its mark. He groaned and thrust himself forward, and once again fell out into the open air. A scant 50 of his knights had won back into the central clearing. Lord Fade cried out, "To the center! Mount your horses!" Abandoning his car, he himself vaulted into a saddle. The foam boiled and billowed closer. Lord Fade waved his arm. "Forward all! At a gallop! After us the wagons! Out into the open!" They charged, thrusting the frightened horses into the foam. There was white blindness, the feel of forms underneath, then the open air once again. Behind came the wagons and the foot soldiers, running along the channel cut by the wagons. All won free, all but the knights who had fallen under the foam. 200 yards from the great white clot of foam, Lord Fade halted, turned, looked back. He raised his fist, shook it in a passion. "My knights, my car, my honor! I'll burn your forests! I'll drive you into the sea! There'll be no peace till all are dead!" He swung around. "Come," he called bitterly to the remnants of his war party. "We have been defeated. We retreat to Fade Keep." Chapter 8. Fade Keep, like Ballant Keep, was constructed of a black, glossy substance, half metal, half stone, impervious to heat, force, and radiation. A parasol roof, designed to ward off hostile energy, rested on 5 squat outer towers, connected by walls almost as high as the lip of the overhanging roof. The homecoming banquet was quiet and morose. The soldiers and knights ate lightly and drank much, but instead of becoming merry, lapsed into gloom. Lord Fade, overcome by emotion, jumped to his feet. "Everyone sits silent, aching with rage. I feel no differently. We shall take revenge. We shall put the forests to the torch. The cursed white savages will smother and burn. Drink now with good cheer. Not a moment will be wasted. But we must be ready. It is no more than idiocy to attack as before. Tonight I take counsel with the Jinxmen, and we will start a program of affliction." The soldiers and knights rose to their feet, raised their cups, and drank a somber toast. Lord Fade bowed and left the hall. He went to his private trophy room. On the walls hung escutcheons, memorials, death masks, clusters of swords like many-petaled flowers, a rack of sidearms, energy pistols, electric stilettos, a portrait of the original Fade, in ancient spacefarer's uniform, and a treasured, almost unique photograph of the great ship that had brought the first Fade to Pangborn. Lord Fade studied the ancient face for several moments, then summoned a servant. "Ask the head Jinxman to attend me." Hein Huss presently stumped into the room. Lord Fade turned away from the portrait, seated himself, motioned to Hein Huss to do likewise. "What of the keep lords?" he asked. "How do they regard the setback at the hands of the first folk?" "There are various reactions," said Hein Huss. "At Boghoten, Candlewade, and Have, there is distress and anger." Lord Fade nodded. "These are my kinsmen. At Gisborne, Greymar, Castle Cloud, and Alder there is satisfaction, veiled calculation." "To be expected," muttered Lord Fade. "These lords must be humbled. In spite of oaths and undertakings, they still think rebellion." At Starholme, Julian Duray, and Oak Hall, I read surprise at the abilities of the first folk, but in the main disinterest. Lord Fade nodded sourly. Well enough. There is no actual rebellion in prospect. We are free to concentrate on the first folk. I will tell you what is in my mind. You report that new plantings are in progress between Wildwood, Old Forest, Sarrow Copse, and elsewhere, possibly with the intent of surrounding Fade Keep. He looked inquiringly at Hein Huss, but no comment was forthcoming. Lord Fade continued. Possibly we have underestimated the cunning of the savages. They seem capable of forming plans and acting with almost human persistence. Or I should say, more than human persistence, for it appears that after 1,600 years, they still consider us invaders and hope to exterminate us. That is my own conclusion, said Hein Huss. We must take steps to strike first. I consider this a matter for the Jinxmen. We gain no honor dodging wasps, falling into traps, or groping through foam. It is a needless waste of lives. Therefore, I want you to assemble your Jinxmen, cabalmen, and spellbinders. I want you to formulate your most potent hoodoos. Impossible. Lord Fade's black eyebrows rose high. Impossible? Hein Huss seemed vaguely uncomfortable. I read the wonder in your mind. You suspect me of disinterest, irresponsibility. Not true. If the first folk defeat you, we suffer likewise. Exactly, said Lord Fade dryly. You will starve. Nevertheless, the Jinxmen cannot help you. He hoisted himself to his feet, started for the door. Sit, said Lord Fade. It is necessary to pursue this matter. Hein Huss looked around with his bland, water-clear eyes. Lord Fade met his gaze. Hein Huss sighed deeply. I see I must ignore the precepts of my trade, break the habits of a lifetime. I must explain. He took his bulk to the wall, fingered the sidearms in the rack, studied the portrait of the ancestral Fade. These miracle workers of the old times. Unfortunately, we cannot use their magic. Notice the bulk of the spaceship, as heavy as Fade Keep. He turned his gaze on the table, teleported a candelabra 2 or 3 inches. With considerably less effort, they gave that spaceship enormous velocity, using ideas and forces they knew to be imaginary and irrational. We have advanced since then, of course. We no longer employ mysteries, arcane constructions, wild non-human forces. We are rational and practical, but we cannot achieve the effects of the ancient magicians. Lord Fade watched Hein Huss with saturnine eyes. Hein Huss gave his deep, rumbling laugh. You think that I wish to distract you with talk? No, this is not the case. I am preparing to enlighten you. He returned to his seat, lowered his bulk with a groan. Now I must talk at length, to which I am not accustomed. But you must be given to understand what we Jinxmen can do and what we cannot do. First, unlike the ancient magicians, we are practical men. Naturally, there is difference in our abilities. The best Jinxman combines great telepathic facility, implacable personal force, intimate knowledge of his fellow humans. He knows their acts, motives, desires, and fears. He understands the symbols that most vigorously represent these qualities. Jinxmanship in the main is drudgery, dangerous, difficult, and unromantic, with no mystery except that which we employ to confuse our enemies. Hein Huss glanced at Lord Fade to encounter the same saturnine gaze. Ha! I still have told you nothing. I still have spent many words talking around my inability to confound the first folk. Patience. Speak on, said Lord Fade. Listen, then. What happens when I hoodoo a man? First, I must enter into his mind telepathically. There are 3 operational levels: the conscious, the unconscious, the cellular. The most effective jinxing is done if all 3 levels are influenced. I feel into my victim. I learn as much as possible, supplementing my previous knowledge of him, which is part of my stock in trade. I take up his doll, which carries his traces. The doll is highly useful, but not indispensable. It serves as a focus for my attention. It acts as a pattern, or a guide, as I fix upon the mind of the victim, and he is bound by his own telepathic capacity to the doll which bears his traces. So, now, man and doll are identified in my mind, and at one or more levels in the victim's mind. Whatever happens to the doll, the victim feels to be happening to himself. There is no more to simple hoodooing than that, from the standpoint of the Jinxman. But naturally, the victims differ greatly. Susceptibility is the key idea here. Some men are more susceptible than others. Fear and conviction breed susceptibility. As a Jinxman succeeds, he becomes ever more feared, and consequently the more efficacious he becomes. The process is self-generative. Demon possession is a similar technique. Susceptibility is again essential. Again, conviction creates susceptibility. It is easiest and most dramatic when the characteristics of the demon are well known, as in the case of Commodore's Cairo. For this reason, demons can be exchanged or traded among Jinxmen. The commodity actually traded is public acceptance and familiarity with the demon. Demons, then, do not actually exist? Inquired Lord Fade half incredulously. Hein Huss grinned vastly, showing enormous yellow teeth. Telepathy works through a superstratum. Who knows what is created in this superstratum? Maybe the demons live on after they have been conceived. Maybe they now are real. This, of course, is speculation, which we Jinxmen shun. So much for demons. So much for the lesser techniques of Jinxmanship. I have explained sufficient to serve as background to the present situation. Excellent, said Lord Fade. Continue. The question, then, is, how does one cast a hoodoo into a creature of an alien race? He looked inquiringly at Lord Fade. Can you tell me? I? Asked Lord Fade, surprised. No. The method is basically the same as in the hoodooing of men. It is necessary to make the creature believe, in every cell of his being, that he suffers or dies. This is where the problems begin to arise. Does the creature think, that is to say, does he arrange the processes of his life in the same manner as men? This is a very important distinction. Certain creatures of the universe use methods other than the human nerve node system to control their environments. We call the human system intelligence, a word which properly should be restricted to human activity. Other creatures use different agencies, different systems, arriving sometimes at similar ends. To bring home these generalities, I cannot hope to merge my mind with the corresponding capacity in the first folk. The key will not fit the lock. At least, not altogether. Once or twice, when I watched the first folk trading with men at Forest Market, I felt occasional weak significances. This implies that the first folk mentality creates something similar to human telepathic impulses. Nevertheless, there is no real sympathy between the two races. This is the first and the least difficulty. If I were able to make complete telepathic contact, what then? The creatures are different from us. They have no words for fear, hate, rage, pain, bravery, cowardice. One may deduce that they do not feel these emotions. Undoubtedly they know other sensations, possibly as meaningful. Whatever these may be, they are unknown to me, and therefore I cannot either form or project symbols for these sensations. Lord Fade stirred impatiently. In short, you tell me that you cannot efficiently enter these creatures' minds, and that if you could, you do not know what influences you could plant there to do them harm. Succinct, agreed Hein Huss. Substantially accurate. Lord Fade rose to his feet. In that case, you must repair these deficiencies. You must learn to telepathize with the first folk. You must find what influences will harm them, as quickly as possible. Hein Huss stared reproachfully at Lord Fade. But I have gone to great lengths to explain the difficulties involved. To hoodoo the first folk is a monumental task. It would be necessary to enter Wildwood, to live with the first folk, to become one of them, as my apprentice thought to become a tree. Even then, an effective hoodoo is improbable. The first folk must be susceptible to conviction. Otherwise, there would be no bite to the hoodoo. I could guarantee no success. I would predict failure. No other Jinxman would dare tell you this. No other would risk his mana. I dare because I am Hein Huss with life behind me. Nevertheless, we must attempt every weapon at hand, said Lord Fade in a dry voice. I cannot risk my knights, my kinsmen, my soldiers against these pallid half-creatures. What a waste of good flesh and blood to be stuck by a poison insect. You must go to Wildwood. You must learn how to hoodoo the first folk. Hein Huss heaved himself erect. His great round face was stony. His eyes were like bits of water-worn glass. It is likewise a waste to go on a fool's errand. I am no fool, and I will not undertake a hoodoo which is futile from the beginning. In that case, said Lord Fade, I will find someone else. He went to the door, summoned a servant. Bring Isaac Commodore here. Hein Huss lowered his bulk into the chair. I will remain during the interview, with your permission. As you wish. Isaac Commodore appeared in the doorway, tall, loosely articulated, head hanging forward. He darted a glance of swift appraisal at Lord Fade, at Hein Huss, then stepped into the room. Lord Fade crisply explained his desires. Hein Huss refuses to undertake the mission. Therefore, I call on you. Isaac Commodore calculated. The pattern of his thinking was clear. He possibly could gain much mana. There was small risk of diminution, for had not Hein Huss already dodged away from the project? Commodore nodded. Hein Huss has made clear the difficulties. Only a very clever and very lucky jinxman can hope to succeed. But I accept the challenge. I will go. Good, said Hein Huss. I will go too. Isaac Commodore darted him a sudden hot glance. I wish only to observe. To Isaac Commodore goes the responsibility and whatever credit may ensue. Very well, said Commodore presently. I welcome your company. Tomorrow morning we leave. I go to order our wagon. Late in the evening, apprentice Sam Salazar came to Hein Huss, where he sat brooding in his workroom. What do you wish? Growled Huss. I have a request to make of you, Head Jinxman Huss. Head Jinxman in name only, grumbled Hein Huss. Isaac Commodore is about to assume my position. Sam Salazar blinked, laughed uncertainly. Hein Huss fixed wintry pale eyes on him. What do you wish? I have heard that you go on an expedition to Wildwood, to study the first folk. True, true. What then? Surely they will now attack all men. Hein Huss shrugged. At Forest Market they trade with men. At Forest Market men have always entered the forest. Perhaps there will be change, perhaps not. I would go with you if I may, said Sam Salazar. This is no mission for apprentices. An apprentice must take every opportunity to learn, said Sam Salazar. Also, you will need extra hands to set up tents, to load and unload cabinets, to cook, to fetch water, and other such matters. Your argument is convincing, said Hein Huss. We depart at dawn. Be on hand. Chapter 9. As the sun lifted over the heath, the Jinxmen departed Fade Keep. The high-wheeled wagon creaked north over the moss, Hein Huss and Isaac Commodore riding the front seat, Sam Salazar with his legs hanging over the tail. The wagon rose and fell with the dips and mounds of the moss, wheels wobbling, and presently passed out of sight behind Skywatcher's Hill. 5 days later, an hour before sunset, the wagon reappeared. As before, Hein Huss and Isaac Commodore rode the front seat, with Sam Salazar perched behind. They approached the keep, and without giving so much as a sign or a nod, drove through the gate into the courtyard. Isaac Commodore unfolded his long legs, stepped to the ground like a spider. Hein Huss lowered himself with a grunt. Both went to their quarters, while Sam Salazar led the wagon to the Jinxmen's warehouse. Somewhat later, Isaac Commodore presented himself to Lord Fade, who had been waiting in his trophy room, forced to a show of indifference through considerations of position, dignity, and protocol. Isaac Commodore stood in the doorway, grinning like a fox. Lord Fade eyed him with sour dislike, waiting for Commodore to speak. Hein Huss might have stationed himself an entire day, eyes placidly fixed on Lord Fade, awaiting the first word. Isaac Commodore lacked the absolute serenity. He came a step forward. "I have returned from Wildwood." "With what results?" "I believe that it is possible to hoodoo the first folk." Hein Huss spoke from behind Commodore. "I believe that such an undertaking, if feasible, would be useless, irresponsible, and possibly dangerous." He lumbered forward. Isaac Commodore's eyes glowed hot red-brown. He turned back to Lord Fade. "You ordered me forth on a mission. I will render a report." "Seat yourselves. I will listen." Isaac Commodore, nominal head of the expedition, spoke. "We rode along the riverbank to Forest Market. Here was no sign of disorder or of hostility. 100 first folk traded timber, planks, posts, and poles for knife blades, iron wire, and copper pots. When they returned to their barge, we followed them aboard, wagon, horses, and all. They showed no surprise." "Surprise," said Hein Huss heavily, "is an emotion of which they have no knowledge." Isaac Commodore glared briefly. "We spoke to the barge tenders, explaining that we wished to visit the interior of Wildwood. We asked if the first folk would try to kill us to prevent us from entering the forest. They professed indifference as to either our well-being or our destruction. This was by no means a guarantee of safe conduct. However, we accepted it as such, and remained aboard the barge." He spoke on with occasional emendations from Hein Huss. They had proceeded up the river, into the forest, the first folk poling against the slow current. Presently they put away the poles. Nevertheless, the barge moved as before. The mystified jinxmen discussed the possibility of teleportation, or symbological force, and wondered if the first folk had developed jinxing techniques unknown to men. Sam Salazar, however, noticed that 4 enormous water beetles, each 12 feet long with oil-black carapaces and blunt heads, had risen from the riverbed and pushed the barge from behind, apparently without direction or command. The first folk stood at the bow, turning the nose of the barge this way or that to follow the winding of the river. They ignored the jinxmen and Sam Salazar as if they did not exist. The beetles swam tirelessly. The barge moved for 4 hours as fast as a man could walk. Occasionally, first folk peered from the forest shadows, but none showed interest or concern in the barge's unusual cargo. By mid-afternoon, the river widened, broke into many channels, and became a marsh. A few minutes later, the barge floated out into the open water of a small lake. Along the shore, behind the first line of trees, appeared a large settlement. The jinxmen were interested and surprised. It had always been assumed that the first folk wandered at random through the forest, as they had originally lived in the moss of the downs. The barge grounded. The first folk walked ashore. The men followed with the horses and wagon. Their immediate impressions were of swarming numbers, of slow but incessant activity, and they were attacked by an overpoweringly evil smell. Ignoring the stench, the men brought the wagon in from the shore, paused to take stock of what they saw. The settlement appeared to be a center of many diverse activities. The trees had been stripped of lower branches, and supported blocks of hardened foam 300 feet long, 50 feet high, 20 feet thick, with a space of a man's height intervening between the underside of the foam and the ground. There were a dozen of these blocks, apparently of cellular construction. Certain of the cells had broken open and seethed with small white fish-like creatures, the first folk young. Below the blocks, masses of first folk engaged in various occupations, in the main unfamiliar to the jinxmen. Leaving the wagon in the care of Sam Salazar, Hein Huss and Isaac Commodore moved forward among the first folk, repelled by the stench and the pressure of alien flesh, but drawn by curiosity. They were neither heeded nor halted. They wandered everywhere about the settlement. One area seemed to be an enormous zoo, divided into a number of sections. The purpose of one of these sections, a kind of range 200 feet long, was all too clear. At one end, 3 or 4 first folk released wasps from tubes. At the other end, a human corpse hung on a rope, a Fade casualty from the battle at the new planting. Certain of the wasps flew straight at the corpse. Just before contact, they were netted and removed. Others flew up and away or veered toward the first folk who stood along the side of the range. These latter also were netted and killed at once. The purpose of the business was clear enough. Examining some of the other activity in this new light, the Jinxmen were able to interpret much that had hitherto puzzled them. They saw beetles tall as dogs with heavy saw-toothed pincers attacking objects resembling horses, pens of insects even larger, long, narrow, segmented, with dozens of heavy legs and nightmare heads. All these creatures, wasps, beetles, centipedes, in smaller and less formidable form, were indigenous to the forest. It was plain that the first folk had been practicing selective breeding for many years, perhaps centuries. Not all the activity was warlike. Moths were trained to gather nuts, worms to gnaw straight holes through timber. In another section, caterpillars chewed a yellow mash, molded it into identical spheres. Much of the evil odor emanated from the zoo. The Jinxmen departed without reluctance and returned to the wagon. Sam Salazar pitched the tent and built a fire, while Hein Huss and Isaac Commandor discussed the settlement. Night came. The blocks of foam glowed with imprisoned light. The activity underneath proceeded without cessation. The Jinxmen retired to the tent and slept, while Sam Salazar stood guard. The following day, Hein Huss was able to engage one of the first folk in conversation, the first attention of any sort given to them. The conversation was long. Hein Huss reported only the gist of it to Lord Fade. Isaac Commandor turned away, ostentatiously disassociating himself from the matter. Hein Huss, first of all, had inquired as to the purpose of the sinister preparations, the wasps, beetles, centipedes, and the like.
"We intend to kill men,"
the creature had reported ingenuously.
"We intend to return to the moss. This has been our purpose ever since men appeared on the planet."
Huss had stated that such an ambition was short-sighted, that there was ample room for both men and first folk on Pangborn. "The first folk," said Hein Huss, "should remove their traps and cease their efforts to surround the keeps with forest."
"No," came the response. "Men are intruders. They mar the beautiful moss. All will be killed."
Isaac Commandor returned to the conversation. "I noticed here a significant fact. All the first folk within sight had ceased their work. All looked toward us, as if they too participated in the discussion. I reached the highly important conclusion that the first folk are not complete individuals, but components of a larger unity, joined to a greater or less extent by a telepathic phase not unlike our own." Hein Huss continued placidly. "I remarked that if we were attacked, many of the first folk would perish." The creature showed no concern, and in fact implied much of what Jinxman Commandor had already induced. "There are always more in the cells to replace the elements which die. But if the community becomes sick, all suffer. We have been forced into the forests, into a strange existence. We must arm ourselves and drive away the men, and to this end we have developed the methods of men to our own purposes." Isaac Commandor spoke. "Needless to say, the creature referred to the ancient men, not ourselves." "In any event," said Lord Fade, "they leave no doubt as to their intentions. We should be fools not to attack them at once, with every weapon at our disposal." Hein Huss continued imperturbably. The creature went on at some length. "We have learned the value of irrationality." Irrationality, of course, was not his word or even his meaning. He said something like a series of vaguely motivated trials, as close as I can translate. He said, "We have learned to change our environment. We use insects and trees and plants and water slugs. It is an enormous effort for us who would prefer a placid life in the moss. But you men have forced this life on us, and now you must suffer the consequences." I pointed out once more that men were not helpless, that many first folk would die. The creature seemed unworried. "The community persists." I asked a delicate question. "If your purpose is to kill men, why do you allow us here?" He said, "The entire community of men will be destroyed." Apparently they believe the human society to be similar to their own, and therefore regard the killing of 3 wayfaring individuals as pointless effort. Lord Fade laughed grimly. To destroy us, they must first win past Hellmouth, then penetrate Fade Keep. This they are unable to do. Isaac Commodore resumed his report. At this time, I was already convinced that the problem was one of hoodooing not an individual, but an entire race. In theory, this should be no more difficult than hoodooing one. It requires no more effort to speak to 20 than to one. With this end in view, I ordered the apprentice to collect substances associated with the creatures. Skinflakes, foam, droppings, all other exudations obtainable. While he did so, I tried to put myself in rapport with the creatures. It is difficult, for their telepathy works across a different stratum than ours. Nevertheless, to a certain extent I have succeeded. Then you can hoodoo the first folk? Asked Lord Fade. I vouchsafe nothing until I try. Certain preparations must be made. Go then, make your preparations. Commodore rose to his feet, and with a sly side glance for Hein Huss, left the room. Huss waited, pinching his chin with heavy fingers. Lord Fade looked at him coldly. You have something to add? Huss grunted, hoisted himself to his feet. I wish that I did, but my thoughts are confused. Of the many futures, all seem troubled and angry. Perhaps our best is not good enough. Lord Fade looked at Hein Huss with surprise. The massive head jinxman had never before spoken in terms so pessimistic and melancholy. Speak then, I will listen. Hein Huss said gruffly, If I knew any certainties, I would speak gladly, but I am merely beset by doubts. I fear that we can no longer depend on logic and careful jinxmanship. Our ancestors were miracle workers, magicians. They drove the first folk into the forest. To put us to flight in our turn, the first folk have adopted the ancient methods, random trial and purposeless empiricism. I am dubious. Perhaps we must turn our backs on sanity and likewise return to the mysticism of our ancestors. Lord Fade shrugged. If Isaac Commodore can hoodoo the first folk, such a retreat may be unnecessary. The world changes, said Hein Huss. Of so much I feel sure. The old days of craft and careful knowledge are gone. The future is for men of cleverness, of imagination untroubled by discipline. The unorthodox Sam Salazar may become more effective than I. The world changes. Lord Fade smiled his sour, dyspeptic smile. When that day comes, I will appoint Sam Salazar head jinxman, and also name him Lord Fade, and you and I will retire together to a hut on the downs. Hein Huss made a heavy, fateful gesture and departed. Chapter 10. 2 days later, Lord Fade, coming upon Isaac Commodore, inquired as to his progress. Commodore took refuge in generalities. After another 2 days, Lord Fade inquired again, and this time insisted on particulars. Commodore grudgingly led the way to his workroom, where a dozen cavalmen, spellbinders, and apprentices worked around a large table, building a model of the first folk settlement in Wildwood. Along the lake shore, said Commodore, I will range a great number of dolls, daubed with first folk essences. When this is complete, I will work up a hoodoo and blight the creatures. Good. Perform well. Lord Fade departed the workroom, mounted to the topmost pinnacle of the keep, to the cupola where the ancestral weapon Hellmouth was housed. Jambart, where are you? Weapon tender Jambart, short, blue-jowled, red-nosed, and big-bellied, appeared. My lord? I come to inspect Hellmouth. Is it prepared for instant use? Prepared, my lord, and ready. Oiled, greased, polished, scraped, burnished, tended. Every part smooth as an egg. Lord Fade made a scowling examination of Hellmouth, a heavy cylinder 6 feet in diameter, 12 feet long, studded with half-domes interconnected with tubes of polished copper. Jambart undoubtedly had been diligent. No trace of dirt or rust or corrosion showed. All was gleaming metal. The snout was covered with a heavy plate of metal and tarred canvas. The ring upon which the weapon swiveled was well greased. Lord Fade surveyed the 4 horizons. To the south was fertile Fade Valley. To the west open downs. To north and east the menacing loom of Wildwood. He turned back to Hellmouth and pretended to find a smear of grease. Jambard boiled with expostulations and protestations. Lord Fade uttered a grim warning, enjoining less laxity, then descended to the workroom of Hein Huss. He found the head Jinxman reclining on a couch, staring at the ceiling. At a bench stood Sam Salazar, surrounded by bottles, flasks, and dishes. Lord Fade stared balefully at the confusion. "What are you doing?" he asked the apprentice. Sam Salazar looked up guiltily. "Nothing in particular, my lord." "If you are idle, go then and assist Isaac Commandor." "I am not idle, Lord Fade." "Then what do you do?" Sam Salazar gazed sulkily at the bench. "I don't know." "Then you are idle." "No, I am occupied. I pour various liquids on this foam. It is first folk foam. I wonder what will happen. Water does not dissolve it, nor spirits. Heat chars and slowly burns it, emitting a foul smoke." Lord Fade turned away with a sneer. "You amuse yourself as a child might. Go to Isaac Commandor. He can find use for you. How do you expect to become a Jinxman, dabbling and prattling like a baby among pretty rocks?" Hein Huss gave a deep sound, a mingling of sigh, snort, grunt, and clearing of the throat. "He does no harm, and Isaac Commandor has hands enough. Salazar will never become a Jinxman. That has been clear a long time." Lord Fade shrugged. "He is your apprentice, and your responsibility. Well then, what news from the keeps?" Hein Huss, groaning and wheezing, swung his legs over the edge of the couch. "The lords share your concern, to greater or less extent. Your close allies will readily place troops at your disposal, the others likewise if pressure is brought to bear." Lord Fade nodded in dour satisfaction. "For the moment there is no urgency. The first folk hold to their forests. Fade Keep, of course, is impregnable, although they might ravage the valley." He paused thoughtfully. "Let Isaac Commandor cast his hoodoo. Then we will see." From the direction of the bench came a hiss, a small explosion, a whiff of acrid gas. Sam Salazar turned guiltily to look at them, his eyebrows singed. Lord Fade gave a snort of disgust and strode from the room. "What did you do?" Hein Huss inquired in a colorless voice. "I don't know." Now Hein Huss likewise snorted in disgust. "Ridiculous. If you wish to work miracles, you must remember your procedures. Miracle working is not jinxmanship, with established rules and guides. In matters so complex, it is well that you take notes, so that the miracles may be repeated." Sam Salazar nodded in agreement and turned back to the bench. Chapter 11. Late during the day, news of new First Folk truculence reached Fade Keep. On Honeymoss Hill, not far west of Forest Market, a camp of shepherds had been visited by a wandering group of First Folk, who began to kill the sheep with thorn swords. When the shepherds protested, they too were attacked, and many were killed. The remainder of the sheep were massacred. The following day came other news. 4 children swimming in Brastock River at Gilbert Ferry had been seized by enormous water beetles and cut into pieces. On the other side of Wildwood, in the foothills immediately below Castle Cloud, peasants had cleared several hillsides and planted them to vines. Early in the morning they had discovered a horde of black disc-like flukes devouring the vines, leaves, branches, trunks, and roots. They set about killing the flukes with spades, and once were stung to death by wasps. Adam McAdam reported the incidents to Lord Fade, who went to Isaac Commandor in a fury. "How soon before you are prepared?" "I am prepared now. But I must rest and fortify myself. Tomorrow morning I work the hoodoo." "The sooner the better. The creatures have left their forest. They are out killing men." Isaac Commandor pulled his long chin. "That was to be expected. They told us as much." Lord Fade ignored the remark. "Show me your tableau." Isaac Commandor took him into his workroom. The model was now complete, with the masses of simulated first folk properly daubed and sensitized, each tied with a small wad of foam. Isaac Commodore pointed to a pot of dark liquid. "I will explain the basis of the hoodoo. When I visited the camp, I watched everywhere for powerful symbols. Undoubtedly, there were many at hand, but I could not discern them. However, I remembered a circumstance from the battle at the planting. When the creatures were attacked, threatened with fire, and about to die, they spewed foam of dull purple color. Evidently, this purple foam is associated with death. My hoodoo will be based upon this symbol." "Rest well, then, so that you may hoodoo to your best capacity." The following morning, Isaac Commodore, dressed in long robes of black, set a mask of the demon Nard on his head to fortify himself. He entered his workroom, closed the door. An hour passed, 2 hours. Lord Fade sat at breakfast with his kin, stubbornly maintaining a pose of cynical unconcern. At last he could contain himself no longer and went out into the courtyard where Commodore's underlings stood fidgeting and uneasy. "Where is Hein Huss?" demanded Lord Fade. "Summon him here." Hein Huss came stumping out of his quarters. Lord Fade motioned to Commodore's workshop. "What is happening? Is he succeeding?" Hein Huss looked toward the workshop. "He is casting a powerful hoodoo. I feel confusion, anger. In Commodore or in the first folk? I am not in rapport. I think he has conveyed a message to their minds. A very difficult task, as I explained to you. In this preliminary aspect, he has succeeded." "Preliminary? What else remains?" "The two most important elements of the hoodoo, the susceptibility of the victim and the appropriateness of the symbol." Lord Fade frowned. "You do not seem optimistic." "I am uncertain. Isaac Commodore may be right in his assumption. If so, and if the first folk are highly susceptible, today marks a great victory, and Commodore will achieve tremendous mana." Lord Fade stared at the door to the workshop. "What now?" Hein Huss's eyes went blank with concentration. "Isaac Commodore is near death. He can hoodoo no more today." Lord Fade turned, waved his arm to the cabalmen. "Enter the workroom! Assist your master!" The cabalmen raced to the door, flung it open. Presently they emerged, supporting the limp form of Isaac Commodore, his black robes spattered with purple foam. Lord Fade pressed close. "What did you achieve? Speak!" Isaac Commodore's eyes were half closed, his mouth hung loose and wet. "I spoke to the first folk, to the whole race. I sent the symbol into their minds." His head fell limply sidewise. Lord Fade moved back. "Take him to his quarters. Put him on his couch." He turned away, stood indecisively, chewing at his drooping lower lip. "Still we do not know the measure of his success." "Ah," said Hein Huss, "but we do." Lord Fade jerked around. "What is this? What do you say?" "I saw into Commodore's mind. He used the symbol of purple foam. With tremendous effort he drove it into their minds. Then he learned that purple foam means not death. Purple foam means fear for the safety of the community. Purple foam means desperate rage." "In any event," said Lord Fade after a moment, "there is no harm done. The first folk can hardly become more hostile." 3 hours later, a scout rode furiously into the courtyard, threw himself off his horse, ran to Lord Fade. "The first folk have left the forest. A tremendous number. Thousands. They are advancing on Fade Keep." "Let them advance," said Lord Fade. "The more the better. Jambart, where are you?" "Here, sir." "Prepare Hellmouth. Hold all in readiness." "Hellmouth is always ready, sir." Lord Fade struck him across the shoulders. "Off with you. Bernard!" The sergeant of the Fade troops came forward. "Ready, Lord Fade." "The first folk attack. Armor your men against wasps. Feed them well. We will need all our strength." Lord Fade turned to Hein Huss. "Send to the keeps, to the manor houses. Order our kinsmen to join us, with all their troops and all their armor. Send to Belgard Hall. To Boghoton, Camber, and Candlewade. Haste, haste! It is only hours from Wildwood. Huss held up his hand. I have already done so. The keeps are warned. They know your need. And the first folk? Can you feel their minds? No. Lord Fade walked away. Hein Huss lumbered out the main gate, walked around the keep, casting appraising glances up the black walls of the squat towers, windowless and proof even against the ancient miracle weapons. High on top, the great parasol roof, Jambart, the weapon tender, worked in the cupola, polishing that which already glistened, greasing surfaces already heavy with grease. Hein Huss returned within. Lord Fade approached him, mouth hard, eyes bright. What have you seen? Only the keep, the walls, the towers, the roof, and Hellmouth. And what do you think? I think many things. You are non-committal. You know more than you say. It is best that you speak, because if Fade Keep falls to the savages, you die with the rest of us. Hein Huss's water-clear eyes met the brilliant black gaze of Lord Fade. I know only what you know. The first folk attack. They have proved they are not stupid. They intend to kill us. They are not jinxmen. They cannot afflict us or force us out. They cannot break in the walls. To burrow under, they must dig through solid rock. What are their plans? I do not know. Will they succeed? Again, I do not know. But the day of the jinxman and his orderly array of knowledge is past. I think that again we must grope for miracles, blindly and foolishly, like Salazar pouring liquids on foam. A troop of armored horsemen rode in through the gates, warriors from nearby Belgard Hall. And as the hours passed, contingents from other keeps came to Fade Keep, until the courtyard was dense with troops and horses. 2 hours before sunset, the first folk were sighted across the downs. They seemed a very large company, moving in an undisciplined clot with a number of stragglers, forerunners, and wanderers out on the flanks. The hot bloods from outside keeps came clamoring to Lord Fade, urging a charge to cut down the first folk. They found no seconding voices among the veterans of the battle at the planting. Lord Fade, however, was pleased to see the dense mass of first folk. Let them approach only a mile more, and Hellmouth will take them. Jambart! At your call, Lord Fade. Come, Hellmouth speaks. He strode away with Jambart after. Up to the cupola they climbed. Roll forth Hellmouth, directed against the savages. Jambart leaped to the glistening array of wheels and levers. He hesitated in perplexity, then tentatively twisted a wheel. Hellmouth responded by twisting slowly around on its radial track, to the groan and chatter of long frozen bearings. Lord Fade's brows lowered into a menacing line. I hear evidence of neglect. Neglect, my lord, never. Find one spot of rust, a shadow of grime, you may have me whipped. What of the sound? That is internal and invisible, none of my responsibility. Lord Fade said nothing. Hellmouth now pointed toward the great pale tide from Wildwood. Jambart twisted a second wheel, and Hellmouth thrust forth its heavy snout. Lord Fade, in a voice harsh with anger, cried, The cover, fool! An oversight, my lord, easily repaired. Jambart crawled out along the top of Hellmouth, clinging to the protuberances for dear life, with below only the long, smooth sweep of roof. With considerable difficulty he tore the covering loose, then, grunting and cursing, inched himself back, jerking with his knees, rearing his buttocks. The first folk had slowed their pace a trifle, the main body only a half-mile distant. Now, said Lord Fade in high excitement, before they disperse, we exterminate them. He sighted through a telescopic tube, squinting through the dimness of internal films and incrustations, signaled to Jambart for the final adjustments. Now, fire! Jambart pulled the firing lever. Within the great metal barrel came a sputter of clicking sounds. Hellmouth whined, roared. Its snout glowed red, orange, white, and out poured a sudden gout of blazing purple radiation, which almost instantly died. Hellmouth's barrel quivered with heat, fumed, seethed, hissed. From within came a faint pop. Then there was silence. 100 yards in front of the first folk, a patch of moss burnt black where the bolt had struck. The aiming device was inaccurate. Hellmouth's bolt had killed perhaps 20 of the first folk vanguard. Lord Fade made feverish signals. "Quick! Raise the barrel! Now! Fire again!" Jambart pulled the firing arm, to no avail. He tried again, with the same lack of success. "Hellmouth evidently is tired." "Hellmouth is dead," cried Lord Fade. "You have failed me. Hellmouth is extinct."
"No, no," protested Jambart. "Hellmouth rests. I nurse it as my own child. It is polished like glass. Whenever a section wears off or breaks loose, I neatly remove the fracture and every trace of cracked glass."
Lord Fade threw up his arms, shouted in vast inarticulate grief, ran below.
"Huss! Hein Huss!"
Hein Huss presented himself. "What is your will?"
"Hellmouth has given up its fire. Conjure me more fire for Hellmouth, and quickly."
"Impossible."
"Impossible!" cried Lord Fade. "That is all I hear from you. Impossible, useless, impractical. You have lost your ability. I will consult Isaac Commandor."
"Isaac Commandor can put no more fire into Hellmouth than can I."
"What sophistry is this? He puts demons into men. Surely he can put fire into Hellmouth."
"Come, Lord Fade, you are overwrought. You know the difference between jinxmanship and miracle working." Lord Fade motioned to a servant.
"Bring Isaac Commandor here to me."
Isaac Commandor, face haggard, skin waxy, limped into the courtyard. Lord Fade waved peremptorily. "I need your skill. You must restore fire to Hellmouth." Commandor darted a quick glance at Hein Huss, who stood solid and cold. Commandor decided against dramatic promises that could not be fulfilled.
"I cannot do this, my lord." "What? You tell me this too?" "Remark the difference, Lord Fade, between man and metal. A man's normal state is something near madness. He is at all times balanced on a knife edge between hysteria and apathy. His senses tell him far less of the world than he thinks they do. It is a simple trick to deceive a man, to possess him with a demon, to drive him out of his mind, to kill him. But metal is insensible. Metal reacts only as its shape and condition dictates, or by the working of miracles."
"Then you must work miracles."
"Impossible."
Lord Fade drew a deep breath, collected himself. He walked swiftly across the court. "My armor, my horse, we attack." The column formed, Lord Fade at the head. He led the knights through the portals, with armored footmen behind.
"Beware the foam," called Lord Fade. "Attack, strike, cut, draw back. Keep your visors drawn against the wasps. Each man must kill 100. Attack!"
The troop rode forth against the horde of first folk, knights in the lead. The hooves of the horses pounded softly over the thick moss. In the west, the large pale sun hung close to the horizon. 200 yards from the first folk, the knights touched the club-headed horses into a lope. They raised their swords, and shouting, plunged forward, each man seeking to be first. The clotted mass of first folk separated. Black beetles darted forth, and after them long segmented centipede creatures. They dashed among the horses, mandibles clicking, snouts slashing. Horses screamed, reared, fell over backwards. Beetles cut open armored knights as a dog cracks a bone. Lord Fade's horse threw him and ran away. He picked himself up, hacked at a nearby beetle, lopped off its front leg. It darted forward. He lopped off the leg opposite. The heavy head dipped, tore up the moss. Lord Fade cut off the remaining legs, and it lay helpless.
"Retreat!" he bellowed. "Retreat!"
The knights moved back, slashing and hacking at beetles and centipedes, killing or disabling all which attacked.
"Form into a double line, knights and men. Advance slowly, supporting each other."
The men advanced. The first folk dispersed to meet them, armed with their thorn swords and carrying pouches. 10 yards from the men they reached into the pouches, brought forth dark balls which they threw at the men. The balls broke and spattered on the armor.
"Charge!"
bawled Lord Fade. The men sprang forward into the mass of first folk, cutting, slashing, killing.
"Kill!"
called Lord Fade in exultation.
"Leave not one alive!"
A pang struck him, a sting inside his armor, followed by another and another. Small things crawled inside the metal, stinging, biting, crawling. He looked about. On all sides were harassed expressions, faces working in anguish. Sword arms fell limp as hands beat on the metal, futilely trying to scratch, rub. Two men suddenly began to tear off their armor.
"Retreat!"
cried Lord Fade.
"Back to the keep!"
The retreat was a rout, the soldiers shedding articles of armor as they ran. After them came a flight of wasps, a dozen or more, and half as many men cried out as the poison prongs struck into their backs. Inside the keep stormed the disorganized company, casting aside the last of their armor, slapping their skin, scratching, rubbing, crushing the ferocious red mites that infested them.
"Close the gates!"
roared Lord Fade. The gates slid shut. Fade Keep was besieged. Chapter 12. During the night, the first folk surrounded the keep, forming a ring 50 yards from the walls. All night there was motion, ghostly shapes coming and going in the starlight. Lord Fade watched from a parapet until midnight, with Hein Huss at his side. Repeatedly he asked, "What of the other keeps? Do they send further reinforcements?" To which Hein Huss each time gave the same reply. "There is confusion and doubt. The keep lords are anxious to help, but do not care to throw themselves away. At this moment they consider and take stock of the situation." Lord Fade at last left the parapet, signaling Hein Huss to follow. He went to his trophy room, threw himself into a chair, motioned Hein Huss to be seated. For a moment he fixed the Jinxman with a cool, calculating stare. Hein Huss bore the appraisal without discomfort. "You are head Jinxman," said Lord Fade finally. "For 20 years you have worked spells, cast hoodoos, performed auguries, more effectively than any other Jinxman of Pangborn. But now I find you inept and listless. Why is this?" "I am neither inept nor listless. I am unable to achieve beyond my abilities. I do not know how to work miracles. For this you must consult my apprentice Sam Salazar, who does not know either, but who earnestly tries every possibility and many impossibilities." "You believe in this nonsense yourself. Before my very eyes you become a mystic." Hein Huss shrugged. "There are limitations to my knowledge. Miracles occur, that we know. The relics of our ancestors lie everywhere. Their methods were supernatural, repellent to our own mental processes. But think. Using these same methods, the first folk threatened to destroy us. In a place of metal, they use living flesh, but the result is similar. The men of Pangborn, if they assemble and accept casualties, can drive the first folk back to Wildwood. But for how long? A year? 10 years? The first folk plant new trees, dig more traps, and presently come forth again, with more terrible weapons. Flying beetles, large as a horse, wasps strong enough to pierce armor, lizards to scale the walls of Fade Keep." Lord Fade pulled at his chin. "And the Jinxmen are helpless. You saw for yourself. Isaac Commodore intruded enough into their consciousness to anger them, no more. So then, what must we do?" Hein Huss held out his hands. "I do not know. I am Hein Huss, Jinxman. I watch Sam Salazar with fascination. He learns nothing, but he is either too stupid or too intelligent to be discouraged. If this is the way to work miracles, he will work them." Lord Fade rose to his feet. "I am deathly tired. I cannot think. I must sleep. Tomorrow we will know more." Hein Huss left the trophy room, returned to the parapet. The ring of first folk seemed closer to the walls, almost within dart range. Behind them and across the moors stretched a long pale column of marching first folk. A little back from the keep a pile of white material began to grow, larger and larger as the night proceeded. Hours passed, the sky lightened, the sun rose in the east. The first folk tramped the downs like ants, bringing long bars of hardened foam down from the north, dropping them into piles around the keep, returning into the north once more. Lord Fade came up on the parapet, haggard and unshaven.
"What is this? What do they do?"
Bernard the sergeant responded.
"They puzzle us all, my lord." "Hein Huss, what of the other keeps?"
"They have armed and mounted. They approach cautiously."
"Can you communicate our urgency?"
"I can, and I have done so. I have only accentuated their caution."
"Bah!" cried Lord Fade in disgust. "Warriors they call themselves, loyal and faithful allies."
"They know of your bitter experience," said Hein Huss. "They ask themselves, reasonably enough, what they can accomplish which you who are already here cannot do first." Lord Fade laughed sourly. "I have no answer for them. In the meantime, we must protect ourselves against the wasps. Armor is useless. They drive us mad with mites. Bernard."
"Yes, Lord Fade."
"Have each of your men construct a frame 2 feet square, fixed with a short handle. To these frames should be sewed a net of heavy mesh. When these frames are built, we will sally forth, 2 soldiers to guard 1 half-armored knight on foot." "In the meantime," said Hein Huss, "the first folk proceed with their plans." Lord Fade turned to watch. The first folk came close up under the walls carrying rods of hardened foam.
"Bernard, put your archers to work. Aim for the heads."
Along the walls, bowmen cocked their weapons. Darts spun down into the first folk. A few were affected, turned, and staggered away. Others plucked away the bolts without concern. Another flight of bolts. A few more first folk were disabled. The others planted the rods in the moss, exuded foam in great gushes, their back flaps vigorously pumping air. Other first folk brought more rods, pushed them into the foam. Entirely around the keep, close under the walls, extended the mound of foam. The ring of first folk now came close, and all gushed foam. It bulked up swiftly. More rods were brought, thrust into the foam, reinforcing and stiffening the mass.
"More darts," barked Lord Fade. "Aim for the heads. Bernard, your men, have they prepared the wasp nets?"
"Not yet, Lord Fade. The project requires some little time." Lord Fade became silent. The foam, now 10 feet high, rapidly piled higher. Lord Fade turned to Hein Huss. "What do they hope to achieve?" Hein Huss shook his head. "For the moment, I am uncertain." The first layer of foam had hardened. On top of this, the first folk spewed another layer, reinforcing again with the rods, crisscrossing, horizontal and vertical. 15 minutes later, when the second layer was hard, the first folk emplaced and mounted rude ladders to raise a third layer. Surrounding the keep now was a ring of foam 30 feet high and 40 feet thick at the base. "Look," said Hein Huss. He pointed up. The parasol roof overhanging the walls ended only 30 feet above the foam. "A few more layers and they will reach the roof." "So then?" asked Lord Fade. "The roof is as strong as the walls." "And we will be sealed within." Lord Fade studied the foam in the light of this new thought. Already the first folk, climbing laboriously up ladders along the outside face of their wall of foam, were preparing to lay on a fourth layer. First, rods stiffened dry, then great gushes of white. Only 20 feet remained between roof and foam. Lord Fade turned to the sergeant. "Prepare the men to sally forth."
"What of the wasp nets, sir?"
"Are they almost finished?"
"Another 10 minutes, sir."
"Another 10 minutes will see us smothering. We must force a passage through the foam." 10 minutes passed, and 15. The first folk created ramps behind their wall, first dozens of the rods, then foam, and on top, to distribute the weight, reed mats. Bernard the sergeant reported to Lord Fade. "We are ready." "Good." Lord Fade descended into the courtyard. He faced the men, gave them their orders. "Move quickly, but stay together. We must not lose ourselves in the foam. As we proceed, slash ahead and to the sides. The first folks see through the foam. They have the advantage of us. When we break through, we use the wasp nets. 2-foot soldiers must guard each knight. Remember, quickly through the foam, that we do not smother. Open the gates." The gates slid back. The troops marched forth. They faced an unbroken blank wall of foam. No enemy could be seen. Lord Fade waved his sword. "Into the foam!" He strode forward, pushed into the white mass, now crisp and brittle and harder than he had bargained for. It resisted him. He cut and hacked. His troops joined him, carving a way into the foam. First folk appeared above them, crawling carefully on the mats. Their back flaps puffed, pumped. Foam issued from their vents, falling in a cascade over the troops. Hein Huss sighed. He spoke to apprentice Sam Salazar. "Now they must retreat, otherwise they smother. If they fail to win through, we all smother." Even as he spoke, the foam, piling up swiftly, in places reached the roof. Below, bellowing and cursing, Lord Fade backed out from under, wiped his face clear. Once again, in desperation, he charged forward, trying at a new spot. The foam was friable and cut easily, but the chunks detached still blocked the opening. And again down tumbled a cascade of foam, covering the soldiers. Lord Fade retreated, waved his men back into the keep. At the same moment, first folk crawling on mats on the same level as the parapet over the gate laid rods up from the foam to rest against the projecting edge of the roof. They gushed foam. The view of the sky was slowly blocked from the view of Hein Huss and Sam Salazar. "In an hour, perhaps 2, we will die," said Hein Huss. "They have now sealed us in. There are many men here in the keep, and all will now breathe deeply." Sam Salazar said nervously, "There is a possibility we might be able to survive, or at least not smother." "Ah?" inquired Hein Huss with heavy sarcasm. "You plan to work a miracle?" "If a miracle, the most trivial sort. I observed that water has no effect on the foam, nor a number of other liquids, milk, spirits, wine, or caustic. Vinegar, however, instantly dissolves the foam." "Aha," said Hein Huss. "We must inform Lord Fade." "Better that you do so," said Sam Salazar. "He will pay me no heed." Chapter 13. Half an hour passed. Light filtered into Fade Keep only as a dim gray gloom. Air tasted flat, damp, and heavy. Out from the gates sallied the troops. Each carried a crock, a jug, a skin, or a pan containing strong vinegar. "Quickly now," called Lord Fade. "But careful. Spare the vinegar. Don't throw it wildly. In close formation now. Forward." The soldiers approached the wall, threw ladles of vinegar ahead. The foam crackled, melted. "Waste no vinegar," shouted Lord Fade. "Forward, quickly now. Bring forward the vinegar." Minutes later they burst out upon the downs. The first folk stared at them, blinking. "Charge!" croaked Lord Fade, his throat thick with fumes. "Mind now, wasp nets! 2 soldiers to each knight! Charge, double quick! Kill the white beasts!" The men dashed ahead. Wasp tubes were leveled. "Halt!" yelled Lord Fade. "Wasps!" The wasps came, wings rasping. Nets rose up. Wasps struck with a thud. Down went the nets. Hard feet crushed the insects. The beetles and the lizard centipedes appeared, not so many as of the last evening, for a great number had been killed. They darted forward, and a score of men died, but the insects were soon hacked into chunks of reeking brown flesh. Wasps flew, and some struck home. The agonies of the dying men were unnerving. Presently the wasps likewise decreased in number, and soon there were no more. The men faced the first folk, armed only with thorn swords and their foam, which now came purple with rage. Lord Fade waved his sword. The men advanced and began to kill the first folk, by dozens, by hundreds. Hein Huss came forth and approached Lord Fade. "Call a halt." "A halt? Why? Now we kill these bestial things." "Far better not. Neither need kill the other. Now is the time to show great wisdom." "They have besieged us, caught us in their traps, stung us with their wasps, and you say halt?" "They nourish a grudge 1,600 years old. Best not to add another one." Lord Fade stared at Hein Huss. "What do you propose?" "Peace between the 2 races. Peace and cooperation." "Very well. No more traps.
No more plantings, no more breeding of deadly insects. Call back your men. I will try.
Lord Fade cried out,
Men, fall back! Disengage!
Reluctantly, the troops drew back. Heinhus approached the huddled mass of purple foaming first folk. He waited a moment. They watched him intently. He spoke in their language. You have attacked Fade Keep. You have been defeated. You planned well, but we have proved stronger. At this moment we can kill you. Then we can go on to fire the forest, starting 100 blazes. Some of the fires you can control, others not. We can destroy wildwood. Some first folk may survive, to hide in the thickets and breed new plans to kill men. This we do not want. Lord Fade has agreed to peace, if you likewise agree. This means no more death traps. Men will freely approach and pass through the forests. In your turn you may freely come out on the moss. Neither race shall molest the other. Which do you choose? Extinction or peace? The purple foam no longer dribbled from the vents of the first folk. We choose peace. There must be no more wasps, beetles. The death traps must be disarmed and never replaced. We agree. In our turn we must be allowed freedom of the moss. Agreed. Remove your dead and wounded. Haul away the foam rods. Heinhus returned to Lord Fade. They have chosen peace. Lord Fade nodded. Very well. It is for the best. He called to his men. Sheathe your weapons. We have won a great victory. He ruefully surveyed Fade Keep, swathed in foam and invisible except for the parasol roof. 100 barrels of vinegar will not be enough. Heinhus looked off into the sky. Your allies approach quickly. Their jinxmen have told them of your victory. Lord Fade laughed his sour laugh. To my allies will fall the task of removing the foam from Fade Keep. Chapter 14. In the hall of Fade Keep, during the victory banquet, Lord Fade called jovially across to Heinhus. Now, head jinxman, we must deal with your apprentice, the idler and the waster Sam Salazar. He is here, Lord Fade. Rise, Sam Salazar, take cognizance of the honor being done you. Sam Salazar rose to his feet, bowed. Lord Fade proffered him a cup. Drink, Sam Salazar. Enjoy yourself. I freely admit that your idiotic tinkerings saved the lives of us all. Sam Salazar, we salute you, and thank you. Now, I trust that you will put frivolity aside, apply yourself to your work, and learn honest jinxmanship. When the time comes, I promise that you shall find a lifetime of employment at Fade Keep. Thank you, said Sam Salazar modestly. However, I doubt if I will become a jinxman. No? You have other plans? Sam Salazar stuttered, grew faintly pink in the face, then straightened himself, spoke as clearly and distinctly as he could. I prefer to continue what you call my frivolity. I hope I can persuade others to join me. Frivolity is always attractive, said Lord Fade. No doubt you can find other idlers and wasters, runaway farm boys and the like. Sam Salazar said staunchly, This frivolity might become serious. Undoubtedly, the ancients were barbarians. They used symbols to control entities they were unable to understand. We are methodical and rational. Why can't we systematize and comprehend the ancient miracles? Well, why can't we? Asked Lord Fade. Does anyone have an answer? No one responded, although Isaac Commodore hissed between his teeth and shook his head. I personally may never be able to work miracles. I suspect it is more complicated than it seems, said Sam Salazar. However, I hope that you will arrange for a workshop where I and others who might share my views can make a beginning. In this matter, I have the encouragement and the support of head jinxman Heinhus. Lord Fade lifted his goblet. Very well, apprentice Sam Salazar. Tonight I can refuse you nothing. You shall have exactly what you wish, and good luck to you. Perhaps you will produce a miracle during my lifetime. Isaac Commodore said huskily to Hein Huss.
"This is a sad event. It signalizes intellectual anarchy, the degradation of jinxmanship, the prostitution of logic. Novelty has a way of attracting youth. Already I see apprentices and spellbinders whispering in excitement. The jinxmen of the future will be sorry affairs. How will they go about demon possession? With a cog, a gear, and a push-button. How will they cast a hoodoo? They will find it easier to strike their victim with an axe."
"Times change," said Hein Huss. "There is now the one rule of fate on Pangborn, and the keeps no longer need to employ us. Perhaps I will join Sam Salazar in his workshop."
"You depict a depressing future," said Isaac Commodore with a sniff of disgust.
"There are many futures, some of which are undoubtedly depressing." Lord Fade raised his glass. "To the best of your many futures, Hein Huss. Who knows? Sam Salazar may conjure a spaceship to lead us back to home planet."
"Who knows?" said Hein Huss.
He raised his goblet. "To the best of the futures." Afterward to the miracle workers. Strange things happen. Almost everyone has had some sort of brush with the paranormal, even the most resistant and skeptical of persons. The range of events is wide and only roughly amenable to classification. In olden times, angels and demons were held responsible. To date, no one has produced a more reasonable explanation. Phenomena such as telepathy and poltergeists may well be manifestations of different and distinct principles. There may be 2, 3, 4, or more such realms of knowledge, each at least as rich and intricate as physics or astronomy. There is little systematic study. Conventional scientists shy away from the field because they are in fact conventional, because they fear to compromise their careers, because the subject is difficult to get a grip on, because scientists are as susceptible to awe and eeriness as anyone else. So, the mysteries persist, the lore accumulates, and we know for sure no more than our remote ancestors, if as much. The Miracle Workers has a definite psionic orientation, and makes at least a superficial inquiry into certain aspects and implications of telekinesis and demon possession. I can't pretend to offer enlightenment, there isn't any to be had. The story, in any event, was not conceived as an argumentative vehicle, but simply reflects my own fascination with the vast and wonderful reaches of the unknown. Jack Vance, 1970. Guyal of Sfere. Guyal of Sfere had been born one apart from his fellows, and early proved a source of vexation for his sire. Normal in outward configuration, there existed within his mind a void which ached for nourishment. It was as if a spell had been cast upon his birth, a harassment visited on the child in a spirit of sardonic mockery, so that every occurrence, no matter how trifling, became a source of wonder and amazement. Even as young as 4 seasons, he was expounding such inquiries as, "Why do squares have more sides than triangles? How will we see when the sun goes dark? Do flowers grow under the ocean? Do stars hiss and sizzle when rain comes by night?" To which his impatient sire gave such answers as, "So it was ordained by the Pragmatica. Squares and triangles must obey the rote. We will be forced to grope and feel our way. I have never verified this matter. Only the curator would know. By no means, since the stars are high above the rain, higher even than the highest clouds, and swim in rarefied air where rain will never breed." As Guyal grew to youth, this void in his mind, instead of becoming limp and waxy, seemed to throb with a more violent ache. And so he asked, "Why do people die when they are killed? Where does beauty vanish when it goes? How long have men lived on earth? What is beyond the sky?" To which his sire, biting acerbity back from his lips, would respond, "Death is the heritage of life. A man's vitality is like air in a bladder. Point this bubble, and away, away, away flees life, like the color of fading dream. Beauty is a luster which love bestows to guile the eye. Therefore it may be said that only when the brain is without love will the eye look and see no beauty. Some say men rose from the earth like grubs in a corpse. Others aver that the first men desired residence and so created earth by sorcery. The question is shrouded in technicality. Only the curator may answer with exactness." an endless waste. And Guyal pondered and postulated, proposed and expounded, until he found himself the subject of surreptitious humor. The domain was visited by a rumor that a Gleft, coming upon Guyal's mother in labor, had stolen part of Guyal's brain, which deficiency he now industriously sought to restore. Guyal therefore drew himself apart and roamed the grassy hills of Sfere in solitude. But ever was his mind acquisitive, ever did he seek to exhaust the lore of all around him, until at last his father in vexation refused to hear further inquiries, declaring that all knowledge had been known, that the trivial and useless had been discarded, leaving a residue which was all that was necessary to a sound man. At this time Guyal was in his first manhood, a slight but well-knit youth with wide, clear eyes, a penchant for severely elegant dress, and a hidden trouble which showed itself in the clamps at the corner of his mouth. Hearing his father's angry statement, Guyal said, "One more question, then I ask no more." "Speak," declared his father. "One more question I grant you." "You have often referred me to the curator. Who is he, and where may I find him, so as to allay my ache for knowledge?" A moment the father scrutinized the son, whom he now considered past the verge of madness. Then he responded in a quiet voice. "The curator guards the Museum of Man, which antique legend places in the land of the falling wall, beyond the mountains of Fair Aquila and north of Ascolace. It is not certain that either curator or museum still exist. Still, it would seem that if the curator knows all things, as is the legend, then surely he would know the wizardly foil to death." Guyal said, "I would seek the curator and the Museum of Man, that I likewise may know all things." The father said with patience, "I will bestow on you my fine white horse, my expansible egg for your shelter, my scintillant dagger to illuminate the night. In addition, I lay a blessing along the trail, and danger will slide you by so long as you never wander from the trail." Guyal quelled the 100 new questions at his tongue, including an inquisition as to where his father had learned these manifestations of sorcery, and accepted the gifts, the horse, the magic shelter, the dagger with the luminous pommel, and the blessing to guard him from the disadvantageous circumstances which plagued travelers along the dim trails of Ascolace. He caparisoned the horse, honed the dagger, cast a last glance around the old manse at Sfere, and set forth to the north, with the void in his mind athrob for the soothing pressure of knowledge. He ferried the river Scom on an old barge. Aboard the barge, and so off the trail, the blessing lost its puissance, and the barge-tender, who coveted Guyal's rich accoutrements, sought to cudgel him with a knoblolly. Guyal fended off the blow and kicked the man into the murky deep, where he drowned. Mounting the north bank of the Scom, he saw ahead the Porphyron Scar, the dark poplars and white columns of Cayenne, the dull gleam of San Real Bay. Wandering the crumbled streets, he put the languid inhabitants such a spate of questions that one in wry jocularity commended him to a professional augur. This one dwelled in a booth painted with the signs of the Omoclo-Pelastianic cabal. He was a lank brown man with red-rimmed eyes and a stained white beard. "What are your fees?" inquired Guyal cautiously. "I respond to 3 questions," stated the augur. "For 20 terces, I phrase the answer in clear and actionable language. For 10, I use the language of cant, which occasionally admits of ambiguity. For 5, I speak a parable, which you must interpret as you will. And for 1 terce, I babble in an unknown tongue." "First I must inquire, how profound is your knowledge?" "I know all," responded the augur. "The secrets of red and the secrets of black, the lost spells of Grand Mothalam, the way of the fish and the voice of the bird." "And where have you learned all these things?" "By pure induction," explained the augur. "I retire into my booth, I closet myself with never a glint of light, and so sequestered, I resolve the profundities of the world." "With all this precious knowledge at hand," ventured Guyal, "why do you live so meagerly, with not an ounce of fat to your frame and these miserable rags to your back?" The augur stood back in fury. Go along, go along! Already I have wasted 50 terces of wisdom on you.
who have never a copper to your pouch. If you desire free enlightenment," and he cackled in mirth, "seek out the curator." And he sheltered himself in his booth. Guyal took lodging for the night, and in the morning continued north. The ravaged acres of the old town passed to his left, and the trail took to the fabulous forest. For many a day Guyal rode north, and, heedful of danger, held to the trail. By night he surrounded himself and his horse in his magical habiliment, the expansible egg, a membrane impermeable to thew, claw, ensorcelment, pressure, sound, and chill, and so rested at ease despite the efforts of the avid creatures of the dark. The great dull globe of the sun fell behind him, the days became wan and the nights bitter, and at last the crags of fair Aquila showed as a tracing on the north horizon. The forest had become lower and less dense, and the characteristic tree was the deobado, a rounded massy construction of heavy gnarled branches, these a burnished russet bronze, clumped with dark balls of foliage. Beside a giant of the species, Guyal came upon a village of turf huts. A gaggle of surly louts appeared and surrounded him with expressions of curiosity. Guyal, no less than the villagers, had questions to ask, but none would speak till the hetman strode up, a burly man who wore a shaggy fur hat, a cloak of brown fur, and a bristling beard, so that it was hard to see where one ended and the other began. He exuded a rancid odor which displeased Guyal, who, from motives of courtesy, kept his distaste concealed. "Where go you?" asked the hetman. "I wish to cross the mountains to the Museum of Man," said Guyal. "Which way does the trail lead?" The hetman pointed out a notch on the silhouette of the mountains. "There is Omona Gap, which is the shortest and best route, though there is no trail. None comes and none goes, since when you pass the gap, you walk an unknown land. And with no traffic, there manifestly need be no trail." The news did not cheer Guyal. "How then is it known that Omona Gap is on the way to the museum?" The hetman shrugged. "Such is our tradition." Guyal turned his head at a hoarse snuffling and saw a pen of woven wattles. In a litter of filth and matted straw stood a number of hulking men 8 or 9 feet tall. They were naked, with shocks of dirty yellow hair and watery blue eyes. They had waxy faces and expressions of crass stupidity. As Guyal watched, one of them ambled to a trough and noisily began gulping gray mash. Guyal said, "What manner of things are these?" The hetman blinked in amusement at Guyal's naivete. "Those are our oasts, naturally," and he gestured in disapprobation at Guyal's white horse. "Never have I seen a stranger oast than the one you bestride. Ours carry us easier and appear to be less vicious. In addition, no flesh is more delicious than oast properly braised and kettled." Standing close, he fondled the metal of Guyal's saddle and the red and yellow embroidered quilt. "Your deckings, however, are rich and of superb quality. I will therefore bestow you my large and weighty oast in return for this creature with its accoutrements." Guyal politely declared himself satisfied with his present mount, and the hetman shrugged his shoulders. A horn sounded. The hetman looked about, then turned back to Guyal. "Food is prepared. Will you eat?" Guyal glanced toward the oast pen. "I am not presently hungry, and I must hasten forward. However, I am grateful for your kindness." He departed. As he passed under the arch of the great deobado, he turned to glance back toward the village. There seemed an unwonted activity among the huts. Remembering the hetman's covetous touch at his saddle, and aware that no longer did he ride the protected trail, Guyal urged his horse forward and pounded fast under the trees. As he neared the foothills, the forest dwindled to a savanna, floored with a dull, jointed grass that creaked under the horse's hooves. Guyal glanced up and down the plain. The sun, old and red as an autumn pomegranate, wallowed in the southwest. The light across the plain was dim and watery. The mountains presented a curiously artificial aspect, like a tableau planned for the effect of eerie desolation. Guyal glanced once again at the sun. Another hour of light, then the dark night of the latter-day earth. Guyal twisted in the saddle, looked behind him, feeling lone, solitary, vulnerable. 4 oasts, carrying men on their shoulders,
came trotting from the forest. Sighting Guyal, they broke into a lumbering run. With a crawling skin, Guyal wheeled his horse and eased the reins, and the white horse loped across the plain toward Amona Gap. Behind came the Oasts, bestraddled by the fur-cloaked villagers. As the sun touched the horizon, another forest ahead showed as an indistinct line of murk. Guyal looked back to his pursuers, bounding now a mile behind, turned his gaze back to the forest. An ill place to ride by night. The darkling foliage loomed above him. He passed under the first gnarled boughs. If the Oasts were unable to sniff out a trail, they might now be eluded. He changed directions, turned once, twice, a third time, then stood his horse to listen. Far away, a crashing in the brake reached his ears. Guyal dismounted, led the horse into a deep hollow where a bank of foliage made a screen. Presently the four men on their hulking Oasts passed in the afterglow above him, black double shapes in attitudes suggestive of ill temper and disappointment. The thud and pad of feet dwindled and died. The horse moved restlessly. The foliage rustled. A damp air passed down the hollow and chilled the back of Guyal's neck. Darkness rose from old earth like ink in a basin. Guyal shivered. Best to ride away through the forest, away from the dour villagers and their numb mounts. Away. He turned his horse up to the height where the four had passed and sat listening. Far down the wind he heard a hoarse call. Turning in the opposite direction, he let the horse choose its own path. Branches and boughs knit patterns on the fading purple over him. The air smelt of moss and dank mold. The horse stopped short. Guyal, tensing in every muscle, leaned a little forward, head twisted, listening. There was a feel of danger on his cheek. The air was still, uncanny. His eyes could plumb not 10 feet into the black. Somewhere near was death, grinding, roaring death, to come as a sudden shock. Sweating cold, afraid to stir a muscle, he forced himself to dismount. Stiffly he slid from the saddle, brought forth the expansible egg, and flung it around his horse and himself. Ah, now. Guyal released the pressure of his breath. Safety. Wan red light slanted through the branches from the east. Guyal's breath steamed in the air when he emerged from the egg. After a handful of dried fruit for himself and a sack of meal for the horse, he mounted and set out toward the mountains. The forest passed, and Guyal rode out on an upland. He scanned the line of mountains. Suffused with rose sunlight, the gray, sage-green, dark-green range rambled far to the west toward the Melantine, far to the east into the falling wall country. Where was Amona Gap? Guyal of Sfere searched in vain for the notch which had been visible from the village of the fur-cloaked murderers. He frowned and turned his eyes up the height of the mountains. Weathered by the rains of Earth's duration, the slopes were easy, and the crags rose like the stumps of rotten teeth. Guyal turned his horse uphill and rode the trackless slope into the mountains of fair Aquila. Guyal of Sfere had lost his way in a land of wind and naked crags. As night came, he slouched numbly in the saddle while his horse took him where it would. Somewhere the ancient way through Amona Gap led to the northern tundra, but now, under a chilly overcast, north, east, south, and west were alike under the lavender metal sky. Guyal reined his horse, and, rising in the saddle, searched the landscape. The crags rose, tall, remote. The ground was barren of all but clumps of dry shrub. He slumped back in the saddle, and his white horse jogged forward. Head bowed to the wind rode Guyal, and the mountains slanted along the twilight like the skeleton of a fossil god. The horse halted, and Guyal found himself at the brink of a wide valley. The wind had died. The valley was quiet. Guyal leaned forward, staring. Below spread a dark and lifeless city. Mist blew along the streets, and the afterglow fell dull on slate roofs. The horse snorted and scraped the stony ground. "A strange town," said Guyal, "with no lights, no sound, no smell of smoke. Doubtless an abandoned ruin from ancient times." He debated descending to the streets. At times the old ruins were haunted by peculiar distillations, but such a ruin might be joined to the tundra by a trail. With this thought in mind, he started his horse down the slope. He entered the town, and the hooves rang loud and sharp on the cobbles. The buildings were framed of stone and dark mortar and seemed in uncommonly good preservation. A few lintels had cracked and sagged, a few walls gaped open, but for the most part the stone houses had successfully met the gnaw of time. Guyal scented smoke. Did people live here still? He would proceed with caution. Before a building which seemed to be a hostelry, flowers bloomed in an urn. Guyal reined his horse and reflected that flowers were rarely cherished by persons of hostile disposition. "Hello," he called. Once, twice. No heads peered from the doors. No orange flicker brightened the windows. Guyal slowly turned and rode on. The street widened and twisted toward a large hall, where Guyal saw a light. The building had a high facade, broken by 4 large windows, each of which had its 2 blinds of patterned bronze filigree, and each overlooked a small balcony. A marble balustrade fronting the terrace shimmered bone white, and behind, the hall's portal of massive wood stood slightly ajar. From here came the beam of light, and also a strain of music. Guyal of Sfere, halting, gazed not at the house, nor at the light through the door. He dismounted and bowed to the young woman who sat pensively along the course of the balustrade. Though it was very cold, she wore but a simple gown, yellow-orange, a daffodil's color. Topaz hair fell loose to her shoulders, and gave her face a cast of gravity and thoughtfulness. As Guyal straightened from his greeting, the woman nodded, smiled slightly, and absently fingered the hair by her cheek. "A bitter night for travelers." "A bitter night for musing on the stars," responded Guyal. She smiled again. "I am not cold. I sit and dream. I listen to the music." "What place is this?" inquired Guyal, looking up the street, down the street, and once more to the girl. "Are there any here but yourself?" "This is Carchesel," said the girl, "abandoned by all 10,000 years ago. Only I and my aged uncle live here, finding this place a refuge from the saponids of the tundra." Guyal thought, this woman may or may not be a witch. "You are cold and weary," said the girl, "and I keep you standing in the street." She rose to her feet. "Our hospitality is yours." "Which I gladly accept," said Guyal. "But first I must stable my horse." "He will be content in the house yonder. We have no stable." Guyal, following her finger, saw a low stone building with a door opening into blackness. He took the white horse thither and removed the bridle and saddle. Then, standing in the doorway, he listened to the music he had noted before, the piping of a weird and ancient air. "Strange, strange," he muttered, stroking the horse's muzzle. "The uncle plays music, the girl stares alone at the stars of the night." He considered a moment. "I may be over-suspicious. If witch she be, there is naught to be gained from me. If they be simple refugees, as she says, and lovers of music, they may enjoy the airs from Ascalais. It will repay in some measure their hospitality." He reached into his saddlebag, brought forth his flute, and tucked it inside his jerkin. He ran back to where the girl awaited him. "You have not told me your name," she reminded him, "that I may introduce you to my uncle." "I am Guyal of Sfere, by the river Scam in Ascalais. And you?" She smiled, pushing the portal wider. Warm yellow light fell into the cobbled street. "I have no name. I need none. There has never been any but my uncle, and when he speaks there is no one to answer but I." Guyal stared in astonishment. Then, deeming his wonder too apparent for courtesy, he controlled his expression. Perhaps she suspected him of wizardry and feared to pronounce her name lest he make magic with it. They entered a flagged hall, and the sound of piping grew louder. "I will call you Ameth, if I may," said Guyal. "That is a flower of the south, as golden and kind and fragrant as you seem to be." She nodded. "You may call me Ameth." They entered a tapestry-hung chamber, large and warm. A great fire glowed at one wall, and here stood a table bearing food. On a bench sat the musician, an old man, untidy, unkempt. His white hair hung tangled down his back. His beard, in no better case, was dirty and yellow. He wore a ragged kirtle, by no means clean, and the leather of his sandals had broken into dry cracks. Strangely, he did not take the flute from his mouth, but kept up his piping, and the girl in yellow, so Guyal noted, seemed to move in rhythm to the tones. "Uncle Ludowick," she cried in a gay voice, "I bring you a guest, Sir Guyal of Sfere." Guyal looked into the man's face and wondered. The eyes, though somewhat rheumy with age, were gray and bright, feverishly bright and intelligent, and, so Guyal thought, awake with a strange joy. This joy further puzzled Guyal, for the lines of the face indicated nothing other than years of misery. "Perhaps you play?" inquired Ameth. "My uncle is a great musician, and this is his time for music. He has kept the routine for many years." She turned and smiled at Ludowick the musician. Guyal nodded politely. Ameth motioned to the bounteous table. "Eat, Guyal, and I will pour you wine. Afterwards, perhaps you will play the flute for us." "Gladly," said Guyal, and he noticed how the joy on Ludowick's face grew more apparent, quivering around the corners of his mouth. He ate, and Ameth poured him golden wine until his head went to reeling. And never did Ludowick cease his piping, now a tender melody of running water, again a grave tune that told of the lost ocean to the west, another time a simple melody such as a child might sing at his games. Guyal noted with wonder how Ameth fitted her mood to the music, grave and gay as the music led her. Strange, thought Guyal. But then, people thus isolated were apt to develop peculiar mannerisms, and they seemed kindly withal. He finished his meal and stood erect, steadying himself against the table. Ludowick was playing a lilting tune, a melody of glass birds swinging round and round on a red string in the sunlight. Ameth came dancing over to him and stood close, very close, and he smelled the warm perfume of her loose golden hair. Her face was happy and wild. Peculiar how Ludowick watched so grimly, and yet without a word. Perhaps he misdoubted a stranger's intent. Still. "Now," breathed Ameth, "perhaps you will play the flute. You are so strong and young." Then she said quickly, as she saw Guyal's eyes widen, "I mean you will play on the flute for old Uncle Ludowick, and he will be happy and go off to bed, and then we will sit and talk far into the night." "Gladly will I play the flute," said Guyal. Curse the tongue of his, at once so fluent and yet so numb. It was the wine. "Gladly will I play. I am accounted quite skilful at my home manse at Sfere." He glanced at Ludowick, then stared at the expression of crazy gladness he had surprised. Marvelous that a man should be so fond of music. "Then, play," breathed Ameth, urging him a little toward Ludowick and the flute. "Perhaps," suggested Guyal, "I had better wait till your uncle pauses. I would seem discourteous. No, as soon as you indicate that you wish to play, he will let off. Merely take the flute. You see," she confided, "he is rather deaf." "Very well," said Guyal, "except that I have my own flute." And he brought it out from under his jerkin. "Why, what is the matter?" For a startling change had come over the girl and the old man. A quick light had risen in her eyes, and Ludowick's strange gladness had gone, and there was but dull hopelessness in his eyes, stupid resignation. Guyal slowly stood back, bewildered. "Do you not wish me to play?" There was a pause. "Of course," said Ameth, young and charming once more. "But I'm sure that Uncle Ludowick would enjoy hearing you play his flute. He is accustomed to the pitch. Another scale might be unfamiliar." Ludowick nodded, and hope again shone in the rheumy old eyes. It was indeed a fine flute, Guyal saw, a rich piece of white metal, chased and set with gold, and Ludowick clutched this flute as if he would never let go. "Take the flute," suggested Ameth. "He will not mind in the least." Ludowick shook his head to signify the absence of his objections, but Guyal, noting with distaste the long stained beard, also shook his head. I can play any scale, any tone on my flute. There is no need for me to use that of your uncle and possibly distress him. Listen." And he raised his instrument. "Here is a song of Cain, called The Opal, the Pearl, and the Peacock." He put the pipe to his lips and began to play, very skillfully indeed, and Ludowick followed him, filling in gaps, making chords. Emeth, forgetting her vexation, listened with eyes half closed, and moved her arm to the rhythm. "Did you enjoy that?" asked Guyal when he had finished. "Very much. Perhaps you would try it on Uncle Ludowick's flute? It is a fine flute to play, very soft and easy to the breath." "No," said Guyal with sudden obstinacy. "I am able to play only my own instrument." He blew again, and it was a dance of the festival, a quirking carnival air. Ludowick, playing with supernal skill, ran merry phrases as might fit, and Emeth, carried away by the rhythm, danced a dance of her own, a merry step in time to the music. Guyal played a wild tarantella of the peasant folk, and Emeth danced wilder and faster, flung her arms, wheeled, jerked her head in a fine display. And Ludowick's flute played a brilliant obligato, hurtling over, now under, chording, veering, warping little silver strings of sound around Guyal's melody, adding urgent little grace phrases. Ludowick's eyes now clung to the whirling figure of the dancing girl. And suddenly he struck up a theme of his own, a tune of wildest abandon, of a frenzied beating rhythm, and Guyal, carried away by the force of the music, blew as he had never blown before, invented trills and runs, gyrating arpeggios, blew high and shrill, loud and fast and clear. It was as nothing to Ludowick's music. His eyes were starting, sweat streamed from his seamed old forehead. His flute tore the air into quivering ecstatic shreds. Emeth danced frenzy. She was no longer beautiful. She appeared grotesque and unfamiliar. The music became something more than the senses could bear. Guyal's own vision turned pink and gray. He saw Emeth fall in a faint, in a foaming fit, and Ludowick, fiery-eyed, staggered erect, hobbled to her body, and began a terrible, intense concord, slow measures of most solemn and frightening meaning. Ludowick played death. Guyal of Sfere turned and ran wide-eyed from the hall. Ludowick, never noticing, continued his terrible piping, played as if every note were a skewer through the twitching girl's shoulder blades. Guyal ran through the night, and cold air bit at him like sleet. He burst into the shed, and the white horse softly nickered at him. On with the saddle, on with the bridle, away down the streets of old Carchesel, past the gaping black windows, ringing down the starlit cobbles, away from the music of death. Guyal of Sfere galloped up the mountain with the stars in his face, and not until he came to the shoulder did he turn in the saddle to look back. The verging of dawn trembled into the stony valley. Where was Carchesel? There was no city, only a crumble of ruins. Hark! A far sound? No, all was silence. And yet, no, only crumbled stones in the floor of the valley. Guyal, fixed of eye, turned and went his way, along the trail which stretched north before him. The walls of the defile which led the trail were steep gray granite, stained scarlet and black by lichen, mildewed blue. The horse's hooves made a hollow clop, clop, clop on the stone, loud to Guyal's ears, hypnotic to his brain, and after the sleepless night he found his frame sagging. His eyes grew dim and warm with drowsiness, but the trail ahead led to unseen vistas, and the void in Guyal's brain drove him without surcease. The lassitude became such that Guyal slipped halfway from his saddle. Rousing himself, he resolved to round one more bend in the trail and then take rest. The rock beetled above and hid the sky where the sun had passed the zenith. The trail twisted around a shoulder of rock. Ahead shone a patch of indigo heaven. One more turning, Guyal told himself. The defile fell open, the mountains were at his back, and he looked out across 100 miles of steppe. It was a land shaded with subtle colors, washed with delicate shadows, fading and melting into the lurid haze at the horizon. He saw a lone eminence cloaked by a dark company of trees, the glisten of a lake at its foot. To the other side, a ranked mass of gray-white ruins was barely discernible. The Museum of Man? After a moment of vacillation, Guyal dismounted and sought sleep within the expansible egg. The sun rolled in sad, sumptuous majesty behind the mountains. Murk fell across the tundra. Guyal awoke and refreshed himself in a rill nearby. Giving meal to his horse, he ate dry fruit and bread. Then he mounted and rode down the trail. The plain spread vastly north before him into desolation. The mountains lowered black above and behind. A slow, cold breeze blew in his face. Gloom deepened. The plain sank from sight like a drowned land. Hesitant before the murk, Guyal reined his horse. Better, he thought, to ride in the morning. If he lost the trail in the dark, who could tell what he might encounter? A mournful sound. Guyal stiffened and turned his face to the sky. A sigh, a moan, a sob. Another sound, closer, the rustle of cloth, a loose garment. Guyal cringed into his saddle. Floating slowly down through the darkness came a shape robed in white. Under the cowl and glowing with ear light looked a drawn face with eyes like the holes in a skull. It breathed its sad sound and drifted away on high. There was only the blow of the wind past Guyal's ears. He drew a shuddering breath and slumped against the pommel. His shoulders felt exposed, naked. He slipped to the ground and established the shelter of the egg about himself and his horse. Preparing his pallet, he lay himself down. Presently, as he lay staring into the dark, sleep came on him, and so the night passed. He awoke before dawn and once more set forth. The trail was a ribbon of white sand between banks of gray firs, and the miles passed swiftly. The trail led toward the tree-clothed eminence Guyal had noted from above. Now he thought to see roofs through the heavy foliage and smoke on the sharp air. And presently to right and left spread cultivated fields of spikenard, callow, and mead-apple. Guyal continued with eyes watchful for men. To one side appeared a fence of stone and black timber. The stone chiseled and hewn to the semblance of 4 globes beaded on a central pillar. The black timbers which served as rails fitted in sockets and carved in precise spirals. Behind this fence, a region of bare earth lay churned, pitted, cratered, burnt, and wrenched, as if visited at once by fire and the blow of a tremendous hammer. In wondering speculation, Guyal gazed, and so did not notice the 3 men who came quietly upon him. The horse started nervously. Guyal, turning, saw the 3. They barred his road, and one held the bridle of his horse. They were tall, well-formed men, wearing tight suits of somber leather bordered with black. Their headgear was heavy maroon cloth crumpled in precise creases, and leather flaps extended horizontally over each ear. Their faces were long and solemn, with clear golden ivory skin, golden eyes, and jet-black hair. Clearly they were not savages. They moved with a silky control. They eyed Guyal with critical appraisal. Their garb implied the discipline of an ancient convention. The leader stepped forward. His expression was neither threat nor welcome. "Greetings, stranger. Whither bound?" "Greetings," replied Guyal cautiously. "I go as my star directs. You are the Saponids?" "That is our race, and before you is our town Sapance." He inspected Guyal with frank curiosity. "By the color of your custom, I suspect your home to be in the south." "I am Guyal of Sfere, by the river Scom in Ascolace." "The way is long," observed the Saponid. "Terrors beset the traveler. Your impulse must be most intense, and your star must draw with fervent allure." "I come," said Guyal, "on a pilgrimage for the ease of my spirit. The road seems short when it attains its end." The Saponid offered polite acquiescence. "Then you have crossed the fair Aquilas?" "Indeed, through cold wind and desolate stone." Guyal glanced back at the looming mass. "Only yesterday at nightfall did I leave the gap, and then a ghost hovered above till I thought the grave was marking me for its own." He paused in surprise. His words seemed to have released a powerful emotion in the Saponids. Their features lengthened. Their mouths grew white and clenched. The leader, his polite detachment a trifle diminished, searched the sky with ill-concealed apprehension. A ghost. In a white garment, thus and so, floating on high? Yes. Is it a known familiar of the region? There was a pause. In a certain sense, said the Sapinid, it is a signal of woe. But I interrupt your tale. There is little to tell. I took shelter for the night, and this morning I fared down to the plain. Were you not molested further? By Coolbaugh the walking serpent, who ranges the slopes like fate? I saw neither walking serpent nor crawling lizard. Further, a blessing protects my trail, and I come to no harm so long as I keep my course. Interesting, interesting. Now, said Guyal, permit me to inquire of you, since there is much I would learn. What is this ghost, and what evil does he commemorate? You ask beyond my certain knowledge, replied the Sapinid cautiously. Of this ghost it is well not to speak, lest our attention reinforce his malignity. As you will, replied Guyal. Perhaps you will instruct me. He caught his tongue. Before inquiring for the Museum of Man, it would be wise to learn in what regard the Sapinids held it, lest, learning his interest, they seek to prevent him from knowledge. Yes, inquired the Sapinid. What is your lack? Guyal indicated the seared area behind the fence of stone and timber. What is the portent of this devastation? The Sapinid stared across the area with a blank expression and shrugged. It is one of the ancient places. So much is known, no more. Death lingers here, and no creature may venture across the place without succumbing to a most malicious magic which raises virulence and angry sores. Here is where those whom we kill are sent. But away. You will desire to rest and refresh yourself at Sapans. Come, we will guide you. He turned down the trail toward the town, and Guyal, finding neither words nor reasons to reject the idea, urged his horse forward. As they approached the tree-shrouded hill, the trail widened to a road. To the right hand, the lake drew close, behind low banks of purple reeds. Here were docks built of heavy black balks, and boats rocked to the wind-feathered ripples. They were built in the shape of sickles, with bow and stern curving high from the water. Up into the town, and the houses were hewn timber, ranging in tone from golden brown to weathered black. The construction was intricate and ornate, the walls rising 3 stories to steep gables overhanging front and back. Pillars and piers were carved with complex designs, meshing ribbons, tendrils, leaves, lizards, and the like. The screens which guarded the windows were likewise carved, with foliage patterns, animal faces, radiant stars, rich textures in the mellow wood. It was clear that much expressiveness had been expended on the carving. Up the steep lane, under the gloom cast by the trees, past the houses half hidden by the foliage, and the Sapinids of Sapans came forth to stare. They moved quietly and spoke in low voices, and their garments were of an elegance Guyal had not expected to see on the northern steppe. His guide halted and turned to Guyal. Will you oblige me by waiting till I report to the voyevode, that he may prepare a suitable reception? The request was framed in candid words and with guileless eyes. Guyal thought to perceive ambiguity in the phrasing, but since the hooves of his horse were planted in the center of the road, and since he did not propose leaving the road, Guyal assented with an open face. The Sapinid disappeared, and Guyal sat musing on the pleasant town perched so high above the plain. A group of girls approached to glance at Guyal with curious eyes. Guyal returned the inspection, and now found a puzzling lack about their persons, a discrepancy which he could not instantly identify. They wore graceful garments of woven wool, striped and dyed various colors. They were supple and slender, and seemed not lacking in coquetry. And yet... The Sapinid returned. Now, Sir Guyal, may we proceed? Guyal, endeavoring to remove any flavor of suspicion from his words, said, You will understand, Sir Sapinid, that by the very nature of my father's blessing I dare not leave the delineated course of the trail, for then instantly I would become liable to any curse, which, placed on me along the way, might be seeking just such occasion for leeching close on my soul. The Sapinid made an understanding gesture.
Naturally, you follow a sound principle. Let me reassure you, I but conduct you to a reception by the voyevode, who even now hastens to the plaza to greet a stranger from the far south.
Guyal bowed in gratification, and they continued up the road. 100 paces, and the road leveled, crossing a common planted with small, fluttering, heart-shaped leaves, colored in all shades of purple, red, green, and black. The Saponid turned to Guyal. As a stranger, I must caution you never to set foot on the common. It is one of our sacred places, and tradition requires that a severe penalty be exacted for transgressions and sacrilege. I note your warning, said Guyal. I will respectfully obey your law. They passed a dense thicket. With hideous clamor, a bestial shape sprang from concealment, a creature staring-eyed with tremendous fanged jaws. Guyal's horse shied, bolted, sprang out onto the sacred common, and trampled the fluttering leaves. A number of Saponid men rushed forth, grasped the horse, seized Guyal, and dragged him from the saddle.
"Ho!" cried Guyal. "What means this? Release me!"
The Saponid who had been his guide advanced, shaking his head in reproach.
"Indeed, and only had I just impressed upon you the gravity of such an offense." "But the monster frightened my horse," said Guyal. "I am no wise responsible for this trespass. Release me. Let us proceed to the reception."
The Saponid said, "I fear that the penalties prescribed by tradition must come into effect. Your protests, though of superficial plausibility, will not bear serious examination. For instance, the creature you term a monster is in reality a harmless domesticated beast. Secondly, I observe the animal you bestride. He will not make a turn or twist without the twitch of the reins. Thirdly, even if your postulates were conceded, you thereby admit to guilt by virtue of negligence and omission. You should have secured a mount less apt to unpredictable action, or upon learning of the sanctitude of the common, you should have considered such a contingency as even now occurred, and therefore dismounted, leading your beast. Therefore, Sir Guyal, though loath, I am forced to believe you guilty of impertinence, impiety, disregard, and impudicity. Therefore, as Castellan and Sergeant Reader of the Litany, so responsible for the detention of lawbreakers, I must order you secured, contained, pent, incarcerated, and confined until such time as the penalties will be exacted."
"The entire episode is mockery," raged Guyal. "Are you savages, then, thus to mistreat a lone wayfarer?"
"By no means," replied the Castellan. "We are a highly civilized people, with customs bequeathed us by the past. Since the past was more glorious than the present, what presumption we would show by questioning these laws." Guyal fell quiet. "And what are the usual penalties for my act?" The Castellan made a reassuring motion. "The rote prescribes 3 acts of penance, which in your case I am sure will be nominal. But the forms must be observed, and it is necessary that you be constrained in the felon's case-board." He motioned to the men who held Guyal's arm. "Away with him. Cross neither track nor trail, for then your grasp will be nerveless, and he will be delivered from justice." Guyal was pent in a well-aired but poorly lighted cellar of stone. The floor he found dry, the ceiling free of crawling insects. He had not been searched, nor had his scintillant dagger been removed from his sash. With suspicions crowding his brain, he lay on the rush bed, and after a period, slept. Now ensued the passing of a day. He was given food and drink, and at last the Castellan came to visit him. "You are indeed fortunate," said the Saponid, "in that, as a witness, I was able to suggest your delinquencies to be more the result of negligence than malice. The last penalties exacted for the crime were stringent. The felon was ordered to perform the following 3 acts. First, to cut off his toes and sew the severed members into the skin at his neck. Second, to revile his forebears for 3 hours, commencing with a common bill of anathema, including feigned madness and hereditary disease, and at last defiling the hearth of his clan with ordure. And third, walking a mile under the lake with leaded shoes in search of the lost book of Qualls." And the Castellan regarded Guyal with complacency. "What deeds must I perform?" inquired Guyal dryly. The Castellan joined the tips of his fingers together. "As I say, the penances are nominal, by decree of the voyevode. First, you must swear never again to repeat your crime." "That I gladly do," said Guyal, and so bound himself. "Second," said the castellan with a slight smile, "you must adjudicate at a grand pageant of pulchritude among the maids of the village, and select her whom you deem the most beautiful." "Scarcely an arduous task," commented Guyal. "Why does it fall to my lot?" The castellan looked vaguely to the ceiling. "There are a number of concomitants to victory in this contest. Every person in the town would find relations among the participants, a daughter, a sister, a niece, and so would hardly be considered unprejudiced. The charge of favoritism could never be leveled against you. Therefore you make an ideal selection for this important post." Guyal seemed to hear the ring of sincerity in the Saponid's voice. Still, he wondered why the selection of the town's loveliest was a matter of such import. "And third?" he inquired. "That will be revealed after the contest, which occurs this afternoon." The Saponid departed the cell. Guyal, who was not without vanity, spent several hours restoring himself and his costume from the ravages of travel. He bathed, trimmed his hair, shaved his face, and when the castellan came to unlock the door, he felt that he made no discreditable picture. He was led out upon the road and directed up the hill toward the summit of the terraced town of Sapance. Turning to the castellan, he said, "How is it that you permit me to walk the trail once more? You must know that now I am safe from molestation." The castellan shrugged. "True, but you would gain little by insisting upon your temporary immunity. Ahead, the trail crosses a bridge, which we could demolish. Behind, we need but breach the dam to Palevemchal torrent. Then, should you walk the trail, you would be swept to the side and so rendered vulnerable. No, Sir Guyal of Sfere, once the secret of your immunity is abroad, then you are liable to a variety of stratagems. For instance, a large wall might be placed to thwart the way, before and behind you. No doubt the spell would preserve you from thirst and hunger, but what then? So would you sit till the sun went out?" Guyal said no word. Across the lake he noticed a trio of the crescent boats approaching the docks, prows and sterns rocking and dipping into the shaded water with a graceful motion. The void in his mind made itself known. Why are boats constructed in such fashion? The castellan looked blankly at him. "It is the only practicable method. Do not the oepods grow thusly to the south?" "Never have I seen oepods." "They are the fruit of a great vine, and grow in scimitar shape. When sufficiently large, we cut and clean them, slit the inner edge, grapple end to end with strong line, and constrict till the pod opens as is desirable. Then when cured, dried, varnished, carved, burnished, and lacquered, fitted with deck, thwarts, and gussets, then we have our boats." They entered the plaza, a flat area at the summit surrounded on three sides by tall houses of carved dark wood. The fourth side was open to a vista across the lake and beyond to the loom of the mountains. Trees overhung all, and the sun shining through made a scarlet pattern on the sandy floor. To Guyal's surprise, there seemed to be no preliminary ceremonies or formalities to the contest, and small spirit of festivity was manifest among the townspeople. Indeed, they seemed beset by subdued despondency and eyed him without enthusiasm. 100 girls stood gathered in a disconsolate group in the center of the plaza. It seemed to Guyal that they had gone to few pains to embellish themselves for beauty. To the contrary, they wore shapeless rags, their hair seemed deliberately misarranged, their faces dirty and scowling. Guyal stared and turned to his guide. "These girls seem not to relish the garland of pulchritude." The castellan nodded wryly. "As you see, they are by no means jealous for distinction. Modesty has always been a Saponid trait." Guyal hesitated. "What is the form of procedure? I do not desire in my ignorance to violate another of your arcane apocrypha." The castellan said with a blank face, "There are no formalities. We conduct these pageants with expedition and the least possible ceremony. You need but pass among these maidens and point out her whom you deem the most attractive." Guyal advanced to his task, feeling more than half foolish. Then he reflected. "This is a penalty for contravening an absurd tradition. I will conduct myself with efficiency, and so the quicker rid myself of the obligation." He stood before the 100 girls, who eyed him with hostility and anxiety, and Guyal saw that his task would not be simple, since, on the whole, they were of a comeliness which even the dirt, grimacing, and rags could not disguise. "Range yourselves, if you please, into a line," said Guyal. "In this way none will be at disadvantage." Sullenly, the girls formed a line. Guyal surveyed the group. He saw at once that a number could be eliminated: the squat, the obese, the lean, the pocked and coarse-featured, perhaps a quarter of the group. He said suavely, "Never have I seen such unanimous loveliness. Each of you might legitimately claim the cordon. My task is arduous. I must weigh fine imponderables. In the end, my choice will undoubtedly be based on subjectivity, and those of real charm will no doubt be the first discharged from the competition." He stepped forward. "Those whom I indicate may retire." He walked down the line, pointing, and the ugliest, with expressions of unmistakable relief, hastened to the sidelines. A second time Guyal made his inspection, and now, somewhat more familiar with those he judged, he was able to discharge those who, while suffering no whit from ugliness, were merely plain. Roughly a third of the original group remained. These stared at Guyal with varying degrees of apprehension and truculence as he passed before them, studying each in turn. All at once his mind was determined, and his choice definite. Somehow the girls felt the change in him, and in their anxiety and tension left off the expressions they had been wearing to daunt and bemuse him. Guyal made one last survey down the line. No, he had been accurate in his choice. There were girls here as comely as the senses could desire, girls with opal glowing eyes and hyacinth features, girls as lissom as reeds, with hair silky and fine despite the dust which they seemed to have rubbed upon themselves. The girl whom Guyal had selected was slighter than the others and possessed of a beauty not at once obvious. She had a small triangular face, great wistful eyes, and thick black hair cut raggedly short at the ears. Her skin was of a transparent paleness, like the finest ivory, her form slender, graceful, and of a compelling magnetism, urgent of intimacy. She seemed to have sensed his decision, and her eyes widened. Guyal took her hand, led her forward, and turned to the voivode, an old man sitting stolidly in a heavy chair. "This is she whom I find the loveliest among your maidens." There was silence through the square. Then there came a hoarse sound, a cry of sadness from the castellan and Sergeant Reader. He came forward, sagging of face, limp of body. "Guyal of Sfere, you have wrought a great revenge for my tricking you. This is my beloved daughter, Sheerl, whom you have designated for dread." Guyal turned in wonderment from the castellan to the girl Sheerl, in whose eyes he now recognized a film of numbness, a gazing into a great depth. Returning to the castellan, Guyal stammered, "I meant but complete impersonality. This your daughter Sheerl I find one of the loveliest creatures of my experience. I cannot understand where I have offended." "No, Guyal," said the castellan. "You have chosen fairly, for such indeed is my own thought." "Well then," said Guyal, "reveal to me now my third task, that I may have done and continue my pilgrimage." The castellan said, 3 leagues to the north lies the ruin which tradition tells us to be the olden museum of man." "Ah," said Guyal. "Go on, I attend." "You must, as your third charge, conduct this my daughter Sheerl to the museum of man. At the portal, you will strike on a copper gong, and announce to whomever responds, 'We are those summoned from Sapance.'" Guyal started, frowned. "How is this? We?" "Such is your charge," said the castellan in a voice like thunder. Guyal looked to left, right, forward, and behind, but he stood in the center of the plaza surrounded by the hardy men of Sapance. "When must this charge be executed?" he inquired in a controlled voice. The castellan said in a voice bitter as oakwort, "Even now Sheerl goes to clothe herself in yellow. In 1 hour shall she appear. In 1 hour shall you set forth for the museum of man." "And then?" "And then, for good or for evil it is not known. You fare as 13,000 have fared before you." Down from the plaza, down the leafy lanes of Sapance came Guyal, indignant and clamped of mouth, though the pit of his stomach felt tender and heavy with trepidation. The ritual carried distasteful overtones, execution or sacrifice. Guyal's step faltered. The Castellan seized his elbow with a hard hand. Forward. Execution or sacrifice. The faces along the lane swam with morbid curiosity, inner excitement. Gloating eyes searched him deep to relish his fear and horror, and the mouths half drooped, half smiled in the inner hugging for joy not to be the one walking down the foliage streets and forth to the Museum of Man. The eminence, with the tall trees and carved dark houses, was at his back. They walked out into the claret sunlight of the tundra. Here were 80 women in white chlamys with ceremonial buckets of woven straw over their heads. Around a tall tent of yellow silk they stood. The Castellan halted Guyal and beckoned to the ritual matron. She flung back the hangings at the door of the tent. The girl within, Shirl, came slowly forth, eyes wide and dark with fright. She wore a stiff gown of yellow brocade, and the wand of her body seemed pent and constrained within. The gown came snug under her chin, left her arms bare and raised past the back of her head in a stiff spear-headed cowl. She was frightened as a small animal trapped is frightened. She stared at Guyal, at her father, as if she had never seen them before. The ritual matron put a gentle hand on her waist, propelled her forward. Shirl stepped once, twice, irresolutely halted. The Castellan brought Guyal forward and placed him at the girl's side. Now 2 children, a boy and a girl, came hastening up with cups which they proffered to Guyal and Shirl. Dully she accepted the cup. Guyal took his and glanced suspiciously at the murky brew. He looked up to the Castellan. "What is the nature of this potion?" "Drink," said the Castellan. "So your way will seem the shorter. So will terror leave you behind, and you will march to the museum with a steadier step." "No," said Guyal. "I will not drink. My senses must be my own when I meet the curator. I have come far for the privilege. I would not stultify the occasion, stumbling and staggering." And he handed the cup back to the boy. Shirl stared dully at the cup she held. Said Guyal, "I advise you likewise to avoid the drug. So will we come to the Museum of Man with our dignity to us." Hesitantly she returned the cup. The Castellan's brow clouded, but he made no protest. An old man in a black costume brought forward a satin pillow on which rested a whip with a handle of carved steel. The Castellan now lifted this whip, and advancing, laid 3 light strokes across the shoulders of both Shirl and Guyal. "Now I charge thee, get hence and go from Sapance, outlawed forever. Thou art waifs forlorn. Seek succor at the Museum of Man. I charge thee, never look back. Leave all thoughts of past and future here at North Garden. Now and forever are you sundered from all bonds, claims, relations, and kinships, together with all pretenses to amity, love, fellowship, and brotherhood with the Saponids of Sapance. Go, I exhort. Go, I command. Go, go, go!" Shirl sunk her teeth into her lower lip. Tears freely coursed her cheek, though she made no sound. With hanging head, she started across the lichen of the tundra, and Guyal, with a swift stride, joined her. Now there was no looking back. For a space, the murmurs, the nervous sounds followed their ears. Then they were alone on the plain. The limitless north lay across the horizon. The tundra filled the foreground and background, an expanse dreary, dun, and moribund. Alone marring the region, the white ruins, once the Museum of Man, rose a league before them, and along the faint trail they walked without words. Guyal said in a tentative tone, "There is much I would understand." "Speak," said Shirl. Her voice was low but composed. "Why are we forced and exhorted to this mission?" "It is thus because it has always been thus. Is not this reason enough?" "Sufficient possibly for you," said Guyal. "But for me the causality is unconvincing. I must acquaint you with the void in my mind, which lusts for knowledge as a lecher yearns for carnality. So pray be patient if my inquisition seems unnecessarily thorough. She glanced at him in astonishment. Are all to the south so strong for knowing as you? In no degree, said Guyal. Everywhere normality of the mind may be observed. The habitants adroitly perform the motions which fed them yesterday, last week, a year ago. I have been informed of my aberration well and full. Why strive for a pedant's accumulation, I have been told? Why forego merriment, music, and revelry for the abstract and abstruse? Indeed, said Shirl. Well do they counsel. Such is the consensus at Sapance. Guyal shrugged. The rumor goes that I am demon-bereft of my senses. Such may be. In any event, the effect remains, and the obsession haunts me. Shirl indicated understanding and acquiescence. Ask on, then. I will endeavor to ease these yearnings. He glanced at her sidelong, studied the charming triangle of her face, the heavy black hair, the great lustrous eyes, dark as yew sapphires. In happier circumstances, there would be other yearnings I would beseech you likewise to ease. Ask, replied Shirl of Sapance. The museum of man is close. There is occasion for naught but words. Why are we thus dismissed and charged with tacit acceptance of our doom? The immediate cause is the ghost you saw on the hill. When the ghost appears, then we of Sapance know that the most beautiful maiden and the most handsome youth of the town must be dispatched to the museum. The prime behind the custom I do not know. So it is, so it has been, so it will be till the sun gutters like a coal in the rain and darkens earth, and the winds blow snow over Sapance. But what is our mission? Who greets us? What is our fate? Such details are unknown. Guyal mused. The likelihood of pleasure seems small. There are discordants in the episode. You are beyond doubt the loveliest creature of the Sapanids, the loveliest creature of Earth. But I am a casual stranger, and hardly the most well-favored youth of the town. She smiled a trifle. You are not uncomely. Guyal said somberly, overriding the condition of my person is the fact that I am a stranger and so bring little loss to the town of Sapance. That aspect has no doubt been considered, the girl said. Guyal searched the horizon. Let us then avoid the museum of man. Let us circumvent this unknown fate and take to the mountains, and so south to Ascolace. Lust for enlightenment will never fly me in the face of destruction so clearly implicit. She shook her head. Do you suppose that we would gain by the ruse? The eyes of 100 warriors follow us till we pass through the portals of the museum. Should we attempt to scamp our duty, we should be bound to stakes, stripped of our skins by the inch, and at last be placed in bags with 1,000 scorpions poured around our heads. Such is the traditional penalty. 12 times in history has it been invoked. Guyal threw back his shoulders and spoke in a nervous voice. Ah, well. The Museum of Man has been my goal for many years. On this motive I set forth from Sfere, so now I would seek the curator and satisfy my obsession for brain-filling. You are blessed with great fortune, said Shirl, for you are being granted your heart's desire. Guyal could find nothing to say, so for a space they walked in silence. Then he spoke. Shirl. Yes, Guyal of Sfere? Do they separate us and take us apart? I do not know. Shirl. Yes. Had we met under a happier star... He paused. Shirl walked in silence. He looked at her coolly. You speak not. But you ask nothing, she said in surprise. Guyal turned his face ahead, to the Museum of Man. Presently she touched his arm. Guyal, I am greatly frightened. Guyal gazed at the ground beneath his feet, and a blossom of fire sprang alive in his brain. See the marking through the lichen? Yes. What then? Is it a trail? Dubiously she responded. It is a way worn by the passage of many feet. So then, it is a trail. Guyal said in restrained jubilation, Here is safety. if I never permit myself to be cozened from the way. But you, I must guard you. You must never leave my side. You must swim in the charm which protects me. Perhaps then we will survive." Shirl said sadly, "Let us not delude our reason, Guyal of Sfere." But as they walked, the trail grew plainer, and Guyal became correspondingly sanguine. And ever larger bulked the crumble which marked the Museum of Man, presently to occupy all their vision. If a storehouse of knowledge had existed here, little sign of it remained. There was a great flat floor, flagged in white stone, now chalky, broken, and interthrust by weeds. Around this floor rose a series of monoliths, pocked and worn, and toppled off at various heights. These at one time had supported a vast roof. Now of roof there was none, and the walls were but dreams of the far past. So here was the flat floor bounded by the broken stumps of pillars, bare to the winds of time and the glare of cool red sun. The rains had washed the marble, the dust from the mountains had been laid on and swept off, and those who had built the museum were less than a mote of this dust, so far and forgotten were they. "Think," said Guyal. "Think of the vastness of knowledge which once was gathered here, and which is now one with the soil. Unless, of course, the curator has salvaged and preserved." Shirl looked about apprehensively. "I think rather of the portal, and that which awaits us." "Guyal," she whispered, I fear greatly. Suppose they tear us apart? Suppose there is torture and death for us? I fear a tremendous impingement, the shock of horror." Guyal's own throat was hot and full. He looked about with challenge. "While I still breathe and hold power in my arms to fight, there will be none to harm us." Shirl groaned softly. Guyal of Sfere, why did you choose me?" "Because," said Guyal, "my eye went to you like the nectar moth flits to the jacinth. Because you were the loveliest, and I thought nothing but good in store for you." With a shuddering breath, Shirl said, "I must be courageous. After all, if it were not I, it would be some other maid equally fearful. And there is the portal." Guyal inhaled deeply, inclined his head, and strode forward. "Let us be to it, and know." The portal opened into a nearby monolith, a door of flat black metal. Guyal followed the trail to the door, and rapped staunchly with his fist on the small copper gong to the side. The door groaned wide on its hinges, and cool air, smelling of the under-earth, billowed forth. In the black gape their eyes could find nothing. "Hola within!" cried Guyal. A soft voice, full of catches and quavers, as if just after weeping, said, come ye forward. You are desired and awaited." Guyal leaned his head forward, straining to see. "Give us light, that we may not wander from the trail and bottom ourselves." The breathless quaver of a voice said, "Light is not needed. Anywhere you step, that will be your trail, by an arrangement so agreed with the waymaker." "No," said Guyal. "We would see the visage of our host. We come at his invitation. The minimum of his guest offering is light. Light there must be before we set foot inside the dungeon. No, we come as seekers after knowledge. We are visitors to be honored."
"Ah, knowledge, came the sad breathlessness. "That shall be yours, in full plenitude. Knowledge of many strange affairs. Oh, you shall swim in a tide of knowledge."
Guyal interrupted the sad, sighing voice. "Are you the curator? Hundreds of leagues have I come to bespeak the curator and put him my inquiries. Are you he?"
"By no means. I revile the name of the curator as a treacherous non-essential."
"Who then may you be?"
"I am no one, nothing. I am an abstraction, an emotion, the ooze of terror, the sweat of horror, the shake in the air when a scream has departed."
"You speak the voice of man."
"Why not? Such things as I speak lie in the closest and dearest center of the human brain."
Guyal said in a subdued voice, "You do not make your invitation as enticing as might be hoped."
No matter. Enter you must, into the dark and on the instant, as my lord, who is myself, waxes warm and languorous.
If light there be, we enter.
No light, no insolent scorch is ever found in the museum.
In this case, said Guyal, drawing forth his scintillant dagger, I innovate a welcome reform. For see, now there is light. From the under pommel issued a searching glare. The ghost tall before them screeched and fell into twinkling ribbons like pulverized tinsel. There were a few vagrant motes in the air. He was gone. Shirl, who had stood stark and stiff as one mesmerized, gasped a soft, warm gasp and fell against Guyal.
How can you be so defiant?
Guyal said in a voice half laugh, half quaver. In truth, I do not know. Perhaps I find it incredible that destiny would direct me from pleasant Sfere, through forest and crag, into the northern waste, merely to play the role of cringing victim. Disbelieving so inconclusive a destiny, I am bold. He moved the dagger to right and left, and they saw themselves to be at the portal of a keep, cut from concreted rock. At the back opened a black depth. Crossing the floor swiftly, Guyal kneeled and listened. He heard no sound. Shirl, at his back, stared with eyes as black and deep as the pit itself, and Guyal, turning, received a sudden irrational impression of a sprite of the olden times, a creature small and delicate, heavy with the weight of her charm, pale, sweet, clean. Leaning with his glowing dagger, he saw a crazy rack of stairs voyaging down into the dark, and his light showed them and their shadows in so confusing a guise that he blinked and drew back. Shirl said, What do you fear? Guyal rose, turned to her. We are momentarily untended here in the Museum of Man, and we are impelled forward by various forces. You by the will of your people, I by that which has driven me since I first tasted air. If we stay here, we shall be once more arranged in harmony with the hostile pattern. If we go forward boldly, we may so come to a position of strategy and advantage. I propose that we set forth in all courage, descend these stairs, and seek the curator.
But does he exist?
The ghost spoke fervently against him.
Let us go, then, said Shirl. I am resigned.
Guyal said gravely, We go in the mental frame of adventure, aggressiveness, zeal. Thus does fear vanish and the ghosts become creatures of mind weft. Thus does our elan burst the under-earth terror.
We go.
They started down the stairs. Back, forth, down flights at varying angles, stages of varying heights, treads at varying widths, so that each step was a matter for concentration. Back, forth, down, and the black-barred shadows moved and jerked in bizarre modes on the walls. The flight ended. They stood in a room similar to the entry above. Before them was another black portal, polished at one spot by use. On the walls to either side were inset brass plaques bearing messages in unfamiliar characters. Guyal pushed the door open against a slight pressure of cold air, which, blowing through the aperture, made a slight rush, ceasing when Guyal opened the door farther. Listen. It was a far sound, an intermittent clacking, and it held enough fell significance to raise the hairs at Guyal's neck. He felt Shirl's hand gripping his with clammy pressure. Dimming the dagger's glow to a glimmer, Guyal passed through the door, with Shirl coming after. From afar came the evil sound, and by the echoes they knew they stood in a great hall. Guyal directed the light to the floor. It was of a black resilient material. Next the wall, polished stone. He permitted the light to glow in the direction opposite to the sound, and a few paces distant they saw a bulky black case, studded with copper bosses, topped by a shallow glass tray in which could be seen an intricate concourse of metal devices. With the purpose of the black cases not apparent, they followed the wall, and as they walked similar cases appeared, looming heavy and dull, at regular intervals. The clacking receded as they walked, then they came to a right angle, and turning the corner, they seemed to approach the sound. Black case after black case passed. Slowly, tense as foxes, they walked, eyes groping for sight through the darkness. The wall made another angle, and here there was a door. Guyal hesitated. To follow the new direction of the wall would mean approaching the source of the sound. Would it be better to discover the worst quickly or to reconnoiter as they went? He propounded the dilemma to Shirl, who shrugged. It is all one. Sooner or later the ghosts will flit down to pluck at us, then we are lost. Not while I possess light to stare them away to wisps and shreds, said Guyal. Now I would find the curator, and possibly he is to be found behind this door. We will so discover. He laid his shoulder to the door. It eased ajar with a crack of golden light. Guyal peered through. He sighed, a muffled sound of wonder. Now he opened the door further. Shirl clutched at his arm. This is the museum, said Guyal in rapt tone. Here there is no danger. He who dwells in beauty of this sort may never be other than beneficent. He flung wide the door. The light came from an unknown source, from the air itself, as if leaking from the discrete atoms. Every breath was luminous. The room floated full of invigorating glow. A great rug pelted the floor, a monster tabard woven of gold, brown, bronze, two tones of green, fuscus red and smalt blue. Beautiful works of human fashioning ranked the walls. In glorious array hung panels of rich woods, carved, chased, enameled. Scenes of olden times painted on woven fiber, formulas of color, designed to convey emotion rather than reality. To one side hung plats of wood laid on with slabs of soapstone, malachite, and jade in rectangular patterns, richly varied and subtle, with miniature flecks of cinnabar, rhodochrosite, and coral for warmth. Beside was a section given to discs of luminous green, flickering and fluorescent with varying blue films and moving dots of scarlet and black. Here were representations of 300 marvelous flowers, blooms of a forgotten age, no longer extant on waning earth. There were as many starburst patterns, rigidly conventionalized in form, but each of subtle distinction. All these and a multitude of other creations, selected from the best of human fervor. The door thudded softly behind them. Staring, every inch of skin a tingle, the two from Earth's final time moved forward through the hall. Somewhere near must be the curator, whispered Guyal. There is a sense of careful tending and great effort here in the gallery. Look! Opposite were two doors, laden with the sense of much use. Guyal strode quickly across the room, but was unable to discern the means for opening the door, for it bore no latch, key, handle, knob, or bar. He rapped with his knuckles and waited. No sound returned. Shirl tugged at his arm. These are private regions. It is best not to venture too rudely. Guyal turned away, and they continued down the gallery. Past the real expression of man's brightest dreamings they walked, until the concentration of so much fire and spirit and creativity put them into awe. What great minds lie in the dust, said Guyal in a low voice. What gorgeous souls have vanished into the buried ages. What marvelous creatures are lost past the remotest memory. Never more will there be the like. Now, in the last fleeting moments, humanity festers rich as rotten fruit. Rather than master and overpower our world, our highest aim is to cheat it through sorcery. Shirl said, But you, Guyal, you are apart. You are not like this. I would know, declared Guyal with fierce emphasis. In all my youth, this ache has driven me, and I have journeyed from the old Vance at Sfere to learn from the curator. I am dissatisfied with the mindless accomplishments of the magicians, who have all their lore by rote. Shirl gazed at him with a marveling expression, and Guyal's soul throbbed with love. She felt him quiver and whispered recklessly, Guyal of Sfere, I am yours. I melt for you. When we win to peace, said Guyal, then our world will be of gladness. The room turned a corner, widened, and now the clacking sound they had noticed in the dark outer hall returned, louder, more suggestive of unpleasantness. It seemed to enter the gallery through an arched doorway opposite. Guyal moved quietly to this door, with Shirl at his heels, and so they peered into the next chamber. A great face looked from the wall, a face taller than Guyal, as tall as Guyal might reach with hands on high. The chin rested on the floor, the scalp slanted back into the panel. Guyal stared, taken aback. In this pageant of beautiful objects, the grotesque visage was the disparity and dissonance a lunatic might have created. Ugly and vile was the face, of a gut-wrenching, silly obscenity. The skin shone a gunmetal sheen, the eyes gazed dully from slanting folds of greenish tissue. The nose was a small lump, the mouth a gross pulpy slash. In sudden uncertainty, Guyal turned to Shirl. "Does this not seem an odd work so to be honored here in the Museum of Man?" Shirl was staring with eyes agonized and wide. Her mouth opened, quivered, wetness streaked her chin. With hands jerking, shaking, she grabbed his arm, staggered back into the gallery. "Guyal," she cried. "Guyal, come away!" Her voice rose to a pitch. "Come away! Come away!" He faced her in surprise. "What are you saying?" "That horrible thing in there. It is but the diseased effort of an elder artist. It lives." "How is this?" "It lives," she babbled. "It looked at me, then turned and looked at you. And it moved, and then I pulled you away." Guyal shrugged off her hand. In stark disbelief, he faced through the doorway. "Ah," breathed Guyal. The face had changed. The torpor had evaporated. The glaze had departed the eyes. The mouth squirmed. A hiss of escaping gas sounded. The mouth opened. A great gray tongue lolled forth. And from this tongue darted a tendril slimed with mucus. It terminated in a grasping hand, which groped for Guyal's ankle. He jumped aside. The hand missed its clutch. The tendril coiled. Guyal, in an extremity, with his bowels clenched by sick fear, sprang back into the gallery. The hand seized Shirl, grasped her ankle. The eyes glistened, and now the flabby tongue swelled another wen, sprouted a new member. Shirl stumbled, fell limp, her eyes staring, foam at her lips. Guyal, shouting in a voice he could not hear, shouting high and crazy, ran forward, slashing with his dagger. He cut at the gray wrist, but his knife sprang away as if the steel itself were horrified. His gorge at his teeth, he seized the tendril. With a mighty effort, he broke it against his knee. The face winced. The tendril jerked back. Guyal leapt forward, dragged Shirl into the gallery, lifted her, carried her back, out of reach. Through the doorway now, Guyal glared in hate and fear. The mouth had closed. It sneered disappointment and frustrated lust. And now Guyal saw a strange thing. From the dank nostril oozed a wisp of white, which swirled, writhed, formed a tall thing in a white robe. A thing with a drawn face and eyes like holes in a skull. Whimpering and mewing in distaste for the light, it wavered forward into the gallery, moving with curious little pauses and hesitancies. Guyal stood still. Fear had exceeded its power. Fear no longer had meaning. A brain could react only to the maximum of its intensity. How could this thing harm him now? He would smash it with his hands, beat it into sighing fog. "Hold, hold, hold," came a new voice. "Hold, hold, hold. My charms and tokens, an ill day for Thorsingall. But then, avaunt, you ghost, back to the orifice, back and avaunt, avaunt, I say. Go, else I lose the Actinax. Trespass is not allowed. By supreme command from the Lycurgat, I, the Lycurgat of Thorsingall. Avaunt, so then." The ghost wavered, paused, staring in fell passivity at the old man who had hobbled into the gallery. Back to the snoring face wandered the ghost, and let itself be sucked up into the nostril. The face rumbled behind its lips, then opened the great gray gape and belched a white fiery lick that was like flame but not flame. It sheeted, flapped at the old man, who moved not an inch. From a rod fixed high on the door frame came a whirling disk of golden sparks. It cut and dismembered the white sheet, destroyed it back to the mouth of the face, whence now issued a black bar. This bar edged into the whirling disk and absorbed the sparks. There was an instant of dead silence. Then the old man crowed, "Ah, you evil episode! You seek to interrupt my tenure. But no, there is no validity in your purpose. My clever baton holds your unnatural sorcery in abeyance. You are as naught. Why do you not disengage and retreat into Jeldred?" The rumble behind the large lips continued. The mouth opened wide. A gray, viscous cavern was so displayed. The eyes glittered in titanic emotion. The mouth yelled, a roaring wave of violence, a sound to buffet the head and drive shock like a nail into the mind. The baton sprayed a mist of silver. The sound curved and centralized and sucked into the metal fog. The sound was captured and consumed. It was never heard. The fog balled, lengthened to an arrow, plunged with intense speed at the nose, and buried itself in the pulp. There was a heavy sound, an explosion. The face seethed in pain, and the nose was a blasted clutter of shredded gray plasms. They waved like starfish arms and grew together once more, and now the nose was pointed like a cone. The old man said, "You are captious today, my demoniac visitant. A vicious trait. You would disturb poor old Curlin in his duties? So. You are ingenuous and neglectful. So ho. Baton." And he turned and peered at the rod. "You have tasted that sound? Spew out a fitting penalty. Smear the odious face with your infallible retort." A flat sound, a black flail which curled, slapped the air and smote home to the face. A glowing wheel sprang into being. The face sighed and the eyes twisted up into their folds of greenish tissue. Curlin the curator laughed, a shrill yammer on a single tone. He stopped short, and the laugh vanished as if it had never begun. He turned to Guyal and Shearl, who stood pressed together in the doorframe. How now? You are after the gong. The study hours are long ended. Why do you linger?" He shook a stern finger. "The museum is not the site for roguery. This I admonish. So now be off, home to Thorsingall. Be more prompt the next time. You disturb the established order." He paused and threw a fretful glance over his shoulder. "The day has gone ill. The nocturnal key-keeper is inexcusably late. Surely I have waited an hour on the sluggard. The Lycurgat shall be so informed. I would be home to couch and hearth. Here is ill use for old Curlin, thus to detain him for the careless retard of the night watch. And further the encroachment of you two laggards. Away now, and be off. Out into the twilight." And he advanced, making directive motions with his hands. Guyal said, "My lord curator, I must speak words with you." The old man halted, peered. "Eh? What now? At the end of a long day's effort? No, you are out of order. Regulation must be observed. Attend my audiarium at the 4th Circuit tomorrow morning. Then we shall hear you. So go now, go." Guyal fell back nonplussed. Shearl fell on her knees. "Sir Curator, we beg you for help. We have no place to go." Curlin the curator looked at her blankly. "No place to go? What folly you utter! Go to your domicile, or to the pubicentarium, or to the temple, or to the outward inn. Forsooth, Thorsingall is free with lodging. The museum is no casual tavern." "My lord," cried Guyal desperately, "will you hear me? We speak from emergency." "Say on, then." "Some malignancy has bewitched your brain. Will you credit this?" "Ah, indeed," ruminated the curator. "There is no Thorsingall. There is naught but dark waste. Your city is an eon gone." The curator smiled benevolently. "Ah, sad. A sad case. So it is with these younger minds. The frantic drive of life is the prime unhinger." He shook his head. "My duty is clear. Tired bones, you must wait your well-deserved rest. Fatigue, begone. Duty and simple humanity make demands. Here is madness to be countered and cleared. And in any event, the nocturnal key-keeper is not here to relieve me of my tedium." He beckoned. "Come." Hesitantly, Guyal and Shearl followed him. He opened one of his doors, passed through muttering and expostulating with doubt and watchfulness. Guyal and Shearl came after. The room was cubical, floored with dull black stuff, walled with myriad golden knobs on all sides. A hooded chair occupied the center of the room, and beside it was a chest-high lectern whose face displayed a number of toggles and knurled wheels. "This is the curator's own chair of knowledge," explained Curlin. "As such it will, upon proper adjustment,
impose the pattern of hynomenural clarity. So, I demand the correct summit syndic arrangement. He manipulated the manuals. And now, if you will compose yourself, I will repair your hallucination. It is beyond my normal call of duty, but I am humane and would not be spoken of as mean or unwilling.
Guyal inquired anxiously, Lord Curator, this chair of clarity, how will it affect me? Curlin the Curator said grandly,
The fibers of your brain are twisted, snarled, frayed, and so make contact with unintentional areas. By the marvelous craft of our modern cerebrologists, this hood will compose your synapses with the correct readings from the library, those of normality, you must understand, and so repair the skein and make you once more a whole man.
Once I sit in the chair, Guyal inquired, what will you do?
Merely close this contact, engage this arm, throw in this toggle, then you daze. In 30 seconds, this bulb glows, signaling the success and completion of the treatment. Then I reverse the manipulation, and you arise a creature of renewed sanity.
Guyal looked at Shirl. Did you hear and comprehend?
Yes, Guyal, in a small voice.
Remember. Then to the Curator. Marvelous, but how must I sit?
Merely relax in the seat. Then I pull the hood slightly forward to shield the eyes from distraction.
Guyal leaned forward, peered gingerly into the hood. I fear I do not understand. The Curator hopped forward impatiently.
It is an act of the utmost facility. Like this.
He sat in the chair. And how will the hood be applied?
In this wise.
Curlin seized a handle, pulled the shield over his face.
Quick,
said Guyal to Shirl. She sprang to the lectern. Curlin the Curator made a motion to release the hood. Guyal seized the spindly frame, held it. Shirl flung the switches. The Curator relaxed, sighed. Shirl gazed at Guyal, dark eyes wide and liquid as the great water Flammarion of South Almery.
Is he dead?
I hope not. They gazed uncertainly at the relaxed form. Seconds passed. A clanging noise sounded from afar, a crush, a wrench, an exultant bellow, lesser halloos of wild triumph. Guyal rushed to the door. Prancing, wavering, sidling into the gallery came a multitude of ghosts. Through the open door behind, Guyal could see the great head. It was shoving out, pushing into the room. Great ears appeared, part of a bull neck, wreathed with purple wattles. The wall cracked, sagged, crumbled. A great hand thrust through, a forearm. Shirl screamed. Guyal, pale and quivering, slammed the door in the face of the nearest ghost. It seeped in around the jamb, slowly, wisp by wisp. Guyal sprang to the lectern. The bulb showed dullness. Guyal's hands twitched along the controls.
Only Curlin's awareness controls the magic of the baton, he panted. So much is clear.
He stared into the bulb with agonized urgency.
Glow, bulb, glow.
By the door the ghost seeped and billowed.
Glow, bulb, glow.
The bulb glowed. With a sharp cry, Guyal returned the switches to neutrality, jumped down, flung up the hood. Curlin the Curator sat looking at him. Behind, the ghost formed itself, a tall white thing in white robes, and the dark eye-holes stared like outlets into non-imagination. Curlin the Curator sat looking. The ghost moved under the robes. A hand like a bird's foot appeared, holding a clod of dingy matter. The ghost cast the matter to the floor. It exploded into a puff of black dust. The motes of the cloud grew, became a myriad of wriggling insects. With one accord, they darted across the floor, growing as they spread, and became scuttling creatures with monkey heads. Curlin the Curator moved.
Baton, he said.
He held up his hand. It held his baton. The baton spat an orange gout, red dust. It puffed before the rushing horde, and each mote became a red scorpion. So ensued a ferocious battle, and little shrieks and chittering sounds rose from the floor. The monkey-headed things were killed, routed. The ghost sighed, moved his claw hand once more. But the baton spat forth a ray of purest light, and the ghost sloughed into nothingness.
"Curlin," cried Guyal, "the demon is breaking into the gallery.
Curlin flung open the door, stepped forth.
"Baton," said Curlin, "perform thy utmost intent."
The demon said, "No, Curlin, hold the magic. I thought you dazed. Now I retreat." With a vast quaking and heaving, he pulled back until once more only his face showed through the hole.
"Baton," said Curlin, "be you on guard."
The baton disappeared from his hand. Curlin turned and faced Guyal and Sfere.
"There is need for many words. For now I die. I die, and the museum shall lie alone. So let us speak quickly, quickly, quickly."
Curlin moved with feeble steps to a portal which snapped aside as he approached. Guyal and Sfere, speculating on the probable trends of Curlin's disposition, stood hesitantly to the rear.
"Come, come," said Curlin in sharp impatience. "My strength flags. I die. You have been my death."
Guyal moved slowly forward, with Sfere half a pace behind. Suitable response to the accusation escaped him. Words seemed without conviction. Curlin surveyed them with a thin grin.
"Halt your misgivings and hasten. The necessities to be accomplished in the time available thereto make the task like trying to write the tomes of K in a minimum of ink. I wane. My pulsing comes in shallow tides. My sight flickers."
He waved a despairing hand, then, turning, led them into the inner chamber, where he slumped into a great chair. With many uneasy glances at the door, Guyal and Sfere settled upon a padded couch. Curlin jeered in a feeble voice.
"You fear the white phantasms? Pooh, they are pent from the gallery by the baton, which contains their every effort. Only when I am smitten out of mind, or dead, will the baton cease its function. You must know," he added with somewhat more vigor, "that the energies and dynamics do not channel from my brain, but from the central potentium of the museum, which is perpetual. I merely direct and order the rod."
"But this demon, who or what is he? Why does he come to look through the walls?" Curlin's face settled into a bleak mask.
"He is Blikdak, ruler divinity of the demon world Jeldred. He wrenched the whole intent on gulfing the knowledge of the museum into his mind, but I forestalled him, so he sits waiting in the hole till I die. Then he will glut himself with erudition to the great disadvantage of men."
"Why cannot this demon be exhorted hence and the hole abolished?" Curlin the curator shook his head.
"The fires and furious powers I control are not valid in the air of the demon world, where substance and form are of different entity. So far as you see him, he has brought his environment with him. So far he is safe. When he ventures further into the museum, the power of earth dissolves the Jeldred mode. Then may I spray him with prismatic fervor from the potentium. But stay, enough of Blikdak for the nonce. Tell me, who are you? Why are you ventured here? And what is the news of Thorsingall?"
Guyal said in a halting voice, "Thorsingall is passed beyond memory. There is naught above but arid tundra and the old town of the Saponids. I am of the Southland. I have coursed many leagues so that I might speak to you and fill my mind with knowledge. This girl Sfere is of the Saponids, and victim of an ancient custom which sends beauty into the museum at the behest of Blikdak's ghosts."
"Ah," breathed Curlin. "Have I been so aimless? I recall these youthful shapes which Blikdak employed to relieve the tedium of his vigil. They flit down my memory like mayflies along a panel of glass. I put them aside as creatures of his own conception, postulated by his own imagery."
Sfere shrugged in bewilderment.
"But why? What use to him are human creatures?"
Curlin said dully,
"Girl, you are all charm and freshness. The monstrous urges of the demon lord Blikdak are past your conceiving. These youths of both sexes are his play, on whom he practices various junctures, joinings, coitai, perversions, sadisms, nauseas, antics, and at last struggles to the death. Then he sends forth a ghost demanding further youth and beauty."
Sfere whispered,
"This was to have been I."
Guyal said in puzzlement,
"I cannot understand. Such acts, in my understanding, are the characteristic derangements of humanity. They are anthropoid by the very nature of the functioning sacs, glands, and organs. Since Blikdak is a demon, consider him, spoke Curlin. His lineaments, his apparatus. He is nothing else but anthropoid, and such is his origin, together with all the demons, frits, and winged glowing-eyed creatures that infest latter-day Earth. Blikdak, like the others, is from the mind of man. The sweaty condensation, the stench and vileness, the cloacal humors, the brutal delights, the rapes and sodomies, the scatophiliac whims, the manifold tittering lubricities that have drained through humanity, formed a vast tumor. So Blikdak assumed his being. So now this is he. You have seen how he molds his being, so he performs his enjoyments. But of Blikdak, enough. I die. I die. He sank into the chair with heaving chest. See me. My eyes vary and waver. My breath is shallow as a bird's. My bones are the pith of an old vine. I have lived beyond knowledge. In my madness I knew no passage of time. Where there is no knowledge, there are no somatic consequences. Now I remember the years and centuries, the millennia, the epochs. They are like quick glimpses through a shutter. So, curing my madness, you have killed me.
Shirl blinked, drew back.
But when you die, what then? Blikdak,
Guyal asked, in the Museum of Man, is there no knowledge of the exorcisms necessary to dissolve this demon? He is clearly our first antagonist, our immediacy.
Blikdak must be eradicated, said Curlin. Then will I die in ease. Then must you assume the care of the museum.
He licked his white lips.
An ancient principle specifies that, in order to destroy a substance, the nature of the substance must be determined. In short, before Blikdak may be dissolved, we must discover his elemental nature.
And his eyes moved glassily to Guyal. Your pronouncement is sound beyond argument, admitted Guyal. But how may this be accomplished? Blikdak will never allow such an investigation.
Oh, there must be subterfuge, some instrumentality.
The ghosts are part of Blikdak's stuff?
Indeed.
Can the ghosts be stayed and prevented?
Indeed. In a box of light, the which I can effect by a thought. Yes, a ghost we must have.
Curlin raised his head.
Baton, one ghost. Admit a ghost.
A moment passed. Curlin held up his hand. There was a faint scratch at the door, and a soft whine could be heard without.
Open,
said a voice, full of sobs and catches and quavers.
Open and let forth the youthful creatures to Blikdak. He finds boredom and lassitude in his vigil, so let the two come forth to negate his unease.
Curlin laboriously rose to his feet.
It is done.
From behind the door came a sad voice.
I am pent. I am snared in scorching brilliance.
Now we discover, said Guyal. What dissolves the ghost dissolves Blikdak.
True indeed, assented Curlin.
Why not light? Inquired Shirl. Light parts the fabric of the ghosts like a gust of wind tatters the fog.
But merely for their fragility. Blikdak is harsh and solid, and can withstand the fiercest radiance safe in his demonland alcove.
And Curlin mused. After a moment he gestured to the door.
We go to the image expander. There we will explode the ghost to macroid dimension. So shall we find his basis. Guyal of Sfere, you must support my frailness. In truth, my limbs are weak as wax.
On Guyal's arm he tottered forward, and with Shirl close at their heels they gained the gallery. Here the ghost wept in its cage of light, and searched constantly for a dark aperture to seep his essence through. Paying him no heed, Curlin hobbled and limped across the gallery. In their wake followed the box of light and perforce the ghost.
Open the great door,
cried Curlin in a voice beset with cracking and hoarseness.
The great door into the cognitive repository.
Shirl ran ahead and thrust her force against the door. It slid aside, and they looked into the great dark hall, and the golden light from the gallery dwindled into the shadows and was lost.
Call for Lumen,
Curlin said.
Lumen,
cried Guyal.
Lumen, attend!
Light came to the great hall, and it proved so tall that the pilasters along the wall dwindled to threads, and so long and wide that a man might be winded to fatigue in running a dimension. Spaced in equal rows were the black cases with the copper bosses that Guyal and Sheerl had noted on their entry, and above each hung 5 similar cases, precisely fixed, floating without support.
"What are these?" asked Guyal in wonder. "Would my poor brain encompassed 100th part of what these banks know," panted Curlin. "They are great brains crammed with all that is known, experienced, achieved, or recorded by man. Here is all the lost lore, early and late, the fabulous imaginings, the history of 10 million cities, beginnings of time and the presumed finalities, the reason for human existence and the reason for the reason. Daily I have labored and toiled in these banks. My achievement has been a synopsis of the most superficial sort, a panorama across a wide and multifarious country,"
said Sheerl. "Would not the craft to destroy Blikdak be contained here?"
"Indeed, indeed. Our task would be merely to find the information. Under which casing would we search? Consider these categories: Demonlands, killings and mortifactions, expositions and dissolutions of evil, history of Granvilund, where such an entity was repelled, attractive and detractive hyperordinates, therapy for hallucinants and ghost-takers, constructive journal, item for regeneration of burst walls, subdivision for invasion by demons, procedural suggestions in time of risk. Aye, these and 1,000 more. Somewhere is knowledge of how to smite Blikdak's abhorred face back into his quasi-place. But where to look? There is no index major, none except the poor synopsis of my compilation. He who seeks specific knowledge must often go on an extended search."
His voice trailed off. Then,
"Forward! Forward through the banks to the mechanismus!"
So through the banks they went, like roaches in a maze, and behind drifted the cage of light with the wailing ghost. At last they entered a chamber smelling of metal. Again Curlin instructed Guyal, and Guyal called, "Attend us, Lumen, attend!" Through intricate devices walked the 3, Guyal lost and rapt beyond inquiry, even though his brain ached with the want of knowing. At a tall booth, Curlin halted the cage of light. A pane of vitrion dropped before the ghost.
"Observe now,"
Curlin said, and manipulated the activants. They saw the ghost, depicted and projected, the flowing robe, the haggard visage. The face grew large, flattened. A segment under the vacant eye became a scabrous white place. It separated into pustules, and a single pustule swelled to fill the pane. The crater of the pustule was an intricate stippled surface, a mesh as of fabric, knit in a lacy pattern.
"Behold," said Sheerl, "he is a thing woven as if by thread."
Guyal turned eagerly to Curlin. Curlin raised a finger for silence.
"Indeed, indeed, a goodly thought, especially since here beside us is a rotor of extreme swiftness, used in reeling the cognitive filaments of the cases. Now then, observe. I reach to this panel. I select a mesh. I withdraw a thread, and note. The meshes ravel and loosen and part. And now to the bobbin on the rotor, and I wrap the thread, and now with a twist we have the cincture made."
Sheerl said dubiously, "Does not the ghost observe and note your doing?"
"By no means," asserted Curlin. "The pane of vitrion shields our actions. He is too exercised to attend. And now I dissolve the cage, and he is free."
The ghost wandered forth, cringing from the light.
"Go!" cried Curlin. "Back to your genitrix. Back, return, and go!"
The ghost departed. Curlin said to Guyal,
"Follow. Find when Blikdak snuffs him up."
Guyal, at a cautious distance, watched the ghost seep up into the black nostril, and returned to where Curlin waited by the rotor. The ghost has once more become part of Blikdak.
"Now then," said Curlin, "we cause the rotor to twist, the bobbin to whirl, and we shall observe."
The rotor whirled to a blur. The bobbin, as long as Guyal's arm, became spun with ghost thread, at first glowing pastel polychrome, then nacre, then fine milk ivory. The rotor spun 1,000,000 times a minute, and the thread drawn unseen and unknown from Blickdack thickened on the bobbin. The rotor spun, the bobbin was full, a cylinder shining with glossy silken sheen. Curlin slowed the rotor, Guyal snapped a new bobbin into place, and the unraveling of Blickdack continued. 3 bobbins, 4, 5, and Guyal, observing Blickdack from afar, found the giant face quiescent, the mouth working and sucking, creating the clacking sound which had first caused them apprehension. 8 bobbins. Blickdack opened his eyes, stared in puzzlement around the chamber. 12 bobbins. A discolored spot appeared on the sagging cheek, and Blickdack quivered in uneasiness. 20 bobbins. The spot spread across Blickdack's visage, across the slanted foredome, and his mouth hung lax. He hissed and fretted. 30 bobbins. Blickdack's head seemed stale and putrid. The gunmetal sheen had become an angry maroon, the eyes bulged, the mouth hung open, the tongue lolled limp. 50 bobbins. Blickdack collapsed. His dome lowered against the febrile mouth. His eyes shone like feverish coals. 60 bobbins. Blickdack was no more. And with the dissolution of Blickdack, so dissolved Jeldred, the demon land created for the housing of evil. The breach in the wall gave on barren rock, unbroken and rigid. And in the mechanismus, 60 shining bobbins lay stacked neat. The evil so disorganized glowed with purity and iridescence. Curlin fell back against the wall. I expire. My time has come. I have guarded well the museum. Together we have won it away from Blickdack. Attend me now. Into your hands I pass the curacy. Now the museum is your charge to guard and preserve. For what end? Asked Shirl. Earth expires almost as you. Wherefore knowledge? More now than ever, gasped Curlin. Attend. The stars are bright, the stars are fair. The banks know blessed magic to fleet you to youthful climes. Now, I go. I die. Wait, cried Guyal. Wait, I beseech. Why wait? Whispered Curlin. The way to peace is on me. You call me back? How do I extract from the banks? The key to the index is in my chambers. The index of my life. And Curlin died. Guyal and Shirl climbed to the upper ways and stood outside the portal on the ancient flagged floor. It was night. The marble shone faintly underfoot. The broken columns loomed on the sky. Across the plain, the yellow lights of Sapance shone warm through the trees. Above in the sky shone the stars. Guyal said to Shirl, There is your home. There is Sapance. Do you wish to return? She shook her head. Together we have looked through the eyes of knowledge. We have seen old Thorsingall, and the Sherrit Empire before it, and Golwan Andra before that, and the 40 Cades even before. We have seen the warlike green men, and the knowledgeable Farials, and the clams who departed Earth for the stars, as did the Marioneth before them, and the grey sorcerers still earlier. We have seen oceans rise and fall, the mountains crust up, peak and melt in the beat of rain. We have looked on the sun when it glowed hot and full and yellow. No, Guyal. There is no place for me at Sapance. Guyal, leaning back on the weathered pillar, looked up to the stars. Knowledge is ours, Shirl. All of knowing to our call. And what shall we do? Together they looked up to the white stars. What shall we do? Afterward to Guyal of Sfere. I wrote while I was at sea. I did this dying earth thing. I wrote that, sitting looking out over the water, and then I got tired of that particular life for various reasons. Jack Vance, 1983. Noise. 1. Captain Hess placed a notebook on the desk and hauled a chair up under his sturdy buttocks. Pointing to the notebook, he said, That's the property of your man Evans. He left it aboard the ship. Gallispell asked in faint surprise, There was nothing else? No letter? No, sir, not a thing. That notebook was all he had when we picked him up. Gallispell rubbed his fingers along the scarred fibers of the cover. Understandable, I suppose. He flipped back the cover. Hess said tentatively. What's been your opinion of Evans? Rather a strange chap? Howard Evans? No, not at all. He's been a very valuable man to us. He considered Captain Hess reflectively. Exactly how do you mean strange? Hess frowned, searching for the precise picture of Evans's behavior. I guess you might say erratic, or maybe emotional. Gallispell was genuinely startled. Howard Evans? Hess's eyes went to the notebook. I took the liberty of looking through his log, and you got the impression he was strange. Hess flushed stubbornly. Maybe everything he writes is true, but I've been poking into odd corners of space all my life, and I've never seen anything like it. Peculiar situation, said Gallispell in a neutral voice. He looked thoughtfully at the notebook. 2. Journal of Howard Charles Evans. I commenced this journal without pessimism, but certainly without optimism. I feel as if I have already died once. My time in the lifeboat was at least a foretaste of death. I flew on and on through the dark, and a coffin could be only slightly more cramped. The stars were above, below, ahead, astern. I have no clock, and I can put no duration to my drifting. It was more than a week, it was less than a year. So much for space, the lifeboat, the stars. There are not too many pages in this journal. I will need them all to chronicle my life on this world, which, rising up under me, gave me life. There is much to tell and many ways in the telling. There is myself, my own response to this rather dramatic situation. But lacking the knack for tracing the contours and contortions of my psyche, I will try to detail events as objectively as possible. I landed the lifeboat on as favorable a spot as I had opportunity to select. I tested the atmosphere, temperature, pressure, and biology. Then I ventured outside. I rigged an antenna and dispatched my first SOS. Shelter is no problem. The lifeboat serves me as a bed, and if necessary, a refuge. From sheer boredom, later on, I may fell a few of these trees and build a house. But I will wait. There is no urgency. A stream of pure water trickles past the lifeboat. I have abundant, concentrated food. As soon as the hydroponic tanks begin to produce, there will be fresh fruits and vegetables and yeast proteins. Survival seems no particular problem. The sun is a ball of dark crimson, and casts hardly more light than the full moon of Earth. The lifeboat rests on a meadow of thick black-green creeper, very pleasant underfoot. 100 yards distant in the direction I shall call south lies a lake of inky water, and the meadow slopes smoothly down to the water's edge. Tall sprays of rather pallid vegetation, I had best use the word trees, bound the meadow on either side. Behind is a hillside, which possibly continues into a range of mountains. I can't be sure. This dim red light makes vision uncertain after the first few hundred feet. The total effect is one of haunted desolation and peace. I would enjoy the beauty of the situation if it were not for the uncertainties of the future. The breeze drifts across the lake, smelling pleasantly fragrant, and it carries a whisper of sound from off the waves. I have assembled the hydroponic tanks and set out cultures of yeast. I shall never starve nor die of thirst. The lake is smooth and inviting. Perhaps in time I will build a little boat. The water is warm, but I dare not swim. What could be more terrible than to be seized from below and dragged under? There is probably no basis for my misgivings. I have seen no animal life of any kind, no birds, fish, insects, crustacea. The world is one of absolute quiet, except for the whispering breeze. The scarlet sun hangs in the sky, remaining in place during many of my sleeps. I see it is slowly westering, after this long day, and how long and how monotonous will be the night. I have sent off 4 SOS sequences. Somewhere a monitor station must catch them. A machete is my only weapon, and I have been reluctant to venture far from the lifeboat. Today, if I may use the word, I took my courage in my hands and started around the lake. The trees are rather like birches, tall and supple. I think the bark and leaves would shine a clear silver in light other than this wine-colored gloom. Along the lakeshore they stand in a line, almost as if long ago they had been planted by a wandering gardener. The tall branches sway in the breeze, glinting scarlet with purple overtones, a strange and wonderful picture which I am alone to see. I have heard it said that enjoyment of beauty is magnified in the presence of others, that a mysterious rapport comes into play to reveal subtleties which a single mind is unable to grasp. Certainly, as I walked along the avenue of trees with the lake and the scarlet sun behind, I would have been grateful for companionship, but I believe that something of peace, the sense of walking in an ancient abandoned garden, would be lost. The lake is shaped like an hourglass. At the narrow waist, I could look across and see the squat shape of the lifeboat. I sat down under a bush, which continually nodded red and black flowers in front of me. Mist fibrils drifted across the lake, and the wind made low musical sounds. I rose to my feet, continued around the lake. I passed through forests and glades and came once more to my lifeboat. I went to tend my hydroponic tanks, and I think the yeast had been disturbed, prodded at curiously. The dark red sun is sinking. Every day, it must be clear that I use day as the interval between my sleeps, finds it lower in the sky. Night is almost upon me, long night. How shall I spend my time in the dark? I have no gauge other than my mind, but the breeze seems colder. It brings long mournful chords to my ears, very sad, very sweet. Mist wraiths go fleeting across the meadow. Wan stars already show themselves, nameless ghost lamps without significance. I have been considering the slope behind my meadow. Tomorrow I think I will make the ascent. I have plotted the position of every article I possess. I will be gone some hours, and if a visitor meddles with my goods, I will know his presence for certain. The sun is low, the air pinches at my cheeks. I must hurry if I wish to return while light still shows me the landscape. I picture myself lost. I see myself wandering the face of this world, groping for my precious lifeboat, my tanks, my meadow. Anxiety, curiosity, obstinacy all spurring me, I set off up the slope at a half-trot. Becoming winded almost at once, I slowed my pace. The turf of the lakeshore had disappeared. I was walking on bare rock and lichen. Below me, the meadow became a patch, my lifeboat a gleaming spindle. I watched for a moment. Nothing stirred anywhere in my range of vision. I continued up the slope and finally breasted the ridge. A vast rolling valley fell off below me. Far away, a range of great mountains stood into the dark sky. The wine-colored light slanting in from the west lit the prominences, the frontal sallies and bluffs, left the valleys in gloom. An alternate sequence of red and black beginning far in the west, continuing past, far to the east. I looked down behind me, down to my own meadow, and was hard put to find it in the fading light. Ah, there it was. And there, the lake, a sprawling hourglass. Beyond was dark forest, then a strip of old rose savanna, then a dark strip of woodland, then delicate laminae of colorings to the horizon. The sun touched the edge of the mountains, and with what seemed almost a sudden lurch, fell half below the horizon. I turned down slope, a terrible thing to be lost in the dark. My eye fell upon a white object, 100 yards along the ridge. I stared and walked nearer. Gradually it assumed form, a thimble, a cone, a pyramid, a cairn of white rocks. I walked forward with feet achingly heavy. A cairn, certainly. I stood looking down on it. I turned, looked over my shoulder. Nothing in view. I looked down to the meadow. Swift shapes? I strained through the gathering murk. Nothing. I tore at the cairn, threw rocks aside. What was below? Nothing. In the ground, a faintly marked rectangle 3 feet long was perceptible. I stood back. No power I knew of could induce me to dig into that soil. The sun was disappearing. Already at the south and north, the afterglow began, lees of wine. The sun moved with astounding rapidity. What manner of sun was this, dawdling at the meridian, plunging below the horizon? I turned down slope, but darkness came faster. The scarlet sun was gone. In the west was the sad sketch of departed flame. I stumbled. I fell. I looked into the east. A marvelous zodiacal light was forming, a strengthening blue triangle. I watched, from my hands and knees. A cusp of bright blue lifted into the sky. A moment later, a flood of sapphire washed the landscape. A new sun of intense indigo rose into the sky. The world was the same and yet different. Where my eyes had been accustomed to red and the red subcolors, now I saw the intricate cycle of blue. When I returned to my meadow, the breeze carried a new sound, bright chords that my mind could almost form into melody. For a moment I so amused myself, and thought to see dance motion in the wisps of vapor, which for the last few days had been noticeable over my meadow. In what I will call a peculiar frame of mind, I crawled into the lifeboat and went to sleep. I crawled blinking out of the lifeboat into an electric world. I listened. Surely that was music, faint whispers drifting in on the wind like a fragrance. I went down to the lake, as blue as a ball of that cobalt dye so aptly known as bluing. The music came louder. I could catch snatches of melody, sprightly quick-step phrases carried like colored tinsel on a flow of cream. I put my hands to my ears. If I were experiencing hallucinations, the music would continue. The sound diminished, but did not fade entirely. My test was not definitive. But I felt sure it was real. And where music was, there must be musicians. I ran forward, shouted, "Hello!" "Hello!" came the echo from across the lake. The music faded a moment, as a cricket chorus quiets when disturbed. Then gradually I could hear it again. Distant music, horns of elfland faintly blowing. It went completely out of perception. I was left standing haggard in the blue light, alone on my meadow. I washed my face, returned to the lifeboat, sent out another set of SOS signals. Possibly the blue day is shorter than the red day. With no clock, I can't be sure. But with my new fascination, the music and its source, the blue day seems to pass swifter. Never have I caught sight of the musicians. Is the sound generated by the trees, by diaphanous insects crouching out of my vision? One day I glanced across the lake, and wonder of wonders, a gay town spread along the opposite shore. After a first dumbfounded gaze, I ran down to the water's edge, stared as if it were the most precious sight of my life. Pale silk swayed and rippled, pavilions, tents, fantastic edifices. Who inhabited these places? I waded knee-deep into the lake, the breath catching and creaking in my throat, and thought to see flitting shapes. I ran like a madman around the shore. Plants with pale blue blossoms succumbed to my feet. I left the trail of an elephant through a patch of delicate reeds. And when I came panting and exhausted to the shore opposite my meadow, what was there? Nothing. The city had vanished like a dream, like specters blown on a wind. I sat down on a rock. Music came clear for an instant, as if a door had momentarily opened. I jumped to my feet. Nothing to be seen. I looked back across the lake. There, on my meadow, a host of gauzy shapes moved like mayflies over a still pond. When I returned, my meadow was vacant. The shore across the lake was bare. So goes the blue day, and now there is amazement to my life. Whence comes the music? Who and what are these flitting shapes, never quite real but never entirely out of mind? 4 times an hour I press a hand to my forehead, fearing the symptoms of a mind turning in on itself. If music actually exists on this world, actually vibrates the air, why should it come to my ears as earth music? These chords I hear might be struck on familiar instruments. The harmonies are not at all alien. And these pale plasmic wisps that I forever seem to catch from the corner of my eye, the style is that of gay and playful humanity. The tempo of their movement is the tempo of the music. Tarantella, saraband, farandole. So goes the blue day. Blue air, blue-black turf, ultramarine water, and the bright blue star bent to the west. How long have I lived on this planet? I have broadcast the SOS sequence until now the batteries hiss with exhaustion. Soon there will be an end to power. Food, water are no problem to me. But what use is a lifetime of exile on a world of blue and red? The blue day is at its close. I would like to mount the slope and watch the blue suns passing, but the remembrance of the red sunset still provokes a queasiness in my stomach. So I will watch from my meadow, and then, if there is darkness, I will crawl into the lifeboat like a bear into a cave, and wait the coming of light. The blue day goes. The sapphire sun wanders into the western forest, the sky glooms to blue-black, the stars show like unfamiliar home places. For some time now I have heard no music. Perhaps it has been so all-present that I neglect it. The blue star is gone, the air chills. I think that deep night is on me indeed. I hear a throb of sound, plangent, plaintive. I turn my head. The east glows pale pearl. A silver globe floats up into the night like a lotus drifting on a lake, a great ball like 6 of Earth's full moons. Is this a sun, a satellite, a burnt-out star? What a freak of cosmology I have chanced upon. The silver sun, I must call it a sun, although it casts a cool satin light, moves in an aureole like oyster shell. Once again, the color of the planet changes. The lake glistens like quicksilver. The trees are hammered metal. The silver star passes over a high rack of clouds, and the music seems to burst forth as if somewhere someone flung wide curtains. The music of moonlight, medieval marble, piazzas with slim fluted colonnades, soft sighing strains. I wander down to the lake. Across on the opposite shore once more I see the town. It seems clearer, more substantial. I note details that shimmered away to vagueness before. A wide terrace beside the lake, spiral columns, a row of urns. The silhouette is, I think, the same as when I saw it under the blue sun. Great silken tents, shimmering, reflecting cusps of light, pillars of carved stone, lucent as milk glass, fantastic fixtures of no obvious purpose. Barges drift along the dark quicksilver lake like moths, great sails bellying idly, the rigging a mesh of cobweb. Nodules of light, like fairy lanterns, hang on the stays, along the masts. On sudden thought, I turn, look up to my own meadow. I see a row of booths as at an old-time fair, a circle of pale stones set in the turf, a host of filmy shapes. Step by step, I edge toward my lifeboat. The music waxes, chords and structures of wonderful sweetness. I peer at one of the shapes, but the outlines waver. It moves to the emotion of the music, or does the motion of the shape generate the music? I run forward, shouting hoarsely. One of the shapes slips past me, and I look into a blur where a face might be. I come to a halt, panting hard. I stand on the marble circle. I stamp. It rings solid. I walk toward the booths. They seem to display complex things of pale cloth and dim metal. But as I look, my eyes mist over as with tears. The music goes far, far away. My meadow lies bare and quiet. My feet press into silver-black turf. In the sky hangs the silver-black star. I am sitting with my back to the lifeboat, staring across the lake, which is still as a mirror. I have arrived at a set of theories. My primary proposition is that I am sane, a necessary article of faith. Why bother even to speculate otherwise? So, events occurring outside my own mind cause everything I have seen and heard. But, note this, these sights and sounds do not obey the laws of classical science. In many respects, they seem particularly subjective. It must be, I tell myself, that both objectivity and subjectivity enter into the situation. I receive impressions which my brain finds unfamiliar, and so translates to the concept most closely related. By this theory, the inhabitants of this world are constantly close. I move unknowingly through their palaces and arcades. They dance incessantly around me. As my mind gains sensitivity, I verge upon rapport with their way of life, and I see them. More exactly, I sense something which creates an image in the visual region of my brain. Their emotions, the pattern of their life, sets up a kind of vibration which sounds in my brain as music. The reality of these creatures I am sure I will never know. They are diaphane. I am flesh. They live in a world of spirit. I plod the turf with my heavy feet. These last days I have neglected to broadcast the SOS. Small lack. The batteries are about done. The silver sun is at the zenith and leans westward. What comes next? Back to the red sun, or darkness? Certainly this is no ordinary planetary system. The course of this world along its orbit must resemble one of the pre-Copernican epicycles. I believe that my brain is gradually tuning into phase with this world, reaching a new high level of sensitivity. If my theory is correct, the élan vital of the native beings expresses itself in my brain as music. On Earth, we would perhaps use the word telepathy. So I am practicing, concentrating, opening my consciousness wide to these new perceptions. Ocean mariners know a trick of never looking directly at a far light lest it strike the eye's blind spot. I am using a similar device of never staring directly at one of the gauzy beings. I allow the image to establish itself, build itself up, and by this technique they appear quite definitely human. I sometimes think I can glimpse the features. The women are like sylphs, achingly beautiful. The men, I have not seen one in detail, but their carriage, their form is hauntingly familiar. The music is always part of the background, just as rustling of leaves is part of a forest. The mood of these creatures seems to change with their sun, so I hear music to suit. The red sun gave them passionate melancholy, the blue sun merriment. Under the silver star they are delicate, imaginative, wistful, and in my mind sounds Debussy's La Mer and Les Sirènes. The silver day is on the wane. Today I sat beside the lake with the trees a screen of silver filigree, watching the moth barges drift back and forth. What is their function? Can life such as this be translated in terms of economies, ecology, sociology? I doubt it. The word intelligence may not even enter the picture. Is not our brain a peculiarly anthropoid characteristic, and is not intelligence a function of our peculiarly anthropoid brain? A portly barge sways near, with swamp globes of orange and blue in the rigging, and I forget my hypotheses. I can never know the truth, and it is perfectly possible that these creatures are no more aware of me than I originally was aware of them. Time goes by. I return to the lifeboat. A young woman's shape whirls past. I pause, peer into her face. She tilts her head. Her eyes burn into mine as she passes, mocking Topaz, not unkindly. I try an SOS, listlessly, because I suspect the batteries to be dank and dead. And indeed, they are. The silver star is like an enormous Christmas tree bauble, round and glistening. It floats low, and once more I stand irresolute, half expecting night. The star falls, the forest receives it, the sky dulls, and night has come. I face the east, my back pressed to the pragmatic hull of my lifeboat. Nothing. I have no conception of the passage of time, darkness, timelessness. Somewhere clocks turn minute hands, second hands, hour hands. I stand staring into the night, perhaps as slow as a sandstone statue, perhaps as feverish as a salamander. In the darkness, there is a peculiar cessation of sound. The music has dwindled, down through a series of wistful chords, a forlorn last cry. A glow in the east, a green glow, spreading. Up rises a magnificent green sphere, the essence of all green, the tincture of emeralds, glowing as grass, fresh as mint, deep as the sea. A throb of sound, rhythmical strong music, swinging and veering. The green light floods the planet, and I prepare for the green day. I am almost one with the native things. I wander among their pavilions. I pause by their booths to ponder their stuffs and wares, silken medallions, spangles and circlets of woven metal, cups of fluff and iridescent puff, puddles of color and wafts of light-shot gauze. There are chains of green glass, captive butterflies, spheres which seem to hold all the heavens, all the clouds, all the stars. And to all sides of me go the flicker and flit of the dream people. The men are all vague but familiar. The women turn me smiles of ineffable provocation. But I will drive myself mad with temptations. What I see is no more than the formulation of my own brain, an interpretation. And this is tragedy, for there is one creature so unutterably lovely, that whenever I see the shape that is she, my throat aches, and I run forward to peer into her eyes that are not eyes. Today I clasped my arms around her, expecting yielding wisp. Surprisingly, there was the feel of supple flesh. I kissed her, cheek, chin, mouth. Such a look of perplexity on the sweet face as I have never seen. Heaven knows what strange act the creature thought me to be performing. She went her way, but the music is strong and triumphant. The voice of cornets, the shoulder of resonant bass below. A man comes past, something in his stride, his posture, plucks at my memory. I step forward. I will gaze into his face. I will plumb the vagueness. He whirls past like a figure on a carousel. He wears flapping ribbons of silk and pom-poms of spangled satin. I pound after him. I plant myself in his path. He strides past with a side glance, and I stare into the rigid mask-like face. It is my own face. He wears my face. He walks with my stride. He is I. Already is the green day gone? The green sun goes, and the music takes on depth. No cessation now. There is preparation, imminence. What is that other sound? A far spasm of something growling and clashing like a broken gearbox. It fades out. The green sun goes down in a sky like a peacock's tail. The music is slow, exalted. The west fades. The east glows. The music goes toward the east, to the great bands of rose, yellow, orange, lavender. Cloud flecks burst into flame. A golden glow consumes the sky, north and south. The music takes on volume, a liturgical chanting. Up rises the new sun, a gorgeous golden ball. The music swells into a paean of light, fulfillment, regeneration. Hark! A second time the harsh sound grates across the music. Into the sky, across the sun, drifts the shape of a spaceship. It hovers over my meadow. The landing jets come down like plumes. The ship lands. I hear the mutter of voices, men's voices. The music has vanished. The marble carvings, the tinsel booths, the wonderful silken cities are gone. 3. Gallowspell looked up, rubbed his chin. Captain Hess asked anxiously, "What do you think of it?" For a moment Gallowspell made no reply. Then he said, "It's a strange document." He looked for a long moment out the window. "What happened after you picked him up? Did you see any of these phenomena he talks about?" "Not a thing." Captain Hess solemnly shook his big round head. "Sure, the system was a fantastic gaggle of dark stars and fluorescent planets and burnt-out old suns. Maybe all these things played hob with his mind. He didn't seem too overjoyed to see us, that's a fact. Just stood there, staring at us as if we were trespassers. 'We got your SOS,' I told him. 'Jump aboard, wrap yourself around a good meal.' He came walking forward as if his feet were dead. Well, to make a long story short, he finally came aboard. We loaded on his lifeboat and took off. During the voyage back, he had nothing to do with anybody. Just kept to himself, walking up and down the promenade. He had a habit of putting his hands to his head. One time I asked him if he was sick, if he wanted the medic to look him over. He said no, there was nothing wrong with him. That's about all I know of the man. We made sun and came down toward Earth. Personally, I didn't see what happened because I was on the bridge, but this is what they tell me. As Earth got bigger and bigger, Evans began to act more restless than usual, wincing and turning his head back and forth. When we were about 1,000 miles out, he gave a kind of furious jump. 'The noise,' he yelled. 'The horrible noise!' And with that he ran astern, jumped into his lifeboat, cast off, and they tell me disappeared back the way we came. And that's all I got to tell you, Mr. Gallowspell. It's too bad after our taking all that trouble to get him, Evans decided to pull up stakes. But that's the way it goes." "He took off back along your course?" "That's right. If you're wanting to ask, could he have made the planet where we found him, the answer is not likely. But there's a chance, persisted Gallowspell. Oh, sure, said Captain Hess. There's a chance. Afterward to Noise. Today is a wonderful time to be alive, the most exciting and colorful age in the whole tremendous history of man. We are in a period of changeover, from a civilization based of European ideas that has lost its momentum and grown tired, to a new civilization on whose basic patterns we are still working. No one could call this an era of calm, quite the reverse. Events come at us with a rapidity that bewilders most people and alarms not a few. Science fiction provides a primary education for this new age, exactly as history and geography books have educated us for the present. Science fiction gives us a head start at fitting ourselves to the new conditions, and we have an enormous advantage over people who ignore the future. Jack Vance, 1953. The Kokod Warriors. 1. Magnus Ridolf sat on the glass jetty at Providencia, fingering a quartino of blue ruin. At his back rose Granite Head. Before him spread Meal Isles Ocean and the myriad little islands, each with its trees and neoclassic villa. A magnificent blue sky extended overhead, and beneath his feet, under the glass floor of the jetty, lay Coral Canyon, with schools of sea moths flashing and flickering like metal snowflakes. Magnus Ridolf sipped his liqueur and considered a memorandum from his bank describing a condition barely distinguishable from poverty. He had been perhaps too trusting with his money. A few months previously, the Outer Empire Investment and Realty Society, to which he had entrusted a considerable sum, was found to be bankrupt. The chairman of the board and the general manager, a Mr. C. and a Mr. Holpers, had been paying each other unexpectedly large salaries, most of which had been derived from Magnus Ridolf's capital investment. Magnus Ridolf sighed, glanced at his liqueur. This would be the last of these. Hereafter he must drink vin ordinaire, a fluid rather like tarragon vinegar, prepared from the fermented rind of a local cactus. A waiter approached. "A lady wishes to speak to you, sir." Magnus Ridolf preened his neat white beard. "Show her over by all means." The waiter returned. Magnus Ridolf's eyebrows went S-shape as he saw his guest, a woman of commanding presence, with an air of militant and dignified virtue. Her interest in Magnus Ridolf was clearly professional. She came to an abrupt halt. "You are Mr. Magnus Ridolf?" He bowed. "Will you sit down?" The woman rather hesitantly took a seat. "Somehow, Mr. Ridolf, I expected someone more, well..." Magnus Ridolf's reply was urbane. "A younger man, perhaps? With conspicuous biceps, a gun on his hip, a space helmet on his head? Or perhaps my beard alarms you?" "Well, not exactly that, but my business..." "Ah, you came to me in a professional capacity?" "Well, yes, I would say so." In spite of the memorandum from his bank, which now he folded and tucked into his pocket, Magnus Ridolf spoke with decision. "If your business requires feats of physical prowess, I beg you hire elsewhere. My janitor might satisfy your needs. An excellent chap who engages his spare time moving barbells from one elevation to another." No, said the woman hastily. "I'm sure you misunderstand. I merely pictured a different sort of individual." Magnus Ridolf cleared his throat. "What is your problem?" "Well, I am Martha Chickering, Secretary of the Women's League Committee for the Preservation of Moral Values. We are fighting a particularly disgraceful condition that the law refuses to abate. We have appealed to the better nature of the persons involved, but I'm afraid that financial gain means more to them than decency." "Be so kind as to state your problem." "Are you acquainted with the world..." She spoke it as if it were a social disease. "Kokod?" Magnus Ridolf nodded gravely, stroked his neat white beard. "Your problem assumes form." "Can you help us, then? Every right-thinking person condemns the goings-on. Brutal,
undignified, nauseous.
Magnus Ridolf nodded.
The exploitation of the Kokod natives is hardly commendable.
Hardly commendable? Cried Martha Chickering.
It's despicable. It's trafficking in blood. We execrate the sadistic beasts who patronize bullfights, but we condone, even encourage, the terrible things that take place on Kokod while Holpers and C daily grow wealthier.
Ha ha! Exclaimed Magnus Ridolf. Bruce Holpers and Julius C?
Why, yes.
She looked at him questioningly. Perhaps you know them? Magnus Ridolf sat back in his chair, turned the liqueur down his throat.
To some slight extent. We had what I believe is called a business connection. But no matter, please continue. Your problem has acquired a new dimension, and beyond question the situation is deplorable. Then you agree that the Kokod Syndicate should be broken up. You will help us.
Magnus Ridolf spread his arms in a fluent gesture.
Mrs. Chickering, my good wishes are freely at your disposal. Active participation in the crusade is another matter, and will be determined by the fee your organization is prepared to invest.
Mrs. Chickering spoke stiffly.
Well, we assume that a man of principle might be willing to make certain sacrifices.
Magnus Ridolf sighed.
You touch me upon a sensitive spot, Mrs. Chickering. I shall indeed make a sacrifice. Rather than the extended rest I had promised myself, I will devote my abilities to your problem. Now let us discuss my fee. No, first, what do you require? We insist that the gaming at Shadow Valley Inn be halted. We want Bruce Holpers and Julius C. prosecuted and punished. We want an end put to the Kokod Wars.
Magnus Ridolf looked off into the distance, and for a moment was silent. When at last he spoke, his voice was grave.
You list your requirements on a descending level of feasibility.
I don't understand you, Mr. Ridolf.
Shadow Valley Inn might well be rendered inoperative by means of a bomb or an epidemic of Mayerheim's bloat. To punish Holpers and C, we must demonstrate that a non-existent law has been criminally violated. And to halt the Kokod Wars, it will be necessary to alter the genetic heritage, glandular makeup, training, instinct, and general outlook on life of each of the countless Kokod Warriors.
Mrs. Chickering blinked and stammered. Magnus Ridolf held up a courteous hand.
However, that which is never attempted never transpires. I will bend my best efforts to your requirements. My fee? Well, in view of the altruistic ends in prospect, I will be modest. 1,000 units a week and expenses. Payable, if you please, in advance.
Magnus Ridolf left the jetty, mounted Granity Head by steps cut into the green-veined limestone. On top, he paused by the wrought-iron balustrade to catch his breath and enjoy the vista over the ocean. Then he turned and entered the blue lace and silver filigree lobby of the Hotel des Mille Isles. Presenting a bland face to the scrutiny of the desk clerk, he sauntered into the library, where he selected a cubicle, settled himself before the Nemephot. Consulting the index for Kokod, he punched the appropriate keys. The screen came to life. Magnus Ridolf inspected first a series of charts which established that Kokod was an exceedingly small world of high specific gravity. Next appeared a projection of the surface, accompanied by a slow-moving strip of descriptive matter. Although a small world, Kokod's gravity and atmosphere make it uniquely habitable for men. It has never been settled, due to an already numerous population of autochthones and a lack of valuable minerals. Tourists are welcomed at Shadow Valley Inn, a resort hotel at Shadow Valley. Weekly packets connect Shadow Valley Inn with Starport. Kokod's most interesting feature is its population. The chart disappeared, to be replaced by a picture entitled Typical Kokod Warrior from Rock River Tumble, and displaying a man-like creature 2 feet tall. The head was narrow and peaked. The torso was that of a bee, long, pointed, covered with yellow down. Scrawny arms gripped a 4-foot lance. A stone knife hung at the belt. The chitinous legs were shod with barbs. The creature's expression was mild, almost reproachful. A voice said,
You will now hear the voice of Sam 192, Rock River. The Kokod Warrior inhaled deeply. Wattles beside his chin quivered. From the Nemephot screen issued a high-pitched stridency. Interpretation appeared on a panel to the right. I am Sam 192, Squadronite, Company 14 of the Advance Force, in the service of Rock River Tumble. Our valor is a source of wonder to all. Our magnificent stele is rooted deep, and exceeded in girth only by the steles of Rose Slope Tumble and crafty Shell Strand Tumble. This day I have come at the invitation of the, untranslatable, of Small Square Tumble, to tell of our victories and immensely effective strategies. Another sound made itself heard, a man speaking falsetto in the Kokod language. The interpretation read, Question. Tell us about life in Rock River Tumble. Sam 192. It is very companionable. Question. What is the first thing you do in the morning? Answer. We march past the matrons to assure ourselves of a properly martial fecundity. Question. What do you eat? Answer. We are nourished in the fields. Note. The Kokod metabolism is not entirely understood. Apparently, they ferment organic material in a crop and oxidize the resultant alcohols. Question. Tell us about your daily life. Answer. We practice various disciplines, deploy in the basic formations, hurl weapons, train the kinderlings, elevate the veterans. Question. How often do you engage in battle? Answer. When it is our time, when the challenge has issued and the appropriate code of combat agreed upon with the enemy. Question. You mean you fight in various styles? Answer. There are 97 conventions of battle which may be employed. For instance, Code 48, by which we overcame strong black glass tumble, allows the lance to be grasped only by the left hand and permits no severing of the leg tendons with the dagger. Code 69, however, insists that the tendons must be cut before the kill is made, and the lances are used thwartwise, as bumpers. Question. Why do you fight? Why are there wars? Answer. Because the steles of the other tumbles would surpass ours in size, did we not fight and win victories. Note. The stele is a composite tree growing in each tumble. Each victory is celebrated by the addition of a shoot, which joins and augments the main body of the stele. The Rock River stele is 17 feet in diameter and is estimated to be 4,000 years old. The Rose Slope stele is 18 feet in diameter, and the Shell Strand stele is almost 20 feet in diameter. Question. What would happen if warriors from Frog Pond Tumble cut down Rock River stele? Sam 192 made no sound. His wattles blew out, his head bobbed. After a moment, he turned, marched out of view. Into the screen came a man wearing shoulder tabs of Commonwealth control. He looked after Sam 192 with an expression of patronizing good humor that Magnus Ridolf considered insufferable. The Kokod Warriors are well known through the numerous sociological studies published on Earth, of which the most authoritative is perhaps the Carlyle Foundation's Kokod, a Militaristic Society, Nemephot Code AK, SK, RD, BP. To summarize, let me state that there are 81 tumbles or castles on Kokod, each engaged in highly formalized warfare with all the others. The evolutionary function of this warfare is the prevention of overpopulation on a small world. The tumble matrons are prolific, and only these rather protean measures assure a balanced ecology. I have been asked repeatedly whether the Kokod Warriors fear death. My belief is that identification with the home tumble is so intense that the warriors have small sense of individuality. Their sole ambition is winning battles, swelling the girth of their stele, and so glorifying their tumble. The man spoke on. Magnus Ridolf reached out, speeded up the sequence. On the screen appeared Shadow Valley Inn, a luxurious building under 6 tall parasol trees. The commentary read, At Shadow Valley Inn, genial co-owners Julius C. and Bruce Hulpers greet tourists from all over the universe. 2 cuts appeared. A dark man with a lowering broad face, a mouth uncomfortably twisted in a grin. The other lanky, with a long head sparsely thatched with red excelsior. C. and Hulpers read the subheadings.
Magnus Ridolf halted the progression of the program, studied the faces for a few seconds, then allowed the sequence to continue. Mr. C and Mr. Holpers, ran the script, have ingeniously made use of the incessant wars as a means of diverting their guests. A sheet quotes odds on each day's battle, a pastime which arouses enthusiasm among sporting visitors. Magnus Ridolf turned off the nemophot, sat back in the chair, stroked his beard reflectively. Where odds exist, he said to himself, there likewise exists the possibility of upsetting the odds. Luckily, my obligation to Mrs. Chickering will in no way interfere with a certain measure of subsidiary profits. Or better, let us say, recompense. 2. Alighting from the Phoenix Line packet, the Hesperornis, Ridolf was startled momentarily by the close horizons of Kokod. The sky seemed to begin almost at his feet. Waiting to transfer the passengers to the inn was an over-decorated charabanc. Magnus Ridolf gingerly took a seat, and when the vehicle lurched forward, a heavy woman scented with musk was thrust against him. "Really?" complained the woman. "1,000 apologies," replied Magnus Ridolf, adjusting his position. "Next time I will take care to move out of your way." The woman brushed him with a contemptuous glance and turned to her companion, a woman with the small head and robust contour of a peacock. "Attendant," the second woman called presently. "Yes, madam." "Tell us about these native wars. We've heard so much about them." "They're extremely interesting, madam. The little fellows are quite savage." "I hope there's no danger for the onlookers." "None whatever. They reserve their unfriendliness for each other." "What time are the excursions?" "I believe the Ivory Dune and the Eastern Shield tumbles march tomorrow. The scene of battle no doubt will center around Muscadine Meadow, so there should be 3 excursions. To catch the deployments, you leave the inn at 5 a.m., for the onslaught at 6 a.m., and 7 or 8 for the battle proper." "It's ungodly early," the matron commented. "Is nothing else going on?" "I'm not certain, madam. The Green Ball and the Shell Strand might possibly war tomorrow, but they would engage according to Convention 4, which is hardly spectacular." "Isn't there anything close by the inn?" "No, madam. Shadow Valley Tumble only just finished a campaign against Marble Arch, and are occupied now in repairing their weapons." "What are the odds on the first of these, the Ivory Dune and the Eastern Shield?" "I believe 8 gets you 5 on Ivory Dune, and 5 gets you 4 on Eastern Shield." "That's strange. Why aren't the odds the same both ways?" "All bets must be placed through the inn management, madam." The carryall rattled into the courtyard of the inn. Magnus Ridolf leaned forward. "Kindly brace yourself, madam. The vehicle is about to stop, and I do not care to be held responsible for a second unpleasant incident." The woman made no reply. The charabanc halted. Magnus Ridolf climbed to the ground. Before him was the inn, and behind a mountainside, dappled with succulent green flowers on lush violet bushes. Along the ridge grew tall, slender trees like poplars, vivid black and red. A most colorful world, decided Magnus Ridolf, and turning, inspected the view down the valley. There were bands and layers of colors, pink, violet, yellow, green, graying into a distant dove color. Where the mouth of the valley gave on the river peneplain, Magnus Ridolf glimpsed a tall conical edifice. "One of the tumbles?" he inquired of the charabanc attendant. "Yes, sir. The Meadow View tumble. Shadow Valley tumble is further up the valley, behind the inn." Magnus Ridolf turned to enter the inn. His eyes met those of a man in a severe black suit, a short man with a dumpy face that looked as if it had been compressed in a vice. Ridolf recognized the countenance of Julius C. "Well, well, this is a surprise indeed," said Magnus. C nodded grimly. "Quite a coincidence. After the unhappy collapse of Outer Empire Realty and Investment, I feared, indeed I dreaded, that I should never see you again." And Magnus Ridolf watched Julius C. with mild blue eyes blank as a lizard's. "No such luck," said C. "As a matter of fact, I run this place. May I speak to you a moment inside?" Certainly, by all means. Ridolf followed his host through the well-appointed lobby into an office. A thin-faced man with thin red hair and squirrel teeth rose quickly to his feet. "You'll remember my partner, Bruce Holpers," said C, with no expression in his voice. "Of course," said Ridolf. "I am flattered that you honor me with your personal attention." C cut the air with his hand, a small petulant gesture. "Forget the smart talk, Ridolf. What's your game?" Magnus Ridolf laughed easily. Gentlemen, my foot. Let's get down to brass tacks. If you've got any ideas left over from that Outer Empire deal, put them away." "I assure you, I've heard stories about you, Ridolf, and what I brought you in to tell you was that we're running a nice, quiet place here, and we don't want any disturbance." "Of course not," agreed Ridolf. "Maybe you came for a little clean fun, betting on these native chipmunks. Maybe you came on a party that we won't like." Ridolf held out his hands guilelessly. "I can hardly say I'm flattered. I appear at your inn, an accredited guest. Instantly you take me aside and admonish me." "Ridolf," said C, "you have a funny reputation, and a normal sharpshooter never knows what side you're working on." "Enough of this," said Magnus sternly. "Open the door, or I shall institute a strong protest." "Look," said C ominously, "we own this hotel. If we don't like your looks, you'll camp out and rustle your own grub until the next packet, which is a week away." Magnus Ridolf said coldly, "You will become liable to extensive damages if you seek to carry out your threat. In fact, I defy you. Put me out if you dare." The lanky red-haired Holpers laid a nervous hand on C's arm. "He's right, Julie. We can't refuse service or the Control yanks our charter." "If he misbehaves or performs any mischief, we can put him out." "You have evidence, then, that I am a source of annoyance?" C stood back, hands behind him. "Call this little talk a warning, Ridolf. You've just had your warning." Returning to the lobby, Magnus Ridolf ordered his luggage sent to his room and inquired the whereabouts of the Commonwealth Control Officer. "He's established on the edge of Black Bog, sir. You'll have to take an air car unless you care for an all-night hike." "You may order out an air car," said Magnus Ridolf. Seated in the well-upholstered tonneau, Ridolf watched Shadow Valley Inn dwindle below. The sun, high Sagittarius, which had already set, once more came into view as the car rose to clear Basalt Mountain, then sank in a welter of purples, greens, and reds, a phoenix dying in its many-colored blood. Kokod twilight fell across the planet. Below passed a wonderfully various landscape, lakes and parks, meadows, cliffs, crags, sweeping hillside slopes, river valleys. Here and there Ridolf sensed shapes in the fading light, the hive-like tumbles. As evening deepened into dove-colored night, the tumbles flickered with dancing orange sparks of illumination. The air car slanted down, slid under a copse of trees shaped like feather dusters. Magnus Ridolf alighted, stepped around to the pilot's compartment. "Who is the control officer?" "His name is Clark, sir. Everly Clark." Magnus Ridolf nodded. "I'll be no more than 20 minutes. Will you wait, please?" "Yes, sir. Very well, sir." Magnus Ridolf glanced sharply at the man. A suggestion of insolence behind the formal courtesy? He strode to the frame building. The upper half of the door hung wide. Cheerful yellow light poured out into the Kokod night. Within, Magnus Ridolf glimpsed a tall pink man in neat tan gabardines. Something in the man's physiognomy struck a chord of memory. Where had he seen this round pink face before? He rapped smartly on the door. The man turned his head and rather glumly arose. Magnus Ridolf saw the man to be he of the Nemephot presentation on Kokod, the man who had interviewed the warrior, Sam 192. Everly Clark came to the door. "Yes? What can I do for you?" "I had hoped for the privilege of a few words with you," replied Magnus Ridolf. Clark blew out his cheeks, fumbled with the door fastenings. "By all means," he said hollowly. "Come in, sir." He motioned Magnus Ridolf to a chair. "Won't you sit down? My name is Everly Clark. I am Magnus Ridolf." Clark evinced no flicker of recognition, responding with only a blank stare of inquiry. Ridolf continued a trifle frostily. "I assume that our conversation can be considered confidential?" "Entirely, sir, by all means." Clark showed a degree of animation, went to the fireplace, stood warming his hands at an imaginary blaze. Ridolf chose his words for their maximum weight. "I have been employed by an important organization which I am not at liberty to name. The members of this organization, who I may say exert a not negligible political influence, feel that Control's management of Kokod business has been grossly inefficient and incorrect." "Indeed." Clark's official affability vanished as if a pink spotlight had been turned off. Magnus Ridolf continued soberly. "In view of these charges, I thought it my duty to confer with you and learn your opinions." Clark said grimly, "What do you mean, charges?" "First, it is claimed that the gambling operations at Shadow Valley Inn are, if not illegal, explicitly, shamelessly, and flagrantly unmoral." "Well," said Clark bitterly, "what do you expect me to do? Run out waving a Bible? I can't interfere with tourist morals. They can play merry hell, run around naked, beat their dogs, forge checks. As long as they leave the natives alone, they're out of my jurisdiction." Magnus Ridolf nodded sagely. "I see your position clearly. But a second and more serious allegation is that in allowing the Kokod Warriors to continue day in and day out, Control condones and tacitly encourages a type of brutality which would not be allowed on any other world of the Commonwealth." Clark seated himself, sighed deeply. "If you'll forgive me for saying so, you sound for all the world like one of the form letters I get every day from women's clubs, religious institutes, and anti-vivisectionist societies." He shook his round pink face with sober emphasis. "Mr. Ridolf, you just don't know the facts. You come up here in a lather of indignation, you shoot off your mouth and sit back with a pleased expression. Good deed for the day. Well, it's not right. Do you think I enjoy seeing these little creatures tearing each other apart? Of course not. Although I admit I've become used to it. When Kokod was first visited, we tried to stop the wars. The natives considered us damn fools and went on fighting. We enforced peace by threatening to cut down the Steelies. This meant something to them. They gave up the wars. And you never saw a sadder set of creatures in your life. They sat around in the dirt. They contracted a kind of roup and died by the droves. None of them cared enough to drag the corpses away. 4 tumbles were wiped out: Cloud Crag, Yellow Bush, Sunset Ridge, and Vinegrass. You can see them today, colonies thousands of years old, destroyed in a few months. And all this time the tumble matrons were producing young. No one had the spirit to feed them, and they starved or ran whimpering around the planet like naked little rats." "Ahem," said Magnus Ridolf. "A pity." "Fred Exman was adjutant here then. On his own authority, he ordered the ban removed, told them to fight till they were blue in the face. The wars began half an hour later, and the natives have been happy and healthy ever since." "If what you say is true," Magnus Ridolf remarked mildly, "I have fallen into the common fault of wishing to impose my personal tenor of living upon creatures constitutionally disposed to another." Clark said emphatically, "I don't like to see those sadistic bounders at the hotel capitalizing on the wars, but what can I do about it? And the tourists are no better, morbid, unhealthy jackals, enjoying the sight of death." Magnus Ridolf suggested cautiously, "Then it would be safe to say that, as a private individual, you would not be averse to a cessation of the gambling at Shadow Valley Inn?" "Not at all," said Everly Clark. "As a private citizen, I've always thought that Julius C., Bruce Holpers, and their guests represented mankind at its worst." "One more detail," said Magnus Ridolf. "I believe you speak and understand the Kokod language?" "After a fashion, yes." Clark grimaced in apprehension.
You realize I can't compromise control officially. I understand that very well. Just what do you plan, then? I'll know better after I witness one or two of these campaigns. 3. Soft chimes roused Magnus Ridolf. He opened his eyes into the violet gloom of a Kokod dawn. Yes? The hotel circuit said, 5 o'clock, Mr. Ridolf. The first party for today's battle leaves in 1 hour. Thank you. Ridolf swung his bony legs over the edge of the air cushion, sat a reflective moment. He gained his feet, gingerly performed a set of calisthenic exercises. In the bathroom, he rinsed his mouth with tooth cleanser, rubbed depilatory on his cheeks, splashed his face with cold water, applied tonic to his trim white beard. Returning to the bedroom, he selected a quiet gray and blue outfit with a rather dashing cap. His room opened upon a terrace facing the mountainside. As he strolled forth, the 2 women whom he had encountered in the charabanc the day previously came past. Magnus Ridolf bowed, but the women passed without even a side glance. Cut me dead by thunder, said Magnus Ridolf to himself. Well, well. And he adjusted his cap to an even more rakish angle. In the lobby, a placard announced the event of the day. Ivory Dune Tumble versus Eastern Shield Tumble at Muscadine Meadow. All bets must be placed with the attendant. Odds against Ivory Dune, 8-13. Odds against Eastern Shield, 5-4. In the last 100 battles, Ivory Dune has won 41 engagements, Eastern Shield has won 59. Excursions leave as follows. For deployment, 6 a.m. For onslaught, 7 a.m. For battle proper, 8 a.m. It is necessary that no interference be performed in the vicinity of the battle. Any guest infringing on this rule will be barred from further wagering. There will be no exceptions. At a booth nearby, 2 personable young women were issuing betting vouchers. Magnus Ridolf passed quietly into the restaurant, where he breakfasted lightly on fruit juice, rolls, and coffee, finishing in ample time to secure a place with the first excursion. The observation vehicle was of that peculiar variety used in conveying a large number of people across a rough terrain. The car proper was suspended by a pair of cables from a kite copter which flew 500 feet overhead. The operator, seated in the nose of the car, worked pitch and attack by remote control, and so could skim quietly 5 feet over the ground, hover over waterfalls, ridges, ponds, other areas of scenic beauty, with neither noise nor the thrash of driven air to disturb the passengers. Muscadine Meadow was no small distance away. The operator lofted the ship rather abruptly over Basalt Mountain, then slid on a long slant into the northeast. Pi Sagittarius rolled up into the sky like a melon, and the grays, greens, reds, purples of the Kokod countryside shone up from below, rich as Circassian tapestry. "We are near the Eastern Shield," the attendant announced in a mellifluous baritone. "The tumble is a trifle to the right, beside that bold face of granite whence it derives its name. If you look closely, you will observe the Eastern Shield armies already on the march." Bending forward studiously, Magnus Ridolf noticed a brown and yellow column winding across the mountainside. To their rear he saw first the tall Steely, rising 200 feet, spraying over at the top into a fountain of pink, black, and light green foliage. Then below, the conical tumble. The car sank slowly, drifted over a wooded patch of broken ground, halted 10 feet above a smooth green meadow. "This is the Muscadine," announced the guide. "At the far end you can see Muscadine Tumble and Steely, currently warring against Opal Grotto, odds 9-7 both ways. If you will observe along the line of bamboo trees, you will see the green caps of the Ivory Dune Warriors. We can only guess their strategy, but they seem to be preparing a rather intricate offensive pattern." A woman's voice said peevishly, "Can't you take the car up higher so we can see everything?" "Certainly, if you wish, Mrs. Kime." 500 feet above, copter blades slashed the air, the car wafted up like thistledown. The guide continued,
The Eastern Shield Warriors can be seen coming over the hill. It seems as if they surmise the Ivory Dune strategy and will attempt to attack the flank. There! His voice rose animatedly. By the bronze tree! The scouts have made a brush. Eastern Shield lures the Ivory Dune scouts into ambush. They're gone. Apparently today's code is 4, or possibly 36, allowing all weapons to be used freely, without restriction. An old man with a nose like a raspberry said, "Put us down, driver. From up here we might as well be back at the inn." "Certainly, Mr. Pilby." The car sank low. Mrs. Kime sniffed and glared. The meadow rose from below. The car grounded gently on glossy dark green creepers. The guide said, "Anyone who wishes may go further on foot. For safety's sake, do not approach the battle more closely than 300 feet. In any event, the inn assumes no responsibility of any sort whatever." "Hurry," said Mr. Pilby sharply. "The onslaught will be over before we're in place." The guide good-naturedly shook his head. "They're still sparring for position, Mr. Pilby. They'll be dodging and feinting half an hour yet. That's the basis of their strategy. Neither side wants to fight until they're assured of the best possible advantage." He opened the door. With Pilby in the lead, several dozen of the spectators stepped down on Muscadine Meadow, among them Magnus Ridolf, Mrs. Kime, and her peacock-shaped friend, whom she addressed as Mrs. Borgage. "Careful, ladies and gentlemen," called the guide. "Not too close to the battle." "I've got my money on Eastern Shield," said Mrs. Borgage with heavy archness. "I'm going to make sure there's no funny business." Magnus Ridolf inspected the scene of battle. "I'm afraid you are doomed to disappointment, Mrs. Borgage. In my opinion, Ivory Dune has selected the stronger position. If they hold on their right flank, give a trifle at the center, and catch the Eastern Shield forces on two sides when they close in, there should be small doubt as to the outcome of today's encounter." "It must be wonderful to be so penetrating," said Mrs. Borgage in a sarcastic undertone to Mrs. Kime. Mr. Pilby said, "I don't think you see the battleground in its entire perspective, sir. The Eastern Shield merely needs to come in around that line of trees to catch the whole rear of the Ivory Dune line, but by so doing," Magnus Ridolf pointed out, "they leave their rear unguarded. Clearly Ivory Dune has the advantage of maneuver." To the rear, a second excursion boat landed. The doors opened. There was a hurrying group of people. "Has anything happened yet? Who's winning?" "The situation is fluid," declared Pilby. "Look, they're closing in," came the cry. "It's the onslaught." Now rose the piping of Kokod war hymns. From Ivory Dune throats, the chant sacred and long beloved at Ivory Dune Tumble, and countering, the traditional paean of the Eastern Shield. Down the hill came the Eastern Shield Warriors, half bent forward. A thud and clatter. Battle. The shock of small bodies, the dry whisper of knife against lance, the hoarse orders of leg leaders and squadronites. Forward and backward, green and black mingled with orange and white. Small bodies were hacked apart, dryly dismembered. Small black eyes went dead and dim. 100 souls raced all together, pell-mell, for the tumble beyond the sky. Forward and backward moved the standard-bearers, those who carried the sapling from the sacred stele, whose capture would mean defeat for one and victory for the other. On the trip back to the inn, Mrs. Kime and Mrs. Borgage sat glum and solitary while Mr. Pilby glowered from the window. Magnus Ridolf said affably to Pilby, "In a sense, an amateur strategist such as myself finds these battles a trifle tedious. He needs no more than a glance at the situation, and his training indicates the logical outcome. Naturally, none of us are infallible, but given equal forces and equal leadership, we can only assume that the forces in the better position will win." Pilby lowered his head, chewed the corners of his mustache. Mrs. Kime and Mrs. Borgage studied the landscape with fascinated absorption. "Personally," said Ridolf, "I never gamble. I admire a dynamic attack on destiny, rather than the suppliance and passivity of the typical gambler. Nevertheless, I feel for you all in your losses, which I hope were not too considerable." There was no reply. Magnus Ridolf might have been talking to empty air. After a moment, Mrs. Kime muttered inaudibly to the peacock-shaped Mrs. Borgage, and Mr. Pilby slouched even deeper in his seat. The remainder of the trip was passed in silence. After a modest dinner of cultivated Bilandia protein, a green salad, and cheese, Magnus Ridolf strolled into the lobby, inspected the morrow's scratch sheet. The announcement read, "Tomorrow's featured battle, Vinehill Tumble versus Roaring Cape Tumble, near Pinkstone Table. Odds against Vinehill Tumble, 1-3. Odds against Roaring Cape Tumble, 4-1. All bets must be placed with the attendant. In the last 100 engagements, Vinehill Tumble has won 77, Roaring Cape has won 23. Turning away, Magnus Ridolf bumped into Julius C., who was standing, rocking on his heels, his hands behind his back. "Well, Ridolf, think you'll maybe take a flyer?" Magnus Ridolf nodded. "A wager on Roaring Cape Tumble might prove profitable." "That's right. On the other hand, Vinehill is a strong favorite. That's what the Screamer says." "What would be your own preference, Mr. C?" asked Magnus Ridolf ingenuously. "I don't have any preference. I work 23 to 77. "Ah, you're not a gambling man, then?" "Not any way you look at it." Ridolf rubbed his beard and looked reflectively toward the ceiling. "Normally I should say the same of myself, but the wars offer an amateur strategist an unprecedented opportunity to test his abilities, and I may abandon the principles of a lifetime to back my theories." Julius C. turned away. "That's what we're here for. Do you impose a limit on the bets?" C. paused, looked over his shoulder. "We usually call 100,000 units our maximum payoff." Magnus Ridolf nodded. "Thank you." He crossed the lobby, entered the library. On one wall was a map of the planet, with red discs indicating the location of each tumble. Magnus Ridolf located Vinehill and Roaring Cape Tumbles, and found Pinkstone Table, the latter near an arm of Drago Bay. Magnus Ridolf went to a rack, found a large-scale physiographic map of the area under his consideration. He took it to a table and spent half an hour in deep concentration. He rose, replaced the map, sauntered through the lobby and out the side entrance. The pilot who had flown him the previous evening rose to his feet smartly. "Good evening, Mr. Ridolf. Intending another ride?" "As a matter of fact, I am," Magnus Ridolf admitted. "Are you free?" "In a moment, as soon as I turn in my day's report." Ridolf looked thoughtfully after the pilot's hurrying figure. He quietly stepped around to the front entrance. From the vantage of the open door, he watched the pilot approach Bruce Holpers and speak hastily. Holpers ran a lank white hand through his red hair, gave a series of nervous instructions. The pilot nodded sagely, turned away. Magnus Ridolf returned by the route he had come. He found the pilot waiting beside the ship. "I thought I had better notify Clark that I was coming," said Ridolf breezily. "In case the car broke down, or there were any accident, he would understand the situation and know where to look for me." The pilot's hands hesitated on the controls. Magnus Ridolf said, "Is there game of any sort on Kokod?" "No, sir, none whatever." "A pity. I am carrying with me a small target pistol with which I had hoped to bag a trophy or two. Perhaps I'll be able to acquire one or two of the native weapons." "That's quite unlikely, sir." "In any case," said Magnus Ridolf cheerily, "you might be mistaken, so I will hold my weapon ready." The pilot looked straight ahead. Magnus Ridolf climbed into the back seat. "To the control office, then." "Yes, Mr. Ridolf." 4. Everly Clark greeted his visitor cautiously. When Ridolf sat back in a basket chair, Clark's eyes went everywhere in the room but to those of his guest. Magnus Ridolf lit an aromatique. "Those shields on the wall are native artifacts, I presume?" "Yes," said Clark quickly. "Each tumble has its distinct colors and insignia."
To earthly eyes, the patterns seem fortuitous, but naturally and inevitably, Kokod's symbology is unique. A magnificent display. Does the collection have a price? Clark looked doubtfully at the shields. I'd hate to let them go, although I suppose I could get others. These shields are hard to come by. Each requires many thousand hours of work. They make the lacquer by a rather painstaking method, grinding pigment into a vehicle prepared from the boiled-down dead. Ridolf nodded. So that's how they dispose of the corpses. Yes, it's quite a ritual. About those shields. Would you take 10,000 units? Clark's face mirrored indecision. Abruptly, he lit a cigarette. Yes, I'd have to take 10,000 units. I couldn't afford to refuse. It would be a shame to deprive you of a possession you obviously value so highly, said Magnus Ridolf. He examined the backs of his hands critically. If 10,000 units means so much to you, why do you not gamble at the inn? Surely with your knowledge of Kokod ways, your special information... Clark shook his head. You can't beat that kind of odds. It's a sucker's game, betting at the inn. Magnus Ridolf frowned. It might be possible to influence the course of a battle. Tomorrow, for instance, the Vine Hill and Roaring Cape tumbles engage each other on pink stone table, and the odds against Roaring Cape seem quite attractive. Clark shook his head. You'd lose your shirt betting on Roaring Cape. All their veterans went in the Pyrite campaign. Magnus Ridolf said thoughtfully, The Roaring Cape might win, if they received a small measure of assistance. Clark's pink face expanded in alarm like a trick mask. I'm an officer of the Commonwealth. I couldn't be party to a thing like that. It's unthinkable. Magnus Ridolf said judiciously, Certainly the proposal is not one to enter upon hastily. It must be carefully considered. In a sense, the Commonwealth might be best served by the ousting of Shadow Valley Inn from the planet, or at least the present management. Financial depletion is as good a weapon as any. If, incidentally, we were to profit, not an eyebrow in the universe could be justifiably raised, especially since the part that you might play in the achievement would be carefully veiled. Clark shoved his hands deep in his pockets, stared a long moment at Magnus Ridolf. I could not conceivably put myself in the position of siding with one tumble against another. If I did so, what little influence I have on Kokod would go up in smoke. Magnus Ridolf shook his head indulgently. I fear you imagine the two of us carrying lances, marching in step with the warriors, fighting in the first ranks. No, my friend. I assure you I intend nothing quite so broad. Well, snapped Clark, just what do you intend? It occurred to me that if we set out a few pellets of a sensitive explosive, such as fulminate of mercury, no one could hold us responsible if tomorrow the Vine Hill armies blundered upon them, and were thereby thrown into confusion. How would we know where to set out these pellets? I should think... Magnus Ridolf made an easy gesture. I profess an amateur's interest in military strategy. I will assume responsibility for that phase of the plan. But I have no fulminate of mercury, cried Clark. No explosive of any kind. But you do have a laboratory. Clark assented reluctantly. Rather a makeshift affair. Your reagents possibly include fuming nitric acid and iodine? Well, yes. Then to work. Nothing could suit our purpose better than nitrogen iodide. The following afternoon, Magnus Ridolf sat in the outdoor cafe overlooking the vista of Shadow Valley. His right hand clasped an eggshell goblet of Methodion wine. His left held a mild cigar. Turning his head, he observed the approach of Julius C., and a few steps behind, like a gaunt red-headed ghost, his partner Bruce Holpers. C's face was compressed into layers, a smear of black hair, creased forehead, barred eyebrows, eyes like a single dark slit, pale upper lip, mouth, wide sallow chin. Magnus Ridolf nodded affably. Good evening, gentlemen. C came to a halt, as 2 steps later did Bruce Holpers.
Perhaps you can tell me the outcome of today's battle, asked Magnus Ridolf. I indulged myself in a small wager, breaking the habit of many years, but so far I have not learned whether the gods of chance have favored me.
Well, well, said C throatily. The gods of chance, you call yourself.
Magnus Ridolf turned him a glance of limpid inquiry. Mr. C, you appear disturbed. I hope nothing is wrong.
Nothing special, Ridolf. We had a middling bad day, but they average out with the good ones.
Unfortunate. I take it, then, that the favorite won? If so, my little wager has been wiped out.
Your little 25,000-unit wager, eh? And half a dozen other 25,000-unit wagers placed at your suggestion?
Magnus Ridolf stroked his beard soberly. I believe I did mention that I thought the odds against Roaring Cape interesting, but now you tell me that Vine Hill has swept the field. Bruce Holpers uttered a dry cackle. C said harshly, Come off it, Ridolf. I suppose you're completely unaware that a series of mysterious explosions—
Landmines, interrupted Holpers. That's what they were. Threw Vine Hill enough off stride so that Roaring Cape mopped up Pink Stone Table with them.
Magnus Ridolf sat up. Is that right indeed? Then I have won after all. Julius C. became suddenly silky, and Bruce Holpers, teetering on heel and toe, glanced skyward. Unfortunately, Mr. Ridolf, so many persons had placed large bets on Roaring Cape that on meeting the odds, we find ourselves short on cash. We'll have to ask you to take your winnings out in board and room. But, gentlemen, protested Magnus Ridolf, 100,000 units? I'll be here until doomsday. C shook his head. Not at our special Ridolf rates. The next packet is due in 5 days. Your bill comes to 20,000 units a day, exactly 100,000 units. I'm afraid I find your humor a trifle heavy, said Magnus Ridolf frostily. It wasn't intended to make you laugh, said C. Only us. I'm getting quite a kick out of it. How about you, Bruce? Ha ha ha, laughed Holpers. Magnus Ridolf rose to his feet. There remains to me the classical recourse. I shall leave your exorbitant premises. C permitted a grin to widen his lips. Where are you going to leave to? He's going to Roaring Cape Tumble, snickered Holpers. They owe him a lot. In connection with the 100,000 units owed me, I'll take a note, an IOU. Oddly enough, 100,000 units is almost exactly what I lost in the Outer Empire realty and investment failure. C grinned sourly. Forget it, Ridolf. Give it up. An angle that didn't pay off. Magnus Ridolf bowed, marched away. C and Holpers stood looking after him. Holpers made an adenoidal sound. Think he'll move out? C grunted. There's no reason why he should. He's not getting the 100,000 anyway. He'd be smarter sitting tight. I hope he does go. He makes me nervous. Another deal like today would wipe us out. 600,000 units. A lot of scratch to go in 10 minutes. We'll get it back. Maybe we can rig a battle or two ourselves. Holpers' long face dropped, and his teeth showed. I'm not so sure that's a good idea. First thing you know, Commonwealth control would be— Pah! Spat C. What's control going to do about it? Clark has all the fire and guts of a leghorn pullet. Yes, but just leave it to me. They returned to the lobby. The desk clerk made an urgent motion. Mr. Ridolf has just checked out. I don't understand where— C cut him off with a brusque motion. He can camp under a stele for all I care. Magnus Ridolf sat back in the most comfortable of Everly Clark's armchairs and lit a cigarette. Clark watched him with an expression at once wary and obstinate. We have gained a tactical victory, said Magnus Ridolf, and suffered a strategic defeat. Everly Clark knit his brows uneasily. I don't quite follow you. I should think we have diminished the financial power of Shadow Valley Inn, and hence done serious damage.
But the blow was not decisive, and the syndicate is still viable. I was unable to collect my 100,000 units, and also have been forced from the scene of maximum engagement. By this token, we may fairly consider that our minimum objectives have not been gained.
Well, said Clark, I know it hurts to have to admit defeat, but we've done our best and no one can do more. Considering my position, perhaps it's just as well that if conditions were to be allowed to rest on the present basis, said Magnus Ridolf, there might be reason for some slight relaxation. But I fear that C and Hulpers have been too thoroughly agitated by their losses to let the matter drop. Everly Clark eyed Magnus Ridolf in perturbation. But what can they do? Surely I never— Magnus Ridolf shook his head gravely. I must admit that both C and Hulpers accused me of setting off the explosions which routed the Vine Hill tumble. Admission of guilt would have been ingenuous. Naturally, I maintained that I had done nothing of the sort. I claimed that I had no opportunity to do so, and further, that the ecologic examiner aboard the Hesperornis who checked my luggage would swear that I had no chemicals whatsoever among my effects. I believe that I made a convincing protestation. Everly Clark clenched his fists in alarm, hissed through his teeth. Magnus Ridolf, looking thoughtfully across the room, went on. I fear that they will ask themselves the obvious questions. Who has Magnus Ridolf most intimately consorted with since his arrival on Kokod? Who, besides Ridolf, has expressed disapproval of Shadow Valley Inn? Everly Clark rose to his feet, paced back and forth. Ridolf continued in a dispassionate voice. I fear that they will include these questions and whatever answers come to their minds in the complaint which they are preparing for the Chief Inspector at Methodion. Clark slumped into a chair, sat staring glassily at Magnus Ridolf. Why did I let you talk me into this? He asked hollowly. Magnus Ridolf rose to his feet in his turn, paced slowly, tugging at his beard. Certainly, events have not taken the trend we would have chosen, but strategists, amateur or otherwise, must expect occasional setbacks. Setbacks? Bawled Clark. I'll be ruined, disgraced, drummed out of the control. A good strategist is necessarily flexible, mused Magnus Ridolf. Beyond question, we now must alter our thinking. Our primary objective becomes saving you from disgrace, expulsion, and possible prosecution. Clark ran his hands across his face. But what can we do? Very little, I fear, Magnus Ridolf said frankly. He puffed a moment on his cigarette, shook his head doubtfully. There is one line of attack which might prove fruitful. Yes, I think I see a ray of light. How? In what way? You're not planning to confess. No, said Magnus Ridolf. We gain little, if anything, by that ruse. Our only hope is to discredit Shadow Valley Inn. If we can demonstrate that they do not have the best interests of the Kokod natives at heart, I think we can go a long way toward weakening their allegations. That might well be, but if we could obtain ironclad proof, for instance, that Hulpers and C are callously using their position to wreak physical harm upon the natives, I think you might consider yourself vindicated. I suppose so. But doesn't the idea seem, well, impractical? C and Hulpers have always fallen over backwards to avoid anything of that sort. So I would imagine. What is the native term for Shadow Valley Inn? Big Square Tumble, they call it. As the idea suggests itself to me, we must arrange that a war is conducted on the premises of Shadow Valley Inn, that Hulpers and C are required to take forcible measures against the warriors. 5. Everly Clark shook his head. Devilish hard. You don't quite get the psychology of these tribes. They'll fight till they fall apart to capture the rallying standard of another tumble. That's a sapling from the sacred stele, of course. But they won't be dictated to, or led, or otherwise influenced. Well, well, said Magnus Ridolf. In that case, your position is hopeless. He came to a halt before Clark's collection of shields.
Let us talk of pleasanter matters." Everly Clark gave no sign that he had heard. Magnus Ridolf stroked one of the shields with reverent fingertips. "Remarkable technique. Absolutely unique in my experience. I assume that this rusty orange is one of the ochres?" Everly Clark made an ambiguous sound. "A truly beautiful display," said Magnus Ridolf. "I suppose there's no doubt that, if worst comes to worst in our little business, you will be allowed to decorate your cell at the regional penitentiary as you desire." Everly Clark said in a thick voice, "Do you think they'll go that far?" Ridolf considered. "I sincerely hope not. I don't see how we can prevent it unless—" He held up a finger. "Unless—" "What?" croaked Clark. "It is farcically simple. I wonder at our own obtuseness." "What? What? For heaven's sake, man!" "I conceive one certain means by which the warriors can be persuaded to fight at Shadow Valley Inn." Everly Clark's face fell. "Oh. Well, how then?" "Shadow Valley Inn, or Big Square Tumble, if you like, must challenge the Kokod Warriors to a contest of arms." Everly Clark's expression became more bewildered than ever. "But that's out of the question. Certainly Holpers and C would never—" Magnus Ridolf rose to his feet. "Come," he said with decision. "We will act on their behalf." Clark and Magnus Ridolf walked down Shell Strand. On their right, the placid blue-black ocean transformed itself into surf of mingled meringue and whipped cream. On the left bulked the hidden hills. Behind towered the magnificent stele of the Shell Strand tumble. Ahead soared the almost equally impressive stele of the Seastone tumble, toward which they bent their steps. Corps of young warriors drilled along the beach. Veterans of 100 battles who had grown stiff, hard, and knobby came down from the forest bearing faggots of lance stock. At the door to the tumble, infant warriors scampered in the dirt like rats. Clark said huskily, "I don't like this. I don't like it a bit. If it ever gets out—" "Is such a supposition logically tenable?" asked Magnus Ridolf. "You are the only living man who speaks the Kokod language." "Suppose there is killing, slaughter?" "I hardly think it likely. It's not impossible. And think of these little warriors. They'll be bearing the brunt—" Magnus Ridolf said patiently, "We have discussed these points at length." Clark muttered, "I'll go through with it." "But God forgive us both if—" Come, exclaimed Magnus Ridolf. "Let us approach the matter with confidence. Apologizing in advance to your deity hardly maximizes our morale. Now, what is protocol at arranging a war?" Clark pointed out a dangling wooden plate painted with one of the traditional Kokod patterns. "That's the charter board. All I need to do is— well, watch me." He strode up to the board, took a lance from the hands of a blinking warrior, smartly struck the object. It resonated a dull musical note. Clark stepped back, and through his nose passed the bagpipe syllables of the Kokod language. From the door of the tumble stepped a dozen blank-faced warriors, listening attentively. Clark wound up his speech, turned, scuffed dirt toward the magnificent Seastone stele. The warriors watched him passively. From within the stele came a torrent of syllables. Clark replied at length, then turned on his heel and rejoined Magnus Ridolf. His forehead was damp. "Well, that's that. It's all set. Tomorrow morning at Big Square Tumble." "Excellent," said Magnus Ridolf briskly. "Now to Shell Strand Tumble, then Rock River, and next Rainbow Cleft." Clark groaned. "You'll have the entire planet at odds." "Exactly," said Magnus Ridolf. "After our visit to Rainbow Cleft, you can drop me off near Shadow Valley Inn, where I have some small business." Clark darted him a suspicious side glance. "What kind of business?" "We must be practical," said Magnus Ridolf. "One of the necessary appurtenances to a party at war on Kokod is a rallying standard, a sacred sapling, a focus of effort for the opposing force. Since we can expect neither Holpers nor C to provide one, I must see to the matter myself."
Ridolf strolled up Shadow Valley, approached the hangar where the inn's aircraft were housed. From the shadow of one of the fantastic Kokod trees, he counted 6 vehicles, 3 carryalls, 2 air cars like the one which had conveyed him originally to the control station, and a sleek red Sportster evidently the personal property of either C or Holpers. Neither the hangarmen nor the pilots were in evidence. It might well be their dinner hour. Magnus Ridolf sauntered carelessly forward, whistling an air currently being heard along far-off boulevards. He cut his whistle off sharply, moved at an accelerated rate. Fastidiously protecting his hands with a bit of rag, he snapped the repair panels from each of the observation cars, made a swift abstraction from each, did likewise for the air cars. At the sleek Sportster he paused, inspected the lines critically. An attractive vehicle, he said to himself. One which might creditably serve the purposes for which I intend it. He slid back the door, looked inside. The starter key was absent. Steps sounded behind him. "Hey," said a rough voice. "What are you doing with Mr. C's car?" Magnus Ridolf withdrew without haste. "Offhand," he said, "what would you estimate the value of this vehicle?" The hangarman paused, glowering and suspicious. "Too much not to be taken care of." Magnus Ridolf nodded. 30,000 units, possibly. 30,000 on Earth. This is Kokod. I'm thinking of offering C 100,000 units. The hangarman blinked. He'd be crazy not to take it. I suppose so, sighed Magnus Ridolf. But first I wanted to satisfy myself as to the craft's mechanical condition. I fear it has been neglected. The hangarman snorted in indignation. Not on your life. Magnus Ridolf frowned. That tube is certainly spitting. I can tell by the patina along the enamel. No such thing, roared the hangarman. That tube flows like a dream. Ridolf shook his head. I can't offer C good money for a defective vehicle. He'll be angry to lose the sale. The hangarman's tone changed. I tell you that tube's as good as gold. Wait, I'll show you. He pulled a key ring from his pocket, plugged it into the starter socket. The car quivered free of the ground, eager for flight. See? Just what I told you. Magnus Ridolf said doubtfully, It seems to be working fairly well now. You get on the telephone and tell Mr. C that I am taking his car for a trial spin, a final check. The mechanic looked dumbly at Magnus Ridolf, slowly turned to the speaker on the wall. Magnus Ridolf jumped into the seat. The mechanic's voice was loud. The gentleman that's buying your boat is giving it the once-over. Don't let him feed you no line about a bum tube. The ship is running like oil down a 4-mile bore. Don't take nothing else. What? Sure he's here. He said so himself. A little schoolteacher guy with a white beard like a nanny goat. The sound from the telephone caused him to jump back sharply. Anxiously, he turned to look where he had left Magnus Ridolf and Julius C.'s sleek red air car. Both had disappeared. Mrs. Kym roused her peacock-shaped friend, Mrs. Borgage, rather earlier than usual. Hurry, Altamira. We've been so late these last few mornings we've missed the best seats in the observation car. Mrs. Borgage obliged by hastening her toilet. In short order, the two ladies appeared in the lobby. By a peculiar coincidence, both wore costumes of dark green, a color which each thought suited the other not at all. They paused by the announcement of the day's war in order to check the odds, then turned into the dining room. They ate a hurried breakfast, set out for the loading platform. Mrs. Borgage, pausing to catch her breath and enjoy the freshness of the morning, glanced toward the roof of the inn. Mrs. Kym rather impatiently looked over her shoulder. Whatever are you staring at, Altamira? Mrs. Borgage pointed. It's that unpleasant little man Ridolf. I can't fathom what he's up to. He seems to be fixing some sort of branch to the roof. Mrs. Kym sniffed. I thought the management had turned him out. Isn't that Mr. C's air car on the roof behind him? I really couldn't say, replied Mrs. Kym. I know very little of such things. She turned away toward the loading platform, and Mrs. Borgage followed. Once more they met interruption, this time in the form of the pilot. His clothes were disarranged, his face had suffered scratching and contusion. Running wild-eyed, he careened into the two green-clad ladies, disengaged himself, and continued without apology. Mrs. Kyme bridled in outrage. "Well, I never!" She turned to look after the pilot. "Has the man gone mad?" Mrs. Borgage, peering ahead to learn the source of the pilot's alarm, uttered a sharp cry. "What is it?" asked Mrs. Kyme irritatedly. Mrs. Borgage clasped her arm with bony fingers. "Look." 6. During the subsequent official investigation, Commonwealth Control Agent Everly Clark transcribed the following eyewitness account. "I am Joe 234, leg leader of the 15th Brigade, the Fanatics, in the service of the indomitable Shellstrand Tumble. We are accustomed to the ruses of Topaz Tumble and the desperate subtleties of Starthrone, hence the ambush prepared by the giant warriors of Big Square Tumble took us not at all by surprise. Approaching by primary formation 17, we circled the flat space occupied by several flying contrivances, where we flushed out a patrol spy. We thrashed him with our lances, and he fled back toward his own forces. Continuing, we encountered a first line of defense consisting of two rather ineffectual warriors accoutered in garments of green cloth. These we beat, also, according to Convention 22, in force during the day. Uttering terrible cries, the two warriors retreated, luring us toward prepared positions inside the tumble itself. High on the roof, the standard of Big Square Tumble rose, plain to see. No deception there, at least. Our strategic problem assumed a clear form: how best to beat down resistance and win to the roof. Frontal assault was decided upon. The signal to advance was given. We of the 15th were first past the outer defense, a double panel of thick glass which we broke with rocks. Inside we met a spirited defense which momentarily threw us back. At this juncture occurred a diversion in the form of troops from the Rock River Tumble, which, as we now know, the warriors of the Big Square Tumble had rashly challenged for the same day. The Rock River warriors entered by a row of flimsy doors facing the mountain, and at this time the Big Square defenders violated Convention 22, which requires that the enemy be subdued by blows of the lance. Flagrantly they hurled glass cups and goblets, and by immemorial usage we were allowed to retaliate in kind. At the failure of this tactic, the defending warriors withdrew to an inner bastion, voicing their war cries. The siege began in earnest, and now the Big Square warriors began to pay the price of their arrogance. Not only had they pitted themselves against Shellstrand and Rock River, but they likewise had challenged the redoubtable Rainbow Cleft and Seastone, conquerors of Rose Slope and Dark Fissure. The Seastone warriors, led by their throwaway legion, poured through a secret rear entrance, while the Rainbow Cleft Special Vanguard occupied the Big Square main council hall. A terrible battle raged for several minutes in a room designed for the preparation of nourishments, and again the Big Square warriors broke code by throwing fluids, pastes, and powders, a remission which the alert Shellstrand warriors swiftly copied. I led the Fanatic 15th outside, hoping to gain exterior access to the roof, and thereby win the Big Square standard. The armies of Shellstrand, Seastone, Rock River, and Rainbow Cleft now completely surrounded Big Square Tumble, a magnificent sight which shall live in my memory till at last I lay down my lance. In spite of our efforts, the honor of gaining the enemy standard went to a daredevil squad from Seastone, which scaled a tree to the roof and so bore away the trophy. The defenders, ignorant of or ignoring the fact that the standard had been taken, broke the code yet again, this time by using tremendous blasts of water. The next time Shellstrand wars with Big Square Tumble, we shall insist on one of the conventions allowing any and all weapons, otherwise we place ourselves at a disadvantage. Victorious, our army, together with the troops of Seastone, Rock River, and Rainbow Cleft, assembled in the proper formations and marched off to our home tumbles. Even as we departed, the great black comet tumble dropped from the sky to vomit further warriors for Big Square. However, there was no pursuit, and unmolested we returned to the victory rituals. Captain Bussy of the Phoenix line packet Archaeornyx, which had arrived as the Kokod Warriors marched away, surveyed the wreckage with utter astonishment. "What in God's name happened to you?" Julius C. stood panting,
his forehead clammy with sweat. "Get me guns," he cried hoarsely. "Get me a blaster. I'll wipe out every damn hive on the planet."
Holpers came loping up, arms flapping the air.
"They've completely demolished us. You should see the lobby, the kitchen, the day rooms. A shambles."
Captain Bussy shook his head in bewilderment.
"Why in the world should they attack you? They're supposed to be a peaceable race. Except toward each other, of course." "Well, something got into them," said C, still breathing hard. "They came at us like tigers, beating us with their damn little sticks. I finally washed them out with fire hoses."
"What about your guests?" asked Captain Bussy in sudden curiosity.
C shrugged. "I don't know what happened to them. A bunch ran off up the valley, smack into another army. I understand they got beat up as good as those that stayed." "We couldn't even escape in our aircraft," complained Holpers. "Not one of them would start."
A mild voice interrupted.
"Mr. C, I have decided against purchasing your air car and have returned it to the hangar."
C slowly turned, the baleful aura of his thoughts almost tangible.
"You, Ridolf. I'm beginning to see daylight."
"I beg your pardon?"
"Come on, spill it."
C took a threatening step forward. Captain Bussy said, "Careful, C, watch your temper." C ignored him.
"What's your part in all this, Ridolf?"
Magnus Ridolf shook his head in bewilderment.
"I'm completely at a loss. I rather imagine that the natives learned of your gambling on events they considered important and decided to take punitive steps."
The ornamental charabanc from the ship rolled up. Among the passengers was a woman of notable bust, correctly tinted, massaged, coiffed, scented, and decorated.
"Ah," said Magnus Ridolf. "Mrs. Chickering. Charming."
"I could stay away no longer," said Mrs. Chickering. "I had to know how our business was proceeding." Julius C. leaned forward curiously.
"What kind of business do you mean?"
Mrs. Chickering turned him a swift, contemptuous glance. Then her attention was attracted by two women who came hobbling from the direction of the inn. She gasped,
"Olga! Altamira! What on earth?" "Don't stand there gasping," snapped Mrs. Kime. "Get us clothes. Those frightful savages tore us to shreds."
Mrs. Chickering turned in confusion to Magnus Ridolf.
"Just what has happened? Surely you can't have—"
Magnus Ridolf cleared his throat. "Mrs. Chickering, a word with you aside." He drew her out of earshot of the others. "Mrs. Kime and Mrs. Borgage. They are friends of yours?" Mrs. Chickering cast an anxious glance over her shoulder.
"I can't understand the situation at all," she muttered feverishly. "Mrs. Kime is the president of the Women's League, and Mrs. Borgage is treasurer. I can't understand them running around with their clothing in shreds."
Magnus Ridolf said candidly, "Well, Mrs. Chickering, in carrying out your instructions, I allowed scope to the natural combativeness of the natives, and perhaps they—"
"Martha!"
came Mrs. Kime's grating voice close at hand.
"What is your connection with this man? I have reason to suspect that he is mixed up in this terrible attack. Look at him!"
Her voice rose furiously.
"They haven't laid a finger on him. And the rest of us—"
Martha Chickering licked her lips.
"Well, Olga dear, this is Magnus Ridolf. In accordance with last month's resolution, we hired him to close down the gambling here at the inn."
Magnus Ridolf said in his suavest tones. "Following which, Mrs. Kime and Mrs. Borgage naturally thought it best to come out and study the situation at first hand. Am I right?" Mrs. Kime and Mrs. Borgage glared. Mrs. Kime said,
"If you think, Martha Chickering, that the Women's League will in any way recognize this rogue—"
"My dear Mrs. Kime," protested Magnus Ridolf.
"But Olga, I promised him 1,000 units a week."
Magnus Ridolf waved his hand airily. "My dear Mrs. Chickering, I prefer that any sums due me be distributed among worthy charities. I have profited during my short stay here."
"See!" came Captain Bussy's voice. "For God's sake, man, control yourself!"
Magnus Ridolf, turning, found C struggling in the grasp of Captain Bussy.
"Try and collect!"
C cried out to Magnus Ridolf. He angrily thrust Captain Bussy's arms aside,
stood with hands clenching and unclenching. "Just try and collect!" "My dear Mr. C, I have already collected." "You've done nothing of the sort, and if I catch you in my boat again, I'll break your scrawny little neck." Magnus Ridolf held up his hand. "The 100,000 units I wrote off immediately. However, there were 6 other bets which I placed by proxy. These were paid, and my share of the winnings came to well over 300,000 units. Actually, I regard this sum as return of the capital which I placed with the Outer Empire Investment and Realty Society, plus a reasonable profit. Everything considered, it was a remunerative as well as instructive investment." "Ridolf," muttered C. "One of these days." Mrs. Kime shouldered forward. "Did I hear you say Outer Empire Realty and Investment Society?" Magnus Ridolf nodded. "I believe that Mr. C and Mr. Holpers were responsible officials of the concern." Mrs. Kime took 2 steps forward. C frowned uneasily. Bruce Holpers began to edge away. "Come back here!" cried Mrs. Kime. "I have a few words to say before I have you arrested." Magnus Ridolf turned to Captain Bussy. "You returned to Methodion on schedule, I assume?" "Yes," said Captain Bussy dryly. Magnus Ridolf nodded. "I think I will go aboard at once, since there will be considerable demand for passage." "As you wish," said Captain Bussy. "I believe number 12 is your best cabin?" "I believe so," said Captain Bussy. "Then kindly regard cabin number 12 as booked." "Very well, Mr. Ridolf." Magnus Ridolf looked up the mountainside. "I noticed Mr. Pilby running along the ridge a few minutes ago. I think it would be a real kindness if he were notified that the war is over." "I think so too," said Captain Bussy. They looked around the group. Mrs. Kime was still engaged with Julius C. and Bruce Holpers. Mrs. Borgage was displaying her bruises to Mrs. Chickering. No one seemed disposed to act on Magnus Ridolf's suggestion. Magnus Ridolf shrugged, climbed the gangway into the Archaeornyx. "Well, no matter. In due course he will very likely come by himself." Afterward to the Kokod Warriors. "It hasn't come easy. It's been a matter of plugging away, finding what I can do, and then trying to do it properly. I'm not one of these chaps who was an instant success. There was a long period in which I wrote a lot of junk, as an apprentice, learning my trade. I found out I was no good at gadgets stories, or at least they were very boring to me, and I found out that I didn't enjoy writing whimsy, and I finally blundered into this thing which I keep on doing, which is essentially a history of the human future." Jack Vance, 1983. The Overworld. On the heights above the river Kazan, at the site of certain ancient ruins, Iukunu the Laughing Magician had built a manse to his private taste, an eccentric structure of steep gables, balconies, skywalks, cupolas, together with 3 spiral green glass towers through which the red sunlight shone in twisted glints and peculiar colors. Behind the manse and across the valley, low hills rolled away like dunes to the limit of vision. The sun projected shifting crescents of black shadow. Otherwise, the hills were unmarked, empty, solitary. The Kazan, rising in the old forest to the east of Almery, passed below, then 3 leagues to the west made junction with the Skam. Here was Azename, a town old beyond memory, notable now only for its fair, which attracted folk from all the region. At Azename Fair, Kujal had established a booth for the sale of talismans. Kujal was a man of many capabilities, with a disposition at once flexible and pertinacious. He was long of leg, deft of hand, light of finger, soft of tongue. His hair was the blackest of black fur, growing low down his forehead, coving sharply back above his eyebrows. His darting eye, long inquisitive nose, and droll mouth gave his somewhat lean and bony face an expression of vivacity, candor, and affability. He had known many vicissitudes, gaining therefrom a suppleness, a fine discretion, a mastery of both bravado and stealth. Coming into the possession of an ancient lead coffin, after discarding the contents, he had formed a number of leaden lozenges. These, stamped with appropriate seals and runes,
he offered for sale at the Azename Fair. Unfortunately for Kujal, not 20 paces from his booth, a certain Fianosther had established a larger booth with articles of greater variety and more obvious efficacy, so that whenever Kujal halted a passerby to enlarge upon the merits of his merchandise, the passerby would like as not display an article purchased from Fianosther and go his way. On the third day of the fair, Kujal had disposed of only 4 periapts, at prices barely above the cost of the lead itself, while Fianosther was hard put to serve all his customers. Hoarse from bawling futile inducements, Kujal closed down his booth and approached Fianosther's place of trade, in order to inspect the mode of construction and the fastenings at the door. Fianosther, observing, beckoned him to approach. "Enter, my friend, enter. How goes your trade?" "In all candor, not too well," said Kujal. "I am both perplexed and disappointed, for my talismans are not obviously useless." "I can resolve your perplexity," said Fianosther. "Your booth occupies the site of the old gibbet, and has absorbed unlucky essences. But I thought to notice you examining the manner in which the timbers of my booth are joined. You will obtain a better view from within, but first I must shorten the chain of the captive herb which roams the premises during the night." "No need," said Kujal. "My interest was cursory." "As to the disappointment you suffer," Fianosther went on, "it need not persist. Observe these shelves. You will note that my stock is seriously depleted." Kujal acknowledged as much. "How does this concern me?" Fianosther pointed across the way to a man wearing garments of black. This man was small, yellow of skin, bald as a stone. His eyes resembled knots in a plank. His mouth was wide and curved in a grin of chronic mirth. "There stands Iukunu the Laughing Magician," said Fianosther. "In a short time he will come into my booth and attempt to buy a particular red librum, the casebook of Dibarchus Meyer, who studied under great Fandal. My price is higher than he will pay, but he is a patient man, and will remonstrate for at least 3 hours. During this time his manse stands untenanted. It contains a vast collection of thaumaturgical artifacts, instruments, and activants, as well as curiosa, talismans, amulets, and librams. I am anxious to purchase such items. Need I say more?" "This is all very well," said Kujal. "But would Iukunu leave his manse without guard or attendant?" Fianosther held wide his hands. "Why not? Who would dare steal from Iukunu the Laughing Magician?" "Precisely this thought deters me," Kujal replied. "I am a man of resource, but not insensate recklessness." "There is wealth to be gained," stated Fianosther. "Dazzles and displays, marvels beyond worth, as well as charms, puissances, and elixirs. But remember, I urge nothing, I counsel nothing. If you are apprehended, you have only heard me exclaiming at the wealth of Iukunu the Laughing Magician. But here he comes. Quick, turn your back so that he may not see your face. 3 hours he will be here, so much I guarantee." Iukunu entered the booth, and Kujal bent to examine a bottle containing a pickled homunculus. "Greetings, Iukunu," called Fianosther. "Why have you delayed? I have refused munificent offers for a certain red librum, all on your account. And here, note this casket. It was found in a crypt near the site of old Kokod. It is yet sealed, and who knows what wonder it may contain. My price is a modest 12,000 terces." "Interesting," murmured Iukunu. "The inscription. Let me see. Yes, it is authentic. The casket contains calcined fish bone, which was used throughout Grand Mothalum as a purgative. It is worth perhaps 10 or 12 terces as a curio. I own caskets eons older, dating back to the age of glow." Kujal sauntered to the door, gained the street, where he paced back and forth, considering every detail of the proposal as explicated by Fianosther. Superficially, the matter seemed reasonable. Here was Iukunu, there was the manse, bulging with encompassed wealth. Certainly no harm could result from simple reconnaissance. Kujal set off eastward along the banks of the Kazan. The twisted turrets of green glass rose against the dark blue sky, scarlet sunlight engaging itself in the volutes. Kujal paused, made a careful appraisal of the countryside. The Kazan flowed past without a sound. Nearby, half concealed among black poplars, pale green larch, drooping paul willow, was a village, a dozen stone huts inhabited by bargemen and tillers of the river terraces, folk engrossed in their own concerns. Kujal studied the approach to the manse, a winding way paved with dark brown tile. Finally, he decided that the more frank his approach, the less complex need be his explanations, if such were demanded. He began the climb up the hillside, and Iukunu's manse reared above him. Gaining the courtyard, he paused to search the landscape. Across the river, hills rolled away into the dimness, as far as the eye could reach. Kujal marched briskly to the door, rapped, but evoked no response. He considered. If Iukunu, like Fianosther, maintained a guardian beast, it might be tempted to utter a sound if provoked. Kujal called out in various tones, growling, mewing, yammering. Silence within. He walked gingerly to a window and peered into a hall draped in pale gray, containing only a tabouret on which, under a glass bell jar, lay a dead rodent. Kujal circled the manse, investigating each window as he came to it, and finally reached the great hall of the ancient castle. Nimbly, he climbed the rough stones, leapt across to one of Iukunu's fanciful parapets, and in a trice had gained access to the manse. He stood in a bedchamber. On a dais, 6 gargoyles supporting a couch turned heads to glare at the intrusion. With 2 stealthy strides, Kujal gained the arch which opened into an outer chamber. Here the walls were green and the furnishings black and pink. He left the room for a balcony circling a central chamber, light streaming through oriels high in the walls. Below were cases, chests, shelves, and racks containing all manner of objects, Iukunu's marvelous collection. Kujal stood poised, tense as a bird, but the quality of the silence reassured him, the silence of an empty place. Still, he trespassed upon the property of Iukunu the Laughing Magician, and vigilance was appropriate. Kujal strode down a sweep of circular stairs into a great hall. He stood enthralled, paying Iukunu the tribute of unstinted wonder. But his time was limited. He must rob swiftly and be on his way. Out came his sack. He roved the hall, fastidiously selecting those objects of small bulk and great value. A small pot with antlers, which emitted clouds of remarkable gases when the prongs were tweaked, an ivory horn through which sounded voices from the past, a small stage where costumed imps stood ready to perform comic antics, an object like a cluster of crystal grapes, each affording a blurred view into one of the demon worlds, a baton sprouting sweetmeats of assorted flavor, an ancient ring engraved with runes, a black stone surrounded by 9 zones of impalpable color. He passed by hundreds of jars of powders and liquids, likewise forbore from the vessels containing preserved heads. Now he came to shelves stacked with volumes, folios, and librams, where he selected with care, taking for preference those bound in purple velvet, Fandal's characteristic color. He likewise selected folios of drawings and ancient maps, and the disturbed leather exuded a musty odor. He circled back to the front of the hall past a case displaying a score of small metal chests, sealed with corroded bands of great age. Kujal selected 3 at random. They were unwontedly heavy. He passed by several massive engines whose purpose he would have liked to explore, but time was advancing, and best he should be on his way, back to Azename and the booth of Fianosther. Kujal frowned. In many respects, the prospect seemed impractical. Fianosther would hardly choose to pay full value for his goods, or more accurately, Iukunu's goods. It might be well to bury a certain proportion of the loot in an isolated place. Here was an alcove Kujal had not previously noted. A soft light welled like water against the crystal pane, which separated alcove from hall. A niche to the rear displayed a complicated object of great charm. As best Kujal could distinguish, it seemed a miniature carousel on which rode a dozen beautiful dolls of seeming vitality. The object was clearly of great value, and Kujal was pleased to find an aperture in the crystal pane. He stepped through, but 2 feet before him a second pane blocked his way, establishing an avenue which evidently led to the magic whirligig. Kujal proceeded confidently, only to be stopped by another pane which he had not seen until he bumped into it. Kujul retraced his steps, and to his gratification found the doubtlessly correct entrance a few feet back. But this new avenue led him by several right angles to another blank pane. Kujul decided to forego acquisition of the carousel and depart the castle. He turned, but discovered himself to be a trifle confused. He had come from his left, or was it his right? Kujul was still seeking egress, when in due course, Iukunu returned to his manse. Pausing by the alcove, Iukunu gave Kujul a stare of humorous astonishment. "What have we here? A visitor. And I have been so remiss as to keep you waiting. Still, I see you have amused yourself, and I need feel no mortification." Iukunu permitted a chuckle to escape his lips. He then pretended to notice Kujul's bag. "What is this? You have brought objects for my examination? Excellent. I am always anxious to enhance my collection, in order to keep pace with the attrition of the years. You would be astounded to learn of the rogues who seek to despoil me. That merchant of claptrap in his tawdry little booth, for instance. You could not conceive his frantic efforts in this regard. I tolerate him, because to date he has not been bold enough to venture himself into my manse. But come, step out here into the hall, and we will examine the contents of your bag." Kujul bowed graciously. "Gladly. As you assume, I have indeed been waiting for your return. If I recall correctly, the exit is by this passage." He stepped forward, but again was halted. He made a gesture of rueful amusement. "I seem to have taken a wrong turning." "Apparently so," said Iukunu. "Glancing upward, you will notice a decorative motif upon the ceiling. If you heed the flexion of the lunioles, you will be guided to the hall." "Of course." And Kujul briskly stepped forward in accordance with the directions. "One moment," called Iukunu. "You have forgotten your sack." Kujul reluctantly returned for the sack, once more set forth, and presently emerged into the hall. Iukunu made a suave gesture. "If you will step this way, I will be glad to examine your merchandise." Kujul glanced reflectively along the corridor toward the front entrance. "It would be a presumption upon your patience. My little knickknacks are below notice. With your permission, I will take my leave." "By no means," declared Iukunu heartily. "I have few visitors, most of whom are rogues and thieves. I handle them severely, I assure you. I insist that you at least take some refreshment. Place your bag on the floor." Kujul carefully set down the bag. "Recently, I was instructed in a small competence by a sea hag of White Ulster. I believe you will be interested. I require several ells of stout cord." "You excite my curiosity." Iukunu extended his arm. A panel in the wainscoting slid back. A coil of rope was tossed to his hand. Rubbing his face as if to conceal a smile, Iukunu handed the rope to Kujul, who shook it out with great care. "I will ask your cooperation," said Kujul. "A small matter of extending one arm and one leg." "Yes, of course." Iukunu held out his hand, pointed a finger. The rope coiled around Kujul's arms and legs, pinning him so that he was unable to move. Iukunu's grin nearly split his great soft head. "This is a surprising development. By error I called forth Thief-Taker. For your own comfort do not strain, as Thief-Taker is woven of wasp legs. Now then, I will examine the contents of your bag." He peered into Kujul's sack and emitted a soft cry of dismay. "You have rifled my collection. I note certain of my most treasured valuables." Kujul grimaced. "Naturally. But I am no thief. Theonoster sent me here to collect certain objects, and therefore—" Iukunu held up his hand. "The offense is far too serious for flippant disclaimers. I have stated my abhorrence for plunderers and thieves, and now I must visit upon you justice in its most unmitigated rigor. Unless, of course, you can suggest an adequate requital." "Some such requital surely exists," Kujul averred. "This cord, however, rasps upon my skin, so that I find cogitation impossible. No matter. I have decided to apply the charm of forlorn insistment, which constricts the subject in a pore some 45 miles below the surface of the earth." Kujul blinked in dismay. "Under these conditions, requital could never be made." "True," mused Iukunu. I wonder if, after all, there is some small service which you can perform for me."
"The villain is as good as dead," declared Kujal. "Now remove these abominable bonds."
"I had no specific assassination in mind," said Iukunu. "Come." The rope relaxed, allowing Kujal to hobble after Iukunu into a side chamber hung with intricately embroidered tapestry. From a cabinet, Iukunu brought a small case and laid it on a floating disc of glass. He opened the case, gestured to Kujal, who perceived that the box showed 2 indentations lined with scarlet fur, where reposed a single small hemisphere of filmed violet glass. "As a knowledgeable and traveled man," suggested Iukunu, "you doubtless recognize this object. No? You are familiar, of course, with the Kokod Wars of the 18th Eon? No?" Iukunu hunched up his shoulders in astonishment. "During these ferocious events, the demon Undahrada, he is listed as 1604 green in Thrump's almanac, thought to assist his principals, and to this end thrust certain agencies up from the sub-world La-Ur. In order that they might perceive, they were tipped with cusps similar to the one you see before you. When events went amiss, the demon snatched himself back to La-Ur. The hemispheres were dislodged and broadcast across Kuts. One of these, as you see, I own. You must procure its mate and bring it to me, whereupon your trespass shall be overlooked." Kujal reflected. "The choice, if it lies between a sortie into the demon world La-Ur and the spell of forlorn insistment, is moot. Frankly, I am at a loss for decision." Iukunu's laugh almost split the big yellow bladder of his head. "A visit to La-Ur perhaps will prove unnecessary. You may secure the article in that land once known as Kuts." "If I must, I must," growled Kujal, thoroughly displeased by the manner in which the day's work had ended. "Who guards this violet hemisphere? What is its function? How do I go and how return? What necessary weapons, talismans, and other magical adjuncts do you undertake to fit me out with?" "All in good time," said Iukunu. "First, I must ensure that, once at liberty, you conduct yourself with unremitting loyalty, zeal, and singleness of purpose." "Have no fear," declared Kujal. "My word is my bond." "Excellent," cried Iukunu. "This knowledge represents a basic security which I do not in the least take lightly. The act now to be performed is doubtless supererogatory." He departed the chamber, and after a moment returned with a covered glass bowl containing a small white creature, all claws, prongs, barbs, and hooks, now squirming angrily. "This," said Iukunu, "is my friend Ferks, from the star Akernar, who is far wiser than he seems. Ferks is annoyed at being separated from his comrade with whom he shares a vat in my workroom. He will assist you in the expeditious discharge of your duties." Iukunu stepped close, deftly thrust the creature against Kujal's abdomen. It merged into his viscera, took up a vigilant post clasped around Kujal's liver. Iukunu stood back, laughing in that immoderate glee which had earned him his cognomen. Kujal's eyes bulged from his head. He opened his mouth to utter an objurgation, but instead clenched his jaw, rolled up his eyes. The rope uncoiled itself. Kujal stood quivering, every muscle knotted. Iukunu's mirth dwindled to a thoughtful grin. "You spoke of magical adjuncts. What of those talismans whose efficacy you proclaimed from your booth in Azename? Will they not immobilize enemies, dissolve iron, impassion virgins, confer immortality?" "These talismans are not uniformly dependable," said Kujal. "I will require further competences." "You have them," said Iukunu, "in your sword, your crafty persuasiveness, and the agility of your feet. Still, you have aroused my concern, and I will help you to this extent." He hung a small square tablet about Kujal's neck. "You now may put aside all fear of starvation. A touch of this potent object will induce nutriment into wood, bark, grass, even discarded clothing. It will also sound a chime in the presence of poison. So now, there is nothing to delay us. Come, we will go. Rope? Where is rope?" Obediently, the rope looped around Kujal's neck, and Kujul was forced to march along behind Iukunu. They came out upon the roof of the antique castle. Darkness had long since fallen over the land. Up and down the valley of the Kazan glimmered faint lights, while the Kazan itself was an irregular width darker than dark. Iukunu pointed to a cage. "This will be your conveyance. Inside." Kujul hesitated. "It might be preferable to dine well, to sleep and rest, to set forth tomorrow refreshed." "What?" spoke Iukunu in a voice like a horn. "You dare stand before me and state preferences? You, who came skulking into my house, pillaged my valuables, and left all in disarray? Do you understand your luck? Perhaps you prefer the forlorn insistment?" "By no means," protested Kujul nervously. "I am anxious only for the success of the venture." "Into the cage, then." Kujul turned despairing eyes around the castle roof, slowly went to the cage, and stepped within. "I trust you suffer no deficiency of memory," said Iukunu. "But, even if this becomes the case, and if you neglect your prime responsibility, which is to say, the procuring of the violet cusp, Ferks is on hand to remind you." Kujul said, "Since I am now committed to this enterprise, and unlikely to return, you may care to learn my appraisal of yourself and your character. In the first place—" But Iukunu held up his hand. "I do not care to listen. Obloquy injures my self-esteem, and I am skeptical of praise. So now, be off." He drew back, stared up into the darkness, then shouted that invocation known as Thastrobal's Lagonetic Transfer. From high came a thud and a buffet, a muffled bellow of rage. Iukunu retreated a few steps, shouted up words in an archaic language, and the cage with Kujul crouching within was snatched aloft and hurled through the air. Cold wind bit Kujul's face. The cage swung back and forth. From above came a flapping and creaking of vast wings and dismal lamentation. Below all was dark, a blackness like a pit. By the disposition of the stars, Kujul perceived that the course was to the north, and presently he sensed the thrust of the Morinron Mountains below, and then they flew over that wilderness known as the Land of the Falling Wall. Once or twice Kujul glimpsed the lights of an isolated castle, and once he noted a great bonfire. For a period, a winged sprite came to flap alongside the cage and peer within. It seemed to find Kujul's plight amusing, and when Kujul sought information as to the land below, it merely uttered raucous cries of mirth. It became fatigued and sought to cling to the cage, but Kujul kicked it away, and it fell off into the wind with a scream of envy. The east flushed the red of old blood, and presently the sun appeared, trembling like an old man with a chill. The ground was shrouded by mist. Kujul was barely able to see that they crossed a land of black mountains and dark chasms. Presently the mist parted once more to reveal a leaden sea. Once or twice he peered up, but the roof of the cage concealed the demon except for the tips of the leathern wings. At last the demon reached the north shore of the ocean. Swooping to the beach, it vented a vindictive croak and allowed the cage to fall from a height of 15 feet. Kujul crawled from the broken cage. Nursing his bruises, he called a curse after the departing demon, then plodded back through sand and dank yellow spinifex, and climbed the slope of the foreshore. To the north were marshy barrens and a far huddle of low hills. To east and west, ocean and dreary beach. Kujul shook his fist to the south. Somehow, at some time, in some manner, he would visit revenge upon the laughing magician. So much he vowed. A few hundred yards to the west was the trace of an ancient seawall. Kujul thought to inspect it, but hardly moved 3 steps before Ferks clamped prongs into his liver. Kujul, rolling up his eyes in agony, reversed his direction and set out along the shore to the east. Presently he hungered, and bethought himself of the charm furnished by Iukunu. He picked up a piece of driftwood and rubbed it with the tablet, hoping to see a transformation into a tray of sweetmeats or a roast fowl. But the driftwood merely softened to the texture of cheese, retained the flavor of driftwood. Kujul ate with snaps and gulps. Another score against Iukunu. How the laughing magician would pay. The scarlet globe of the sun slid across the southern sky. Night approached, and at last Kujul came upon human habitation, a rude village beside a small river. The huts were like birds' nests of mud and sticks, and smelled vilely of ordure and filth. Among them wandered a people as unlovely and graceless as the huts. They were squat, brutish, and obese. Their hair was a coarse yellow tangle. Their features were lumps. Their single noteworthy attribute, one in which Kujul took an instant and keen interest, was their eyes, blind-seeming violet hemispheres, similar in every respect to that object required by Iukunu. Kujul approached the village cautiously, but the inhabitants took small interest in him. If the hemisphere coveted by Iukunu were identical to the violet eyes of these folk, then a basic uncertainty of the mission was resolved, and procuring the violet cusp became merely a matter of tactics. Kujul paused to observe the villagers, and found much to puzzle him. In the first place, they carried themselves not as the ill-smelling loons they were, but with a remarkable loftiness and a dignity which verged at times upon hauteur. Kujul watched in puzzlement. Were they a tribe of dotards? In any event, they seemed to pose no threat, and he advanced into the main avenue of the village, walking gingerly to avoid the more noxious heaps of refuse. One of the villagers now deigned to notice him, and addressed him in grunting guttural voice. "Well, Sirrah, what is your wish? Why do you prowl the outskirts of our city Smolod?"
"I am a wayfarer," said Kujul. "I ask only to be directed to the inn, where I may find food and lodging."
"We have no inn. Travelers and wayfarers are unknown to us. Still, you are welcome to share our plenty. Yonder is a manse with appointments sufficient for your comfort." The man pointed to a dilapidated hut. "You may eat as you will. Merely enter the refectory yonder and select what you wish. There is no stinting at Smolod."
"I thank you gratefully," said Kujul,
and would have spoken further except that his host had strolled away. Kujul gingerly looked into the shed, and after some exertion cleaned out the most inconvenient debris, and arranged a trestle on which to sleep. The sun was now at the horizon, and Kujul went to that storeroom which had been identified as the refectory. The villager's description of the bounty available, as Kujul had suspected, was in the nature of hyperbole. To one side of the storeroom was a heap of smoked fish, to the other a bin containing lentils mingled with various seeds and cereals. Kujul took a portion to his hut, where he made a glum supper. The sun had set. Kujul went forth to see what the village offered in the way of entertainment, but found the streets deserted. In certain of the huts, lamps burned, and Kujul, peering through the cracks, saw the residents dining upon smoked fish or engaged in discourse. He returned to his shed, built a small fire against the chill, and composed himself for sleep. The following day, Kujul renewed his observation of the village Smolod and its violet-eyed folk. None, he noticed, went forth to work, nor did there seem to be fields near at hand. The discovery caused Kujul dissatisfaction. In order to secure one of the violet eyes, he would be obliged to kill its owner, and for this purpose freedom from officious interference was essential. He made tentative attempts at conversation among the villagers, but they looked at him in a manner which presently began to jar at Kujul's equanimity. It was almost as if they were gracious lords and he the ill-smelling lout. During the afternoon he strolled south, and about a mile along the shore came upon another village. The people were much like the inhabitants of Smolod, but with ordinary-seeming eyes. They were likewise industrious. Kujul watched them till fields and fish the ocean. He approached a pair of fishermen on their way back to the village, their catch slung over their shoulders. They stopped, eyed Kujul with no great friendliness. Kujul introduced himself as a wayfarer and asked concerning the lands to the east, but the fishermen professed ignorance, other than the fact that the land was barren, dreary, and dangerous.
"I am currently a guest at the village Smolod," said Kujul. "I find the folk pleasant enough, but somewhat odd. For instance, why are their eyes as they are? What is the nature of their affliction? Why do they conduct themselves with such aristocratic self-assurance and suavity of manner?"
"The eyes are magic cusps," stated the older of the fishermen in a grudging voice. "They afford a view of the overworld. Why should not the owners behave as lords? So will I when Radkuth Voman dies, for I inherit his eyes."
"Indeed.
exclaimed Kujal, marveling. "Can these magic cusps be detached at will and transferred as the owner sees fit?" "They can. But who would exchange the overworld for this?" The fisherman swung his arm around the dreary landscape. "I have toiled long, and at last it is my turn to taste the delights of the overworld. After this there is nothing, and the only peril is death through a surfeit of bliss." "Vastly interesting," remarked Kujal. "How might I qualify for a pair of these magic cusps?" "Strive as do all the others of Grods. Place your name on the list, then toil to supply the lords of Smolod with sustenance. 31 years have I sown and reaped lentils and emmer and netted fish and dried them over slow fires, and now the name of Bubak Ang is at the head of the list, and you must do the same." 31 years, mused Kujal. A period of not negligible duration. And Ferks squirmed restlessly, causing Kujal's liver no small discomfort. The fishermen proceeded to their village Grods. Kujal returned to Smolod. Here he sought out that man to whom he had spoken upon his arrival to the village. "My lord," said Kujal, "as you know, I am a traveler from a far land, attracted here by the magnificence of the city Smolod." "Understandable," grunted the other. "Our splendor cannot help but inspire emulation."
"What, then, is the source of the magic cusps?"
The elder turned the violet hemispheres upon Kujal as if seeing him for the first time. He spoke in a surly voice. "It is a matter we do not care to dwell upon, but there is no harm in it, now that the subject has been broached. At a remote time the demon Underherd sent up tentacles to look across Earth, each tipped with a cusp. Symbolus the 16th pained the monster, which jerked back to his subworld, and the cusps became dislodged. 412 of the cusps were gathered and brought to Smolod, then as splendid as now, it appears to me. Yes, I realize that I see but a semblance, but so do you, and who is to say which is real?" "I do not look through magic cusps," said Kujal. "True." The elder shrugged. "It is a matter I prefer to overlook. I dimly recall that I inhabit a sty and devour the coarsest of food, but the subjective reality is that I inhabit a glorious palace and dine on splendid viands among the princes and princesses who are my peers. It is explained thus. The demon Underherd looked from the subworld to this one. We look from this to the overworld, which is the quintessence of human hope, visionary longing, and beatific dream. We who inhabit this world, how can we think of ourselves as other than splendid lords? This is how we are."
"It is inspiring," exclaimed Kujal. "How may I obtain a pair of these magic cusps?"
"There are 2 methods. Underherd lost 414 cusps. We control 412. 2 were never found, and evidently lie on the floor of the ocean's deep. You are at your liberty to secure these. The second means is to become a citizen of Grods, and furnish the lords of Smolod with sustenance till one of us dies, as we do infrequently."
"I understand that a certain Lord Radkuth Voman is ailing."
"Yes, that is he." The elder indicated a pot-bellied old man with a slack, drooling mouth, sitting in filth before his hut. "You see him at his ease in the pleasaunce of his palace. Lord Radkuth strained himself with a surfeit of lust, for our princesses are the most ravishing creations of human inspiration, just as I am the noblest of princes. But Lord Radkuth indulged himself too copiously, and thereby suffered a mortification. It is a lesson for us all."
"Perhaps I might make special arrangements to secure his cusps?" ventured Kujal.
"I fear not. You must go to Grods and toil as do the others, as did I in a former existence which now seems dim and inchoate. To think I suffered so long. But you are young. 30 or 40 or 50 years is not too long a time to wait."
Kujal put his hand to his abdomen to quiet the fretful stirrings of Ferks. "In the space of so much time, the sun may well have waned. Look!" He pointed as a black flicker crossed the face of the sun and seemed to leave a momentary crust. "Even now it ebbs."
"You are over-apprehensive," stated the elder.
To us who are lords of Smolod, the sun puts forth a radiance of exquisite colors." "This may well be true at the moment," said Kujal. "But when the sun goes dark, what then? Will you take an equal delight in the gloom and the chill?" But the elder no longer attended him. Radkuth Voman had fallen sideways into the mud, and appeared to be dead. Toying indecisively with his knife, Kujal went to look down at the corpse. A deft cut or two, no more than the work of a moment, and he would have achieved his goal. He swayed forward, but already the fugitive moment had passed. Other lords of the village had approached to jostle Kujal aside. Radkuth Voman was lifted and carried with the most solemn nicety into the ill-smelling precincts of his hut. Kujal stared wistfully through the doorway, calculating the chances of this ruse and that. "Let lamps be brought," intoned the elder. "Let a final effulgence surround Lord Radkuth on his gem-encrusted bier. Let the golden clarion sound from the towers. Let the princesses don robes of samite. Let their tresses obscure the faces of delight Lord Radkuth loved so well. And now we must keep vigil. Who will guard the bier?" Kujal stepped forward. "I would deem it honor indeed." The elder shook his head. "This is a privilege reserved for his peers. Lord Malfag, Lord Gloss, perhaps you will act in this capacity." Two of the villagers approached the bench on which Lord Radkuth Voman lay. "Next," declared the elder, "the obsequies must be proclaimed, and the magic cusps transferred to Bubak Ang, that most deserving squire of Grods. Who again will go to notify this squire?" "Again," said Kujal, "I offer my services, if only to requite in some small manner the hospitality I have enjoyed at Smolod." "Well spoken," intoned the elder. "So then, at speed to Grods, return with that squire who by his faith and dutiful toil deserves advancement." Kujal bowed, ran off across the barrens toward Grods. As he approached the outermost fields, he moved cautiously, skulking from tussock to copse, and presently found that which he sought, a peasant turning the dank soil with a mattock. Kujal crept quietly forward, struck down the loon with a gnarled root. He stripped off the best garments, the leather hat, the leggings and footgear. With his knife he hacked off the stiff, straw-colored beard. Taking all and leaving the peasant lying dazed and naked in the mud, he fled on long strides back toward Smolod. In a secluded spot he dressed himself in the stolen garments. He examined the hacked-off beard with some perplexity, and finally, by tying up tufts of the coarse yellow hair and tying tuft to tuft, contrived to bind enough together to make a straggling false beard for himself. That hair which remained he tucked up under the brim of the flapping leather hat. Now the sun had set. Plum-colored gloom obscured the land. Kujal returned to Smolod. Oil lamps flickered before the hut of Radkuth Voman, where the obese and misshapen village women wailed and groaned. Kujal stepped cautiously forward, wondering what might be expected of him. As for his disguise, it would either prove effective or it would not. To what extent the violet cusps befuddled perception was a matter of doubt. He could only hazard a trial. Kujal marched boldly up to the door of the hut. Pitching his voice as low as possible, he called, "I am here, revered princes of Smolod, Squire Bubak Ang of Grods, who for 31 years has heaped the choicest of delicacies into the Smolod larders. Now I appear, beseeching elevation to the estate of nobility." "As is your right," said the chief elder. "But you seem a man different to that Bubak Ang who so long has served the princes of Smolod." "I have been transfigured, through grief at the passing of Prince Radkuth Voman and through rapture at the prospect of elevation." "This is clear and understandable. Come then, prepare yourself for the rites." "I am ready as of this instant," said Kujal. "Indeed, if you will but tender me the magic cusps, I will take them quietly aside and rejoice." The chief elder shook his head indulgently. "This is not in accord with the rites. To begin with, you must stand naked here on the pavilion of this mighty castle, and the fairest of the fair will anoint you in aromatics. Then comes the invocation to Edith Branmore." "Revered," stated Kujal, "allow me one boon. Before the ceremonies begin, Fit me with the magic cusps so that I may understand the full portent of the ceremony.
The chief elder considered. The request is unorthodox, but reasonable. Bring forth the cusps. There was a wait, during which Kujal stood first on one foot, then the other. The minutes dragged. The garments and the false beard itched intolerably. And now, at the outskirts of the village, he saw the approach of several new figures, coming from the direction of Grod's. One was almost certainly Bubak Ang, while another seemed to have been shorn of his beard. The chief elder appeared, holding in each hand a violet cusp. "Step forward." Kujal called loudly, "I am here, sir." "I now apply the potion which sanctifies the junction of magic cusp to right eye." At the back of the crowd, Bubak Ang raised his voice. "Hold! What transpires?" Kujal turned, pointed. "What jackal is this that interrupts solemnities? Remove him, hence!" "Indeed," called the chief elder peremptorily. "You demean yourself and the dignity of the ceremony." Bubak Ang crouched back, momentarily cowed. "In view of the interruption," said Kujal, "I had as lief merely take custody of the magic cusps until these louts can properly be chastened." "No," said the chief elder. "Such a procedure is impossible." He shook drops of rancid fat in Kujal's right eye. But now the peasant of the shorn beard set up an outcry. "My hat! My blouse! My beard! Is there no justice?" "Silence!" hissed the crowd. "This is a solemn occasion." "But I am Kujal called. "Insert the magic cusp, lord. Let us ignore these louts." "A lout, you call me?" roared Bubak Ang. "I recognize you now, you rogue! Hold up proceedings!" The chief elder said inexorably, "I now invest you with the right cusp. You must temporarily hold this eye closed to prevent a discord which would strain the brain and cause stupor. Now the left eye." He stepped forward with the ointment, but Bubak Ang and the beardless peasant no longer would be denied. "Hold up proceedings! You ennoble an impostor! I am Bubak Ang, the worthy squire. He who stands before you is a vagabond." The chief elder inspected Bubak Ang with puzzlement. "For a fact, you resemble that peasant who for 31 years has carted supplies to Smolod. But if you are Bubak Ang, who is this?" The beardless peasant lumbered forward. "It is the soulless wretch who stole the clothes from my back and the beard from my face. He is a criminal, a bandit, a vagabond." "Hold!" called the chief elder. "The words are ill-chosen. Remember that he has been exalted to the rank of Prince of Smolod." "Not altogether," cried Bubak Ang. "He has one of my eyes. I demand the other." "An awkward situation," muttered the chief elder. He spoke to Kujal. "Though formerly a vagabond and cutthroat, you are now a prince, and a man of responsibility. What is your opinion?" "I suggest a hiding for these obstreperous louts. Then—" Bubak Ang and the beardless peasant, uttering shouts of rage, sprang forward. Kujal, leaping away, could not control his right eye. The lid flew open. Into his brain crashed such a wonder of exultation that his breath caught in his throat and his heart almost stopped from astonishment. But concurrently his left eye showed the reality of Smolod. The dissonance was too wild to be tolerated. He stumbled and fell against a hut. Bubak Ang stood over him with mattock raised high, but now the chief elder stepped between. "Do you take leave of your senses? This man is a prince of Smolod. A man I will kill, for he has my eye. Do I toil 31 years for the benefit of a vagabond?" "Calm yourself, Bubak Ang, if that be your name, and remember the issue is not yet entirely clear. Possibly an error has been made, undoubtedly an honest error, for this man is now a prince of Smolod, which is to say justice and sagacity personified." "He was not that before he received the cusp," argued Bubak Ang, "which is when the offense was committed." "I cannot occupy myself with casuistic distinctions," replied the elder. "In any event, your name heads the list, and on the next fatality—" 10 or 12 years hence?" cried Bubak Ang. "Must I toil yet longer, and receive my reward just as the sun goes dark? No, no, this cannot be."
The beardless peasant made a suggestion. Take the other cusp. In this way you will have at least half of your rights, and so prevent the interloper from cheating you totally. Bubak-Ang agreed. I will start with my one magic cusp. I will then kill that knave and take the other, and all will be well. Now then, said the chief elder haughtily, this is hardly the tone to take in reference to a prince of Smolod. Bah, snorted Bubak-Ang. Remember the source of your viands. We of Grods will not toil to no avail. Very well, said the chief elder. I deplore your uncouth bluster, but I cannot deny that you have a measure of reason on your side. Here is the left cusp of Radkuth Voman. I will dispense with the invocation, anointment, and the congratulatory paean. If you will be good enough to step forward and open your left eye, so. As Kujal had done, Bubak-Ang looked through both eyes together and staggered back in a daze. But clapping his hand to his left eye, he recovered himself, and advanced upon Kujal. You now must see the futility of your trick. Extend me that cusp and go your way, for you will never have the use of the two. It matters very little, said Kujal. Thanks to my friend Ferks, I am well content with the one. Bubak-Ang ground his teeth. Do you think to trick me again? Your life has approached its end. Not just I, but all Grods goes warrant for this. Not in the precincts of Smolod, warned the chief elder. There must be no quarrels among the princes. I decree amity. You who have shared the cusps of Radkuth Voman must also share his palace, his robes, appurtenances, jewels, and retinue, until that hopefully remote occasion when one or the other dies, whereupon the survivor shall take all. This is my judgment. There is no more to be said. The moment of the interloper's death is hopefully near at hand, rumbled Bubak-Ang. The instant he sets foot from Smolod will be his last. The citizens of Grods will maintain a vigil of 100 years if necessary. Ferks squirmed at this news, and Kujal winced at the discomfort. In a conciliatory voice, he addressed Bubak-Ang. A compromise might be arranged. To you shall go the entirety of Radkuth Voman's estate, his palace, appurtenances, retinue. To me shall devolve only the magic cusps. But Bubak-Ang would have none of it. If you value your life, deliver that cusp to me this moment. This cannot be done, said Kujal. Bubak-Ang turned away, spoke to the beardless peasant, who nodded and departed. Bubak-Ang glowered at Kujal, then went to Radkuth Voman's hut and sat on the heap of rubble before the door. Here he experimented with his new cusp, cautiously closing his right eye, opening the left to stare in wonder at the overworld. Kujal thought to take advantage of his absorption and sauntered off toward the edge of town. Bubak-Ang appeared not to notice. Ha, thought Kujal. It was to be so easy then. 2 more strides and he would be lost into the darkness. Jauntily he stretched his long legs to take those 2 strides. A slight sound, a grunt, a scrape, a rustle of clothes, caused him to jerk aside. Down swung a mattock blade, cutting the air where his head had been. In the faint glow cast by the Smolod lamps, Kujal glimpsed the beardless peasant's vindictive countenance. Behind him, Bubak-Ang came loping, heavy hand thrust forward like a bull. Kujal dodged, ran with agility back into the heart of Smolod. Slowly and in vast disappointment, Bubak-Ang returned, to seat himself once more. You will never escape, he told Kujal. Give over the cusp and preserve your life. By no means, replied Kujal with spirit. Rather fear for your own sodden vitality, which goes in even greater peril. From the hut of the chief elder came an admonitory call. Cease the bickering. I am indulging the exotic whims of a beautiful princess and must not be distracted. Kujal, recalling the oleaginous wads of flesh, the leering slab-sided visages, the matted verminous hair, the wattles and wens, the evil odors, which characterized the women of Smolod, marveled anew at the power of the cusps. Bubak-Ang was once more testing the vision of his left eye. Kujal composed himself on a bench and attempted the use of his right eye, first holding his hand before his left. Kujal wore a shirt of supple silver scales, tight scarlet trousers, a dark blue cloak.
He sat on a marble bench before a row of spiral marble columns overgrown with dark foliage and white flowers. To either side, the palaces of Smolod towered into the night, one behind the other, with soft lights accenting the arches and windows. The sky was a soft, dark blue, hung with great glowing stars. Among the palaces were gardens of cypress, myrtle, jasmine, sphaed, thyssum. The air was pervaded with the perfume of flowers and flowing water. From somewhere came a wisp of music, a murmur of soft chords, a sigh of melody. Kujal took a deep breath, rose to his feet. He stepped forward, moved across the terrace. Palaces and gardens shifted perspective. On a dim lawn, 3 girls in gowns of white gauze watched him over their shoulders. Kujal took an involuntary step forward, then, recalling the malice of Bubak-Ang, paused to check on his whereabouts. Across the plaza rose a palace of 7 stories, each level with its terrace garden, with vines and flowers trailing down the walls. Through the windows, Kujal glimpsed rich furnishings, lustrous chandeliers, the soft movement of liveried chamberlains. On the pavilion before the palace stood a hawk-featured man with a cropped golden beard in robes of ochre and black, with gold epaulets and black buskins. He stood 1 foot on a stone griffin, arms on bent knee, gazing toward Kujal with an expression of brooding dislike. Kujal marveled. Could this be the pig-faced Bubak-Ang? Could the magnificent 7-tiered palace be the hovel of Radkuth Voman? Kujal moved slowly off across the plaza, and now came upon a pavilion lit by candelabra. Tables supported meats, jellies, pastries of every description, and Kujal's belly, nourished only by driftwood and smoked fish, urged him forward. He passed from table to table, sampling morsels from every dish, and found all to be of the highest quality. Smoked fish and lentils I may still be devouring, Kujal told himself, but there is much to be said for the enchantment by which they become such exquisite delicacies. Indeed, a man might do far worse than spend the rest of his life here in Smolod. Almost as if Ferks had been anticipating the thought, he instantly inflicted upon Kujal's liver a series of agonizing pangs, and Kujal bitterly reviled Iukunu the laughing magician and repeated his vows of vengeance. Recovering his composure, he sauntered to that area where the formal gardens surrounding the palaces gave way to parkland. He looked over his shoulder to find the hawk-faced prince in ochre and black approaching, with manifestly hostile intent. In the dimness of the park, Kujal noted other movement, and thought to spy a number of armored warriors. Kujal returned to the plaza, and Bubak-Ang followed, once more to stand glowering at Kujal in front of Radkuth Voman's palace. Clearly, said Kujal aloud, for the benefit of Ferks, there will be no departure from Smolod tonight. Naturally, I am anxious to convey the cusp to Iukunu, but if I am killed, then neither the cusp nor the admirable Ferks will ever return to Almery. Ferks made no further demonstration. Now, thought Kujal, where to pass the night? The 7-tiered palace of Radkuth Voman manifestly offered ample and spacious accommodation for both himself and Bubak-Ang. In essence, however, the two would be crammed together in a 1-roomed hut, with a single heap of damp reeds for a couch. Thoughtfully, regretfully, Kujal closed his right eye, opened his left. Smolod was as before. The surly Bubak-Ang crouched before the door to Radkuth Voman's hut. Kujal stepped forward, kicked Bubak-Ang smartly. In surprise and shock, both Bubak-Ang's eyes opened, and the rival impulses colliding in his brain induced paralysis. Back in the darkness, the beardless peasant roared and came charging forward, mattock on high, and Kujal relinquished his plan to cut Bubak-Ang's throat. He skipped inside the hut, closed and barred the door. He now closed his left eye, opened his right. He found himself in the magnificent entry hall of Radkuth Voman's palace, the portico of which was secured by a portcullis of forged iron. Without, the golden-haired prince in ochre and black, holding his hand over one eye, was lifting himself in cold dignity from the pavement of the plaza. Raising one arm in noble defiance, Bubak-Ang swung his cloak over his shoulder, marched off to join his warriors. Kujal sauntered through the palace, inspecting the appointments with pleasure. If it were not for the importunities of Ferks, there would be no haste in trying the perilous journey back to the valley of the Kazan. Kujal selected a luxurious chamber facing to the south, doffed his rich garments for satin nightwear, settled upon a couch with sheets of pale blue silk, and instantly fell asleep. In the morning, there was a degree of difficulty remembering which eye to open, and Kujal thought it might be well to fashion a patch to wear over that eye not currently in use. By day, the palaces of Smolod were more grand than ever, and now the plaza was thronged with princes and princesses, all of utmost beauty. Kujal dressed himself in handsome garments of black, with a jaunty green cap and green sandals. He descended to the entry hall, raised the portcullis with a gesture of command, and went forth into the plaza. There was no sign of Bubak Ang. The other inhabitants of Smolod greeted him with courtesy, and the princesses displayed noticeable warmth, as if they found him of good address. Kujal responded politely, but without fervor. Not even the magic cusp could persuade him against the sour wads of fat, flesh, grime, and hair which were the Smolod women. He breakfasted on delightful viands at the pavilion, then returned to the plaza to consider his next course of action. A cursory inspection of the parklands revealed Kokod Warriors on guard. There was no immediate prospect of escape. The nobility of Smolod applied themselves to their diversions. Some wandered the meadows, others went boating upon the delightful waterways to the north. The chief elder, a prince of sagacious and noble visage, sat alone on an onyx bench, deep in reverie. Kujal approached. The chief elder aroused himself and gave Kujal a salute of measured cordiality. "I am not easy in my mind," he declared. "In spite of all judiciousness, and allowing for your unavoidable ignorance of our customs, I feel a certain inequity has been done, and I am at a loss as how to repair it." "It seems to me," said Kujal, "that Squire Bubak Ang, though doubtless a worthy man, exhibits a lack of discipline unfitting the dignity of Smolod. In my opinion, he would be all the better for a few years more seasoning at Grod's." "There is something in what you say," replied the elder. "Small personal sacrifices are sometimes essential to the welfare of the group. I feel certain that you, if the issue arose, would gladly offer up your cusp and enroll anew at Grod's. What are a few years? They flutter past like butterflies." Kujal made a suave gesture. "Or a trial by lot might be arranged, in which all who see with 2 cusps participate, the loser of the trial donating one of his cusps to Bubak Ang. I myself will make do with 1. The elder frowned. "Well, the contingency is remote. Meanwhile, you must participate in our merrymaking. If I may say so, you cut a personable figure, and certain of the princesses have been casting sheep's eyes in your direction. There, for instance, the lovely Udella Narshag, and there, Zokoksa of the Rose Petals, and beyond the vivacious Ilviu Lasmal. You must not be backward. Here in Smolod we live an uncircumscribed life." "The charm of these ladies has not escaped me," said Kujal. "Unluckily, I am bound by a vow of continence." "Unfortunate man!" exclaimed the chief elder. "The princesses of Smolod are nonpareil. And notice, yet another soliciting your attention." "Surely it is you she summons," said Kujal, and the elder went to confer with the young woman in question, who had come riding into the plaza in a magnificent boat-shaped car which walked on 6 swan feet. The princess reclined on a couch of pink down and was beautiful enough to make Kujal rue the fastidiousness of his recollection, which projected every matted hair, mole, dangling underlip, sweating seam, and wrinkle of the Smolod women to the front of his memory. This princess was indeed the essence of a daydream, slender and supple, with skin like still cream, a delicate nose, lucent brooding eyes, a mouth of delightful flexibility. Her expression intrigued Kujal, for it was more complex than that of the other princesses, pensive yet willful, ardent yet dissatisfied. Into the plaza came Bubak Ang, accoutered in military wise, with corselet, morion, and sword. The chief elder went to speak to him, and now to Kujal's irritation, the princess in the walking boat signaled to him. He went forward. "Yes, princess, you saluted me, I believe." The princess nodded. "I speculate on your presence up here in these northern lands." She spoke in a soft, clear voice like music. Kujal said,
I am here on a mission. I stay but a short while at Smolod, and then must continue east and south." "Indeed," said the princess. "What is the nature of your mission?" "To be candid, I was brought here by the malice of a magician. It was by no means a yearning of my own." The princess laughed softly. "I see few strangers. I long for new faces and new talk. Perhaps you will come to my palace, and we will talk of magic and the strange circumstances which throng the dying earth." Kujal bowed stiffly. "Your offer is kind, but you must seek elsewhere. I am bound by a vow of continence. Control your displeasure, for it applies not only to you, but to Udella Narshag yonder, to Zokoksa, and to Ilviu Lasmal." The princess raised her eyebrows, sank back on her down-covered couch. She smiled faintly. "Indeed, indeed. You are a harsh man, a stern, relentless man, thus to refuse yourself to so many imploring women." "This is the case, and so it must be." Kujal turned away to face the chief elder, who approached with Bubak Ang at his back. "Sorry circumstances," announced the chief elder in a troubled voice. "Bubak Ang speaks for the village of Grods. He declares that no more victuals will be furnished until justice is done, and this they define as the surrender of your cusp to Bubak Ang, and your person to a punitive committee who waits in the parkland yonder." Kujal laughed uneasily. "What a distorted view. You assured them, of course, that we of Smolot would eat grass and destroy the cusps before agreeing to such detestable provisions." "I fear that I temporized," stated the chief elder. "I feel that the others of Smolot favor a more flexible course of action." The implication was clear, and Ferks began to stir in exasperation. In order to appraise circumstances in the most forthright manner possible, Kujal shifted the patch to look from his left eye. Certain citizens of Grods, armed with scythes, mattocks, and clubs, waited at a distance of 50 yards. Evidently the punitive committee to which Bubak Ang had referred. To one side were the huts of Smolod, to the other the walking boat and the princess of such. Kujal stared in astonishment. The boat was as before, walking on 6 bird legs, and sitting in the pink down was the princess, if possible more beautiful than ever. But now her expression, rather than faintly smiling, was cool and still. Kujal drew a deep breath, took to his heels. Bubak Ang shouted in order to halt, but Kujal paid no heed. Across the barrens he raced, with the punitive committee in pursuit. Kujal laughed gleefully. He was long of limb, sound of wind. The peasants were stumpy, not-muscled, phlegmatic. He could easily run 2 miles to their 1. He paused, and turned to wave farewell. To his dismay, 2 legs from the walking boat detached themselves and leapt after him. Kujal ran for his life. In vain. The legs came bounding past, one on either side. They swung around, kicked him to a halt. Kujal suddenly walked back, the legs hopping behind. Just before he reached the outskirts of Smolod, he reached under the patch and pulled loose the magic cusp. As the punitive committee bore down on him, he held it aloft. "Stand back, or I break the cusp to fragments." "Hold, hold," called Bubak Ang. "This must not be. Come, give me the cusp and accept your just deserts." "Nothing has yet been decided," Kujal reminded him. "The chief elder has ruled for no one." The girl rose from her seat in the boat. "I will rule. I am Derwi Korimi, of the House of Domber. Give me the violet glass, whatever it is." "By no means," said Kujal. "Take the cusp from Bubak Ang." "Never!" exclaimed the squire from Grods. "What? You both have a cusp and both want 2? What are these precious objects? You wear them as eyes? Give them to me." Kujal drew his sword. "I prefer to run, but I fight if I must." "I cannot run," said Bubak Ang. "I prefer to fight." He pulled the cusp from his own eye. "Now then, vagabond, prepare to die." "A moment," said Derwi Korimi. From one of the legs of the boat, thin arms reached to seize the wrists of both Kujal and Bubak Ang. The cusps fell to earth.
That of Kujul was caught and conveyed to Derwi Karimi. That of Bubak Ang struck a stone and shivered to fragments. He howled in anguish, leapt upon Kujul, who gave ground before the attack. Bubak Ang knew nothing of swordplay. He hacked and slashed as if he were cleaning fish. The fury of his attack, however, was unsettling, and Kujul was hard put to defend himself. In addition to Bubak Ang's sallies and slashes, Ferks was deploring the loss of the cusp. Derwi Karimi had lost interest in the affair. The boat started off across the barrens, moving faster and ever faster. Kujul slashed out with his sword, leapt back once more, and for the second time fled across the barrens, and the folk of Smolod and Grods shouted curses after him. The boat car jogged along at a leisurely rate. Lungs throbbing, Kujul gained upon it, and with a great bound leapt up, caught the downy gunwale, pulled himself astride. It was as he expected. Derwi Karimi had looked through the cusp and lay back in a daze. The violet cusp reposed in her lap. Kujul seized it, then for a moment stared down into the exquisite face, and wondered if he dared more. Ferks thought not. Already Derwi Karimi was sighing and moving her head. Kujul leapt from the boat, and only just in time. Had she seen him? He ran to a clump of reeds which grew by a pond, flung himself in the water. From here he saw the walking boat halt while Derwi Karimi rose to her feet. She felt through the pink down for the cusp, then she looked all around the countryside. But the blood-red light of the low sun was in her eyes when she looked toward Kujul, and she saw only the reeds and the reflection of sun on water. Angry and sullen as never before, she set the boat into motion. It walked, then cantered, then loped to the south. Kujul emerged from the water, inspected the magic cusp, tucked it into his pouch, looked back toward Smolod. He started to walk south, then paused. He took the cusp from his pocket, closed his left eye, held the cusp to his right. There rose the palaces, tier on tier, tower above tower, the gardens hanging down the terraces. Kujul would have stared a long time, but Ferks became restive. Kujul returned the cusp to his pouch and once again set his face to the south, for the long journey back to Almery. Afterward to the Overworld. I was one of those precocious, highly intelligent kids, old beyond my years. I had lots of brothers and sisters, but I was isolated from them in a certain kind of way. I just read and read and read. One of the things I read was the old Weird Tales magazine, which published Clark Ashton Smith. He was one of the generative geniuses of fantasy. Smith is a little clumsy at times, but at least his prose is always readable. When I wrote my first fantasies, I was no longer aware of Smith. It had sunk so far into my subconscious. But when it was pointed out to me, I could very readily see the influence. Jack Vance, 1983. The men return. The relict came furtively down the crag, a shambling, gaunt creature with tortured eyes. He moved in a series of quick dashes using panels of dark air for concealment, running behind each passing shadow, at times crawling on all fours, head low to the ground, arriving at the final low outcrop of rock. He halted and peered across the plain. Far away rose low hills, blurring into the sky, which was mottled and sallow like poor milk glass. The intervening plain spread like rotten velvet, black-green and wrinkled, streaked with ochre and rust. A fountain of liquid rock jetted high in the air, branched out into black coral. In the middle distance, a family of gray objects evolved with a sense of purposeful destiny. Spheres melted into pyramids, became domes, tufts of white spires, sky-piercing poles. Then, as a final tour de force, tesseracts. The relict cared nothing for this. He needed food, and out on the plain were plants. They would suffice in lieu of anything better. They grew in the ground, or sometimes on a floating lump of water, or surrounding a core of hard black gas. There were dank black flaps of leaf, clumps of haggard thorn, pale green bulbs, stalks with leaves and contorted flowers. There were no recognizable species, and the relict had no means of knowing if the leaves and tendrils he had eaten yesterday would poison him today. He tested the surface of the plane with his foot. The glassy surface, though it likewise seemed a construction of red and gray-green pyramids, accepted his weight, then suddenly sucked at his leg. In a frenzy, he tore himself free, jumped back, squatted on the temporarily solid rock. Hunger rasped at his stomach. He must eat. He contemplated the plane. Not too far away, a pair of organisms played, sliding, diving, dancing, striking flamboyant poses. Should they approach, he would try to kill one of them. They resembled men, and so should make a good meal. He waited. A long time? A short time? It might have been either. Duration had neither quantitative nor qualitative reality. The sun had vanished, and there was no standard cycle or recurrence. Time was a word blank of meaning. Matters had not always been so. The relict retained a few tattered recollections of the old days, before system and logic had been rendered obsolete. Man had dominated Earth by virtue of a single assumption, that an effect could be traced to a cause, itself the effect of a previous cause. Manipulation of this basic law yielded rich results. There seemed no need for any other tool or instrumentality. Man congratulated himself on his generalized structure. He could live on desert, on plain or ice, in forest or in city. Nature had not shaped him to a special environment. He was unaware of his vulnerability. Logic was the special environment. The brain was the special tool. Then came the terrible hour when Earth swam into a pocket of non-causality, and all the ordered tensions of cause-effect dissolved. The special tool was useless. It had no purchase on reality. From the 2 billions of men, only a few survived, the mad. They were now the organisms, lords of the era, their discords so exactly equivalent to the vagaries of the land as to constitute a peculiar wild wisdom. Or perhaps the disorganized matter of the world, loose from the old organization, was peculiarly sensitive to psychokinesis. A handful of others, the relicts, managed to exist, but only through a delicate set of circumstances. They were the ones most strongly charged with the old causal dynamic. It persisted sufficiently to control the metabolism of their bodies, but could extend no further. They were fast dying out, for sanity provided no leverage against the environment. Sometimes their own minds sputtered and jangled, and they would go raving and leaping out across the plain. The organisms observed with neither surprise nor curiosity. How could surprise exist? The mad relict might pause by an organism and try to duplicate the creature's existence. The organism ate a mouthful of plant. So did the relict. The organism rubbed his feet with crushed water. So did the relict. Presently the relict would die of poison or rent bowels or skin lesions, while the organism relaxed in the dank black grass. Or the organism might seek to eat the relict, and the relict would run off in terror, unable to abide any part of the world, running, bounding, breasting the thick air, eyes wide, mouth open, calling and gasping until finally he foundered in a pool of black iron or blundered into a vacuum pocket, to bat around like a fly in a bottle. The relicts now numbered very few. Finn, he who crouched on the rock overlooking the plain, lived with 4 others. 2 of these were old men and soon would die. Finn likewise would die unless he found food. Out on the plain, one of the organisms, Alpha, sat down, caught a handful of air, a globe of blue liquid, a rock, kneaded them together, pulled the mixture like taffy, gave it a great heave. It uncoiled from his hand like rope. The relict crouched low. No telling what deviltry would occur to the creature. He and all the rest of them, unpredictable. The relict valued their flesh as food, but the organisms would eat him if opportunity offered. In the competition, he was at a great disadvantage. Their random acts baffled him. If, seeking to escape, he ran, the worst terror would begin. The direction he set his face was seldom the direction the varying frictions of the ground let him move. But the organisms were as random and uncommitted as the environment, and the double set of disorders sometimes compounded, sometimes canceled each other. In the latter case, the organism might catch him. It was inexplicable. But then what was not? The word explanation had no meaning. They were moving toward him. Had they seen him? He flattened himself against the sullen yellow rock. The two organisms paused not far away. He could hear their sounds, and crouched, sick from conflicting pangs of hunger and fear. Alpha sank to his knees, lay flat on his back, arms and legs flung out at random, addressing the sky in a series of musical cries, sibilants, guttural groans. It was a personal language he had only now improvised, but Beta understood him well.
"A vision," cried Alpha. "I see past the sky. I see knots, spinning circles. They tighten into hard points. They will never come undone."
Beta perched on a pyramid, glanced over his shoulder at the mottled sky.
"An intuition," chanted Alpha. "A picture out of the other time. It is hard, merciless, inflexible."
Beta poised on the pyramid, dove through the glassy surface, swam under Alpha, emerged, lay flat beside him.
"Observe the relict on the hillside. In his blood is the whole of the old race, the narrow men with minds like cracks. He has exuded the intuition. Clumsy thing, a blunderer," said Alpha.
"They are all dead, all of them," said Beta, "although 3 or 4 remain. When past, present, and future are no more than ideas left over from another era, like boats on a dry lake, then the completion of a process can never be defined."
Alpha said, "This is the vision. I see the relicts swarming the earth, then whisking off to nowhere, like gnats in the wind. This is behind us."
The organisms lay quiet, considering the vision. A rock, or perhaps a meteor, fell from the sky, struck into the surface of the pond. It left a circular hole which slowly closed. From another part of the pool, a gout of fluid splashed into the air, floated away. Alpha spoke.
"Again, the intuition comes strong. There will be lights in the sky."
The fever died in him. He hooked a finger into the air, hoisted himself to his feet. Beta lay quiet. Slugs, ants, flies, beetles were crawling on him, boring, breeding. Alpha knew that Beta could arise, shake off the insects, stride off. But Beta seemed to prefer passivity. That was well enough. He could produce another Beta should he choose, or a dozen of him. Sometimes the world swarmed with organisms, all sorts, all colors, tall as steeples, short and squat as flower pots. Sometimes they hid quietly in deep caves, and sometimes the tentative substance of earth would shift, and perhaps 1, or perhaps 30, would be shut in the subterranean cocoon, and all would sit gravely waiting until such time as the ground would open and they could peer blinking and pallid out into the light.
"I feel a lack," said Alpha. "I will eat the relict."
He set forth, and sheer chance brought him near to the ledge of yellow rock. Finn the relict sprang to his feet in panic. Alpha tried to communicate so that Finn might pause while Alpha ate, but Finn had no grasp for the many valued overtones of Alpha's voice. He seized a rock, hurled it at Alpha. The rock puffed into a cloud of dust, blew back into the relict's face. Alpha moved closer, extended his long arms. The relict kicked. His feet went out from under him, and he slid out on the plain. Alpha ambled complacently behind him. Finn began to crawl away. Alpha moved off to the right. One direction was as good as another. He collided with Beta, and began to eat Beta instead of the relict. The relict hesitated, then approached, and joining Alpha, pushed chunks of pink flesh into his mouth. Alpha said to the relict, "I was about to communicate an intuition to him whom we dine upon. I will speak to you." Finn could not understand Alpha's personal language. He ate as rapidly as possible. Alpha spoke on. "There will be lights in the sky. The great lights." Finn rose to his feet, and warily watching Alpha, seized Beta's legs, began to pull him toward the hill. Alpha watched with quizzical unconcern. It was hard work for the spindly relic. Sometimes Beta floated, sometimes he wafted off on the air, sometimes he adhered to the terrain. At last he sank into a knob of granite which froze around him. Finn tried to jerk Beta loose, and then to pry him up with a stick, without success. He ran back and forth in an agony of indecision. Beta began to collapse, wither, like a jellyfish on hot sand. The relic abandoned the hulk. Too late, too late. Food going to waste. The world was a hideous place of frustration. Temporarily, his belly was full. He started back up the crag, and presently found the camp, where the 4 other relicts waited, 2 ancient males, 2 females. The females, Gisa and Reek, like Finn, had been out foraging. Gisa had brought in a slab of lichen, Reek a bit of nameless carrion. The old men, Bode and Taggart, sat quietly waiting either for food or for death. The women greeted Finn sullenly. "Where is the food you went forth to find?" "I had a whole carcass," said Finn. "I could not carry it." Bode had slyly stolen the slab of lichen and was cramming it into his mouth. It came alive, quivered, and exuded a red ichor which was poison, and the old man died. "Now there is food," said Finn. "Let us eat." But the poison created a putrescence. The body seethed with blue foam, flowed away of its own energy. The women turned to look at the other old man, who said in a quavering voice, "Eat me if you must, but why not choose Reek, who is younger than I?" Reek, the younger of the women, gnawing on the bit of carrion, made no reply. Finn said hollowly, "Why do we worry ourselves? Food is ever more difficult, and we are the last of all men." "No, no," spoke Reek. "Not the last. We saw others on the Green Mound." "That was long ago," said Gisa. "Now they are surely dead." "Perhaps they have found a source of food," suggested Reek. Finn rose to his feet, looked across the plain. "Who knows? Perhaps there is a more pleasant land beyond the horizon." "There is nothing anywhere but waste and evil creatures," snapped Gisa. "What could be worse than here?" Finn argued calmly. No one could find grounds for disagreement. "Here is what I propose," said Finn. "Notice this tall peak. Notice the layers of hard air. They bump into the peak, they bounce off, they float in and out and disappear past the edge of sight. Let us all climb this peak, and when a sufficiently large bank of air passes, we will throw ourselves on top and allow it to carry us to the beautiful regions which may exist just out of sight." There was argument. The old man Taggart protested his feebleness. The women derided the possibility of the bountiful regions Finn envisioned. But presently, grumbling and arguing, they began to clamber up the pinnacle. It took a long time. The obsidian was soft as jelly, and Taggart several times professed himself at the limit of his endurance. But still they climbed, and at last reached the pinnacle. There was barely room to stand. They could see in all directions, far out over the landscape, till vision was lost in the watery gray. The women bickered and pointed in various directions, but there was small sign of happier territory. In one direction, blue-green hills shivered like bladders full of oil. In another direction lay a streak of black, a gorge or a lake of clay. In another direction were blue-green hills, the same they had seen in the first direction. Somehow there had been a shift. Below was the plain, gleaming like an iridescent beetle, here and there pocked with black velvet spots, overgrown with questionable vegetation. They saw organisms, a dozen shapes loitering by ponds, munching vegetable pods or small rocks or insects. There came Alpha. He moved slowly, still awed by his vision, ignoring the other organisms. Their play went on, but presently they stood quiet, sharing the oppression. On the obsidian peak, Finn caught hold of a passing filament of air, drew it in. "Now, all on, and we sail away to the land of plenty." "No," protested Gisa. "There is no room, and who knows if it will fly in the right direction?" "Where is the right direction?" asked Finn. "Does anyone know?" No one knew, but the women still refused to climb aboard the filament. Finn turned to Taggart. "Here, old one,
Show these women how it is. Climb on. No, no, he cried. I fear the air. This is not for me. Climb on, old man, then we follow. Wheezing and fearful, clenching his hands deep into the spongy mass, Taggart pulled himself out onto the air, spindly shanks hanging over into nothing. Now, spoke Finn. Who next? The women still refused. You go then, yourself, cried Gisa. And leave you, my last guarantee against hunger? Aboard now! No, the air is too small. Let the old one go and we will follow on a larger. Very well. Finn released his grip. The air floated off over the plain, Taggart straddling and clutching for dear life. They watched him curiously. Observe, said Finn, how fast and easily moves the air, above the organisms, over all the slime and uncertainty. But the air itself was uncertain, and the old man's raft dissolved. Clutching at the departing wisps, Taggart sought to hold his cushion together. It fled from under him, and he fell. On the peak, the three watched the spindly shape flap and twist on its way to earth far below. Now, Reek exclaimed in vexation, we even have no more meat. None, said Gisa, except the visionary Finn himself. They surveyed Finn. Together they would more than outmatch him. Careful, cried Finn. I am the last of the men. You are my women, subject to my orders. They ignored him, muttering to each other, looking at him from the side of their faces. Careful, cried Finn. I will throw you both from this peak. That is what we planned for you, said Gisa. They advanced with sinister caution. Stop! I am the last man. We are better off without you. One moment. Look at the organisms. The women looked. The organisms stood in a knot, staring at the sky. Look at the sky! The women looked. The frosted glass was cracking, breaking, curling aside. The blue sky of old times. A terribly bright light burnt down, seared their eyes. The rays warmed their naked backs. The sun, they said in awed voices. The sun has come back to earth. The shrouded sky was gone. The sun rode proud and bright in a sea of blue. The ground below churned, cracked, heaved, solidified. They felt the obsidian harden under their feet. Its color shifted to glossy black. The earth, the sun, the galaxy, had departed the region of freedom. The other time with its restrictions and logic was once more with them. This is old Earth, cried Finn. We are men of old Earth. The land is once again ours. And what of the organisms? If this is the Earth of old, then let the organisms beware. The organisms stood on a low rise of ground beside a runnel of water that was rapidly becoming a river flowing out onto the plain. Alpha cried, Here is my intuition. It is exactly as I knew. The freedom is gone. The tightness, the constriction are back. How will we defeat it? Asked another organism. Easily, said a third. Each must fight a part of the battle. I plan to hurl myself at the sun and blot it from existence. And he crouched, threw himself into the air. He fell on his back and broke his neck. The fault, said Alpha, is in the air, because the air surrounds all things. 6 organisms ran off in search of air, and stumbling into the river, drowned. In any event, said Alpha, I am hungry. He looked around for suitable food. He seized an insect which stung him. He dropped it. My hunger remains. He spied Finn and the 2 women descending from the crag. I will eat one of the relicts, he said. Come, let us all eat. 3 of them started off, as usual in random directions. By chance, Alpha came face to face with Finn. He prepared to eat, but Finn picked up a rock. The rock remained a rock, hard, sharp, heavy. Finn swung it down, taking joy in the inertia.
Alpha died with a crushed skull. One of the other organisms attempted to step across a crevasse 20 feet wide and was engulfed. The other sat down, swallowed rocks to assuage his hunger, and presently went into convulsions. Finn pointed here and there around the fresh new land. In that quarter, the new city, like that of the legends. Over here, the farms, the cattle.
We have none of these, protested Gisa.
No, said Finn. Not now.
But once more the sun rises and sets. Once more rock has weight and air has none. Once more water falls as rain and flows to the sea.
He stepped forward over the fallen organism.
Let us make plans.
Afterward, to the men return. Going back to the painting analogy, if you're painting seascapes, you'd use a lot of blues and greens. If you're painting the inside of an old Genoese tavern, you'd use blacks, browns, and golds. Essentially, I try to use the tools appropriate to the job, the tools being words and style. I don't plan these things ahead of time. They simply occur. Jack Vance, 1977. The Sorcerer Pharesm. The mountains were behind. The dark defiles, the tarns, the echoing stone heights, all now a sooty bulk to the north. For a time, Kujal wandered a region of low rounded hills, the color and texture of old wood, with groves of blue-black trees dense along the ridges, then came upon a faint trail which took him south by long swings and slants, and at last broke out over a vast dim plain. A half-mile to the right rose a line of tall cliffs, which instantly attracted his attention, bringing him a haunting pang of déjà vu. He stared mystified. At some time in the past he had known these cliffs. How? When? His memory provided no response. He settled himself upon a low lichen-covered rock to rest. But now Ferks, the monitor which Iukunu the Laughing Magician had implanted in Kujal's viscera, became impatient and inflicted a stimulating pang. Kujal leapt to his feet, groaning with weariness and shaking his fist to the southwest, the presumable direction of Almeri.
Iukunu! Iukunu! If I could repay 1/10 of your offenses, the world would think me harsh.
He set off down the trail, under the cliffs which had affected him with such poignant but impossible recollections. Far below spread the plain, filling 3/4 of the horizon with colors much like those of the lichened rock Kujal had just departed, black patches of woodland, a gray crumble where ruins filled an entire valley, nondescript streaks of gray-green, lavender, gray-brown, the leaden glint of 2 great rivers disappearing into the haze of distance. Kujal's brief rest had only served to stiffen his joints. He limped, and the pouch chafed his hip. Even more distressing was the hunger gripping his belly. Another tally against Iukunu, who had sent Kujal to the northern wastes on a mission of wanton frivolity. Iukunu, it must be allowed, had furnished an amulet converting such normally inedible substances as grass, wood, horn, hair, humus, and the like into a nutritious paste. Unfortunately, and this was a measure of Iukunu's mordant humor, the paste retained the flavor of the native substance, and during his passage of the mountains Kujal had tasted little better than spurge, cullion, blackwort, oak twigs, and galls, and on one occasion, when all else failed, certain refuse discovered in the cave of a bearded faun. Kujal had eaten only minimally. His long spare frame had become gaunt, his cheekbones protruded like sponsons. The black eyebrows which once had crooked so jauntily now lay flat and dispirited. Truly, truly, Iukunu had much to answer for. And Kujal, as he proceeded, debated the exact quality of revenge he would take if ever he found his way back to Almeri. The trail swung down upon a wide stony flat where the wind had carved 1,000 grotesque figures. Surveying the area, Kujal thought to perceive regularity among the eroded shapes, and halted to rub his long chin in appraisal. The pattern displayed an extreme subtlety, so subtle indeed that Kujal wondered if it had not been projected by his own mind. Moving closer, he discerned further complexities, and elaborations upon complexities, twists, spires, volutes, discs, saddles, wrenched spheres, torsions and flexions, spindles, cardioids, lanciform pinnacles, the most laborious, painstaking, and intricate rock carving conceivable, manifestly no random effort of the elements. Kujal frowned in perplexity, unable to imagine a motive for so complex an undertaking. He went on, and a moment later heard voices, together with the clank of tools. He stopped short, listened cautiously, then proceeded, to come upon a gang of about 50 men ranging in stature from 3 inches to well over 12 feet. Kujal approached on tentative feet, but after a glance the workers paid him no heed, continuing to chisel, grind, scrape, probe, and polish with dedicated zeal. Kujal watched for several minutes, then approached the overseer, a man 3 feet in height who stood at a lectern consulting the plans spread before him, comparing them to the work in progress by means of an ingenious optical device. He appeared to note everything at once, calling instructions, chiding, exhorting against error, instructing the least deft in the use of their tools. To exemplify his remarks, he used a wonderfully extensible forefinger, which reached forth 30 feet to tap at a section of rock, to scratch a quick diagram, then as swiftly retract. The foreman drew back a pace or two, temporarily satisfied with the work in progress, and Kujal came forward. "What intricate effort is this, and what is its object?" "The work is as you see," replied the foreman in a voice of penetrating compass. "From natural rock we produce specified shapes, at the behest of the Sorcerer Pharesm. Now then, now then!" The cry was addressed to a man 3 feet taller than Kujal, who had been striking the stone with a pointed maul. "I detect overconfidence." The forefinger shot forth. "Use great care at this juncture. Note how the rock tends to cleave? Strike here a blow of the 6th intensity at the vertical, using a semi-clenched grip. At this point, a 4th intensity blow groin-wise, then employ a quarter-gauge bant iron to remove the swang." With the work once more going correctly, he fell to studying his plans, shaking his head with a frown of dissatisfaction. "Much too slow. The craftsmen toil as if in a drugged torpor, or else display a mulish stupidity. Only yesterday, Daddio Fesadil, he of 3 L's with the green kerchief yonder, used a 19-gauge feasing bar to groove the bead of a small inverted quatrefoil." Kujal shook his head in surprise, as if never had he heard of so egregious a blunder. And he asked, "What prompts this inordinate rock-hewing?" "I cannot say," replied the foreman. "The work has been in progress 318 years, but during this time Pharesm has never clarified his motives. They must be pointed and definite, for he makes a daily inspection and is quick to indicate errors." Here he turned aside to consult with a man as tall as Kujal's knee, who voiced uncertainty as to the pitch of a certain volute. The foreman, consulting an index, resolved the matter. Then he turned back to Kujal, this time with an air of frank appraisal. "You appear both astute and deft. Would you care to take employment? We lack several craftsmen of the half-L category, or if you prefer more forceful manifestations, we can nicely use an apprentice stonebreaker of 16 L's. Your stature is adjusted in either direction. There is identical scope for advancement. As you see, I am a man of 4 L's. I reached the position of striker in 1 year, molder of forms in 3, assistant chade in 10, and I have now served as chief chade for 19 years. My predecessor was of 2 L's, and the chief chade before him was a 10 L man." He went on to enumerate advantages of the work, which included sustenance, shelter, narcotics of choice, nefarium privileges, a stipend starting at 10 terces a day, various other benefits, including Pharesm's services as diviner and exorciser. Additionally, Pharesm maintains a conservatory where all may enrich their intellects. I myself take instruction in insect identification, the heraldry of the kings of Old Gomaz, unison chanting, practical catalepsy, and orthodox doctrine. You will never find a master more generous than Pharesm the sorcerer." Kujal restrained a smile for the chief chade's enthusiasm. Still, his stomach was roiling with hunger, and he did not reject the proffer out of hand. "I had never before considered such a career," he said. "You cite advantages of which I was unaware." "True, they are not generally known." "I cannot immediately say yes or no. It is a decision of consequence which I feel I should consider in all its aspects." The chief chade gave a nod of profound agreement. "We encourage deliberation in our craftsmen, when every stroke must achieve the desired effect.
To repair an inaccuracy of as much as a fingernail's width, the entire block must be removed, a new block fitted into the socket of the old, whereupon all begins anew. Until the work has reached its previous stage, Nefarian privileges are denied to all. Hence, we wish no opportunistic or impulsive newcomers to the group. Kirks, suddenly apprehending that Kujal proposed a delay, made representations of a most agonizing nature. Clasping his abdomen, Kujal took himself aside, and while the Chief Chade watched in perplexity, argued heatedly with Firks. "How may I proceed without sustenance?" Firks's response was an incisive motion of the barbs. "Impossible!" exclaimed Kujal. "The amulet of Iukunu theoretically suffices, but I can stomach no more spurge. Remember, if I fall dead in the trail, you will never rejoin your comrade in Iukunu's vats." Firks saw the justice of the argument and reluctantly became quiet. Kujal returned to the lectern, where the Chief Chade had been distracted by the discovery of a large tourmaline opposing the flow of a certain complicated helix. Finally, Kujal was able to engage his attention. "While I weigh the proffer of employment and the conflicting advantages of diminution versus elongation, I will need a couch on which to recline. I also wish to test the perquisites you describe, perhaps for the period of a day or more." "Your prudence is commendable," declared the Chief Chade. "The folk of today tend to commit themselves rashly to courses they later regret. It was not so in my youth, when sobriety and discretion prevailed. I will arrange for your admission into the compound, where you may verify each of my assertions. You will find Pharesm stern but just, and only the man who hacks the rock willy-nilly has cause to complain. But observe, here is Pharesm the sorcerer on his daily inspection." Up the trail came a man of imposing stature wearing a voluminous white robe. His countenance was benign, his hair was like yellow down, his eyes were turned upward as if wrapped in the contemplation of an ineffable sublimity. His arms were sedately folded, and he moved without motion of his legs. The workers, doffing their caps and bowing in unison, chanted a respectful salute, to which Pharesm returned an inclination of the head. Spying Kujal, he paused, made a swift survey of the work so far accomplished, then glided without haste to the lectern. "All appears reasonably exact," he told the Chief Chade. "I believe the polish on the underside of epiprojection 5616 is uneven, and I detect a minute chip on the secondary cincture of the 19th spire. Neither circumstance seems of major import, and I recommend no disciplinary action." "The deficiencies shall be repaired and the careless artisans reprimanded, this at the very least," exclaimed the Chief Chade in an angry passion. "Now, I wish to introduce a possible recruit to our workforce. He claims no experience at the trade, and will deliberate before deciding to join our group. If he so elects, I envision the usual period as rubble-gatherer, before he is entrusted with tool sharpening and preliminary excavation." "Yes, this would accord with our usual practice. However," Pharesm glided effortlessly forward, took Kujal's left hand and performed a swift divination upon the fingernails. His bland countenance became sober. "I see contradictions of 4 varieties. Still, it is clear that your optimum bent lies elsewhere than in the hewing and shaping of rock. I advise that you seek another and more compatible employment." "Well spoken," cried the Chief Chade. "Pharesm the sorcerer demonstrates his infallible altruism. In order that I do not fall short of the mark, I hereby withdraw my proffer of employment. Since no purpose can now be served by reclining upon a couch or testing the perquisites, you need waste no more irreplaceable time." Kujal made a sour face. So casual a divination might well be inaccurate. The Chief Chade extended his forefinger 30 feet vertically in outraged remonstrance, but Pharesm gave a placid nod. "This is quite correct, and I will gladly perform a more comprehensive divination, though the process requires 6 to 8 hours. "So long?" asked Kujal in astonishment. "This is the barest minimum. First you are swathed head to foot in the intestines of fresh-killed owls, then immersed in a warm bath containing a number of secret organic substances. I must, of course, char the small toe of your left foot, and dilate your nose sufficiently to admit an explorer beetle, that he may study the conduits leading to and from your sensorium. But let us return to my divinatory, that we may commence the process in good time."
Kujal pulled at his chin, torn this way and that. Finally he said, "I am a cautious man, and even must ponder the advisability of undertaking such a divination. Hence I will require several days of calm and meditative somnolence. Your compound and the adjacent nympharium appear to afford the conditions requisite to such a state. Hence," Pharesm indulgently shook his head, "caution, like any other virtue, can be carried to an extreme. The divination must proceed at once." Kujal attempted to argue further, but Pharesm was adamant, and presently glided off down the trail. Kujal disconsolately went to the side, considering first this stratagem, then that. The sun neared the zenith, and the workmen began to speculate as to the nature of the viands to be served for their midday meal. At last the chief Chade signaled. All put down their tools and gathered about the cart which contained the repast. Kujal jocularly called out that he might be persuaded to share the meal, but the chief Chade would not hear of it. As in all of Pharesm's activities, an exactitude of consequence must prevail. It is an unthinkable discrepancy that 54 men should consume the food intended for 53. Kujal could contrive no apposite reply, and sat in silence while the rock-hewers munched at meat pies, cheeses, and salt fish. All ignored him save for one, a quarter-ell man whose generosity far exceeded his stature, and who undertook to reserve for Kujal a certain portion of his food. Kujal replied that he was not at all hungry, and rising to his feet wandered off through the project, hoping to discover some forgotten cache of food. He prowled here and there, but the rubble-gatherers had removed every trace of substance extraneous to the pattern. With appetite unassuaged, Kujal arrived at the center of the work, where, sprawled on a carved disc, he spied a most peculiar creature, essentially a gelatinous globe swimming with luminous particles from which a number of transparent tubes or tentacles dwindled away to nothing. Kujal bent to examine the creature, which pulsed with a slow internal rhythm. He prodded it with his finger, and bright little flickers rippled away from the point of contact. Interesting. A creature of unique capabilities. Removing a pin from his garments, he prodded a tentacle, which emitted a peevish pulse of light, while the golden flecks in its substance surged back and forth. More intrigued than ever, Kujal hitched himself close, and gave himself to experimentation, probing here and there, watching the angry flickers and sparkles with great amusement. A new thought occurred to Kujal. The creature displayed qualities reminiscent of both coelenterate and echinoderm. A terrene nudibranch? A mollusk deprived of its shell? More importantly, was the creature edible? Kujal brought forth his amulet, applied it to the central globe and to each of the tentacles. He heard neither chime nor buzz. The creature was non-poisonous. He unsheathed his knife, sought to excise one of the tentacles, but found the substance too resilient and tough to be cut. There was a brazier nearby, kept aglow for forging and sharpening the worker's tools. He lifted the creature by two of its tentacles, carried it to the brazier, and arranged it over the fire. He toasted it carefully, and when he deemed it sufficiently cooked, sought to eat it. Finally, after various undignified efforts, he crammed the entire creature down his throat, finding it without taste or sensible nutritive volume. The stone carvers were returning to their work. With a significant glance for the foreman, Kujal set off down the trail. Not far distant was the dwelling of Pharesm the sorcerer, a long, low building of melted rock surmounted by 8 oddly shaped domes of copper, mica, and bright blue glass. Pharesm himself sat at leisure before the dwelling, surveying the valley with a serene and all-inclusive magnanimity. He held up a hand in calm salute. "I wish you pleasant travels and success in all future endeavors." "The sentiment is naturally valued," said Kujal with some bitterness. "You might, however, have rendered a more meaningful service by extending a share of your noon meal." Pharesm's placid benevolence was as before. "This would have been an act of mistaken altruism. Too fulsome a generosity corrupts the recipient and stultifies his resource." Kujal gave a bitter laugh. "I am a man of iron principle, and I will not complain. Even though lacking any better fare, I was forced to devour a great transparent insect which I found at the heart of your rock carving." Pharesm swung about with a suddenly intent expression.
A great, transparent insect, you say? Insect, epiphyte, mollusk, who knows? It resembled no creature I have yet seen, and its flavor, even after carefully grilling at the brazier, was not distinctive. Pharesm floated 7 feet into the air to turn the full power of his gaze down at Kujal. He spoke in a low, harsh voice. Describe this creature in detail. Wondering at Pharesm's severity, Kujal obeyed. It was thus and thus as to dimension, he indicated with his hands. In color it was a gelatinous transparency shot with numberless golden specks. These flickered and pulsed when the creature was disturbed. The tentacles seemed to grow flimsy and disappear rather than terminate. The creature evinced a certain sullen determination, and ingestion proved difficult. Pharesm clutched at his head, hooking his fingers into the yellow down of his hair. He rolled his eyes upward and uttered a tragic cry. Ah! 500 years I have toiled to entice this creature, despairing, doubting, brooding by night, yet never abandoning hope that my calculations were accurate and my great talisman cogent. Then, when it finally appears, you fall upon it for no other reason than to sate your repulsive gluttony. Kujal, somewhat daunted by Pharesm's wrath, asserted his absence of malicious intent. Pharesm would not be mollified. He pointed out that Kujal had committed trespass and hence had forfeited the option of pleading innocence. Your very existence is a mischief, compounded by bringing the unpleasant fact to my notice. Benevolence prompted me to forbearance, which now I perceive for a grave mistake. In this case, stated Kujal with dignity, I will depart your presence at once. I wish you good fortune for the balance of the day, and now farewell. Not so fast, said Pharesm in the coldest of voices. Exactitude has been disturbed. The wrong which has been committed demands a counteract to validate the law of equipoise. I can define the gravity of your act in this manner. Should I explode you on this instant into the most minute of your parts, the atonement would measure 1/10,000,000th of your offense. A more stringent retribution becomes necessary. Kujal spoke in great distress. I understand that an act of consequence was performed, but remember, my participation was basically casual. I categorically declare first my absolute innocence, second my lack of criminal intent, and third my effusive apologies. And now, since I have many leagues to travel, I will— Pharesm made a peremptory gesture. Kujal fell silent. Pharesm drew a deep breath. You fail to understand the calamity you have visited upon me. I will explain, so that you may not be astounded by the rigors which await you. As I have adumbrated, the arrival of the creature was the culmination of my great effort. I determined its nature through a perusal of 42,000 librams, all written in cryptic language, a task requiring 100 years. During a second 100 years, I evolved a pattern to draw it in upon itself, and prepared exact specification. Next, I assembled stonecutters, and across a period of 300 years gave solid form to my pattern. Since like subsumes like, the variates and intercondyles create a superpullulation of all areas, qualities and intervals into a crystoroid whirl, eventually exciting the potentiation of a proubietal shoot. Today occurred the concatenation. The creature, as you call it, revolved upon itself. In your idiotic malice, you devoured it. Kujal, with a trace of haughtiness, pointed out that the idiotic malice to which the distraught sorcerer referred was in actuality simple hunger. In any event, what is so extraordinary about the creature? Others equally ugly may be found in the net of any fisherman. Pharesm drew himself to his full height, glared down at Kujal. The creature, he said in a grating voice, is totality. The central globe is all of space, viewed from the inverse. The tubes are vortices into various eras, and what terrible acts you have accomplished with your prodding and poking, your boiling and chewing, are impossible to imagine. What of the effects of digestion? Inquired Kujal delicately. Will the various components of space, time, and existence retain their identity after passing the length of my inner tract? Bah! The concept is jejune. Enough to say that you have wreaked damage and created a serious tension in the ontological fabric. Inexorably, you are required to restore equilibrium.
Kujal held out his hands.
Is it not possible a mistake has been made? That the creature was no more than pseudo-totality? Or is it conceivable that the creature may by some means be lured forth once more? The first two theories are untenable. As to the last, I must confess that certain frantic expedients have been forming in my mind.
Pharesm made a sign, and Kujal's feet became attached to the soil.
I must go to my divinatory and learn the full significance of the distressing events. In due course I will return.
At which time I will be feeble with hunger, said Kujal fretfully. Indeed, a crust of bread and a bite of cheese would have averted all the events for which I am now reproached.
Silence! Thundered Pharesm. Do not forget that your penalty remains to be fixed. It is the height of impudent recklessness to hector a person already struggling to maintain his judicious calm.
Allow me to say this much, replied Kujal. If you return from your divining to find me dead and desiccated here on the path, you will have wasted much time fixing upon a penalty.
The restoration of vitality is a small task, said Pharesm. A variety of deaths by contrasting processes may well enter into your judgment.
He started toward his divinatory, then turned back and made an impatient gesture.
Come, it is easier to feed you than return to the road.
Kujal's feet were once more free, and he followed Pharesm through a wide arch into the divinatory. In a broad room with splayed gray walls, illuminated by three-colored polyhedra, Kujal devoured the food Pharesm caused to appear. Meanwhile, Pharesm secluded himself in his workroom, where he occupied himself with his divinations. As time passed, Kujal grew restless, and on 3 occasions approached the arched entrance. On each occasion, a presentiment came to deter him, first in the shape of a leaping ghoul, next as a zigzag blaze of energy, finally as a score of glittering purple wasps. Discouraged, Kujal went to a bench and sat waiting with elbows on long legs, hands under his chin. Pharesm at last reappeared, his robe wrinkled, the fine yellow down of his hair disordered into a multitude of small spikes. Kujal slowly rose to his feet.
I have learned the whereabouts of totality, said Pharesm, in a voice like the strokes of a great gong. In indignation, removing itself from your stomach, it has recoiled 1,000,000 years into the past.
Kujal gave his head a solemn shake. Allow me to offer my sympathy and my counsel, which is never despair. Perhaps the creature will choose to pass this way again.
An end to your chatter. Totality must be recovered. Come.
Kujal reluctantly followed Pharesm into a small room walled with blue tile, roofed with a tall cupola of blue and orange glass. Pharesm pointed to a black disk at the center of the floor.
Stand there.
Kujal glumly obeyed. In a certain sense, I feel that—
Silence!
Pharesm came forward.
Notice this object.
He displayed an ivory sphere the size of 2 fists, carved in exceedingly fine detail.
Here you see the pattern from which my great work is derived.
It expresses the symbolic significance of nullity, to which totality must necessarily attach itself,
by Kratenjay's second law of cryptoroid affinities, with which you are possibly familiar.
Not in every aspect, said Kujal. But may I ask your intentions? Pharesm's mouth moved in a cool smile.
I am about to attempt one of the most cogent spells ever evolved. A spell so fractious, harsh, and coactive that Fandal, ranking sorcerer of Grand Mothalam, barred its use. If I am able to control it, you will be propelled 1,000,000 years into the past. There you will reside until you have accomplished your mission, when you may return.
Kujal stepped quickly from the black disk. I am not the man for this mission, whatever it may be. I fervently urge the use of someone else. Pharesm ignored the expostulation.
The mission, of course, is to bring the symbol into contact with totality.
He brought forth a wad of tangled gray tissue.
In order to facilitate your search, I endow you with this instrument which relates all possible vocables to every conceivable system of meaning.
He thrust the net into Kujal's ear, where it swiftly engaged itself with the nerve of consonant expression.
Now, said Pharesm, You need listen to a strange language for but 3 minutes when you become proficient in its use. And now, another article to enhance the prospect of success. This ring. Notice the jewel. Should you approach to within a league of totality, darting lights within the gem will guide you. Is all clear?
Kujal gave a reluctant nod.
There is another matter to be considered. Assume that your calculations are incorrect and that totality has returned only 900,000 years into the past. What then? Must I dwell out my life in this possibly barbarous era?
Pharesm frowned in displeasure.
Such a situation involves an error of 10%. My system of reckoning seldom admits of deviation greater than 1%.
Kujal began to make calculations, but now Pharesm signaled to the black disk.
Back, and do not again move hence, or you will be the worse for it.
Sweat oozing from his glands, knees quivering and sagging, Kujal returned to the place designated. Pharesm retreated to the far end of the room, where he stepped into a coil of gold tubing, which sprang spiraling up to clasp his body. From a desk he took 4 black discs, which he began to shuffle and juggle with such fantastic dexterity that they blurred in Kujal's sight. Pharesm at last flung the discs away. Spinning and wheeling, they hung in the air, gradually drifting toward Kujal. Pharesm next took up a white tube, pressed it tight against his lips, and spoke an incantation. The tube swelled and bulged into a great globe. Pharesm twisted the end shut, and shouting a thunderous spell, hurled the globe at the spinning discs, and all exploded. Kujal was surrounded, seized, jerked in all directions outward, compressed with equal vehemence. The net result, a thrust in a direction contrary to all, with an impetus equivalent to the tide of 1,000,000 years. Among dazzling lights and distorted visions, Kujal was transported beyond his consciousness. Kujal awoke in a glare of orange-gold sunlight, of a radiance he had never known before. He lay on his back looking up into a sky of warm blue, of lighter tone and softer texture than the indigo sky of his own time. He tested arms and legs, and finding no damage, sat upright, then slowly rose to his feet, blinking in the unfamiliar radiance. The topography had changed only slightly. The mountains to the north were taller and of harsher texture, and Kujal could not identify the way he had come, or more properly, the way he would come. The site of Pharesm's project was now a low forest of feather-light green trees, on which hung clusters of red berries. The valley was as before, though the rivers flowed by different courses, and 3 great cities were visible at varying distances. The air drifting up from the valley carried a strange tart fragrance mingled with an antique exhalation of molder and must, and it seemed to Kujal that a peculiar melancholy hung in the air. In fact, he thought to hear music, a slow, plaintive melody, so sad as to bring tears to his eyes. He searched for the source of the music, but it faded and disappeared even as he sought it, and only when he ceased to listen did it return. For the first time, Kujal looked toward the cliffs which rose to the west, and now the sense of déjà vu was stronger than ever. Kujal pulled at his chin in puzzlement. The time was 1,000,000 years previous to that other occasion on which he had seen the cliffs, and hence, by definition, must be the first. But it was also the second time, for he well remembered his initial experience of the cliffs. On the other hand, the logic of time could not be contravened, and by such reckoning this view preceded the other. A paradox, thought Kujal, a puzzle indeed. Which experience had provided the background to the poignant sense of familiarity he had felt on both occasions? Kujal dismissed the subject as unprofitable and started to turn away when movement caught his eye. He looked back up the face of the cliffs, and the air was suddenly full and rich with the music he had heard before, music of anguish and exalted despair. Kujal stared in wonder. A great winged creature wearing white robes flapped on high along the face of the cliff. The wings were long, ribbed with black chitin, sheathed with gray membrane. Kujal watched in awe as it swooped into a cave high up in the face of the cliff. A gong tolled, from a direction Kujal could not determine. Overtones shuddered across the air, and when they died, the unheard music became almost audible. From far over the valley came one of the winged beings, carrying a human form, of what age and sex Kujal could not determine. It hovered beside the cliff and dropped its burden. Kujal thought to hear a faint cry, and the music was sad, stately, sonorous. The body seemed to fall slowly down the great height and struck at last at the base of the cliff. The winged being, after dropping the body, glided to a high ledge, where it folded its wings and stood like a man, staring over the valley. Kujal shrank back behind a rock. Had he been seen? He could not be sure. He heaved a deep sigh. This sad golden world of the past was not to his liking. The sooner he could leave, the better. He examined the ring which Pharesm had furnished, but the gems shone like dull glass, with none of the darting glitters which would point the direction to totality. It was as Kujal feared. Pharesm had erred in his calculations, and Kujal could never return to his own time. The sound of flapping wings caused him to look into the sky. He shrank back into such concealment as the rock offered. The music of woe swelled and sighed away, as in the light of the setting sun the winged creature hovered beside the cliff and dropped its victim. Then it landed on a ledge with a great flapping of wings and entered a cave. Kujal rose to his feet and ran crouching down the path through the amber dusk. The path presently entered a grove of trees, and here Kujal paused to catch his breath, after which he proceeded more circumspectly. He crossed a patch of cultivated ground on which stood a vacant hut. Kujal considered it as shelter for the night, but thought to see a dark shape watching from the interior and passed it by. The trail led away from the cliffs, across rolling downs, and just before the twilight gave way to night, Kujal came to a village standing on the banks of a pond. Kujal approached warily, but was encouraged by the signs of tidiness and good husbandry. In a park beside the pond stood a pavilion possibly intended for music, miming, or declamation. Surrounding the park were small narrow houses with high gables, the ridges of which were raised in decorative scallops. Opposite the pond was a larger building, with an ornate front of woven wood and enameled plaques of red, blue, and yellow. 3 tall gables served as its roof, the central ridge supporting an intricate carved panel, while those to either side bore a series of small spherical blue lamps. At the front was a wide pergola sheltering benches, tables, and an open space, all illuminated by red and green fire fans. Here townsfolk took their ease, inhaling incense and drinking wine, while youths and maidens cavorted in an eccentric high-kicking dance to the music of pipes and a concertina. Emboldened by the placidity of the scene, Kujal approached. The villagers were of a type he had never before encountered, of no great stature, with generally large heads and long restless arms. Their skin was a rich pumpkin orange, their eyes and teeth were black, their hair, likewise black, hung smoothly down beside the faces of the men to terminate in a fringe of blue beads, while the women wound their hair around white rings and pegs to arrive at a coiffure of no small complexity. The features were heavy at jaw and cheekbone. The long, wide-spaced eyes drooped in a droll manner at the outer corners. The noses and ears were long and were under considerable muscular control, endowing the faces with great vivacity. The men wore flounced black kirtles, brown surcoats, headgear consisting of a wide black disc, a black cylinder, another lesser disc, surmounted by a gilded ball. The women wore black trousers, brown jackets with enameled discs at the navel, and at each buttock a simulated tail of green or red plumes, possibly an indication as to marital status. Kujal stepped into the light of the fire fans. Instantly all talk ceased. Noses became rigid, eyes stared, ears twisted about in curiosity. Kujal smiled to left and right, waved his hands in a debonair all-inclusive greeting, and took a seat at an empty table. There were mutters of astonishment at the various tables, too quiet to reach Kujal's ears. Presently one of the elders arose, and approaching Kujal's table, spoke a sentence, which Kujal found unintelligible, for with insufficient scope, Pharesm's mesh as yet failed to yield meaning. Kujal smiled politely, held wide his hands in a gesture of well-meaning helplessness. The elder spoke once more, in a rather sharper voice, and again Kujal indicated his inability to understand. The elder gave his ears a sharp disapproving jerk and turned away. Kujal signaled to the proprietor, pointed to the bread and wine on a nearby table, and signified his desire that the same be brought to him. The The proprietor voiced a query which, for all its unintelligibility, Kujal was able to interpret. He brought forth a gold coin, and, satisfied, the proprietor turned away. Conversation recommenced at the various tables, and before long the vocables conveyed meaning to Kujal. When he had eaten and drunk, he rose to his feet and walked to the table of the elder who had first spoken to him, where he bowed respectfully. "Do I have permission to join you at your table?" "Certainly, if you are so inclined. Sit." The elder indicated a seat. "From your behavior I assumed that you were not only deaf and dumb, but also guilty of mental retardation. It is now clear at least that you hear and speak." "I profess rationality as well," said Kujal. "As a traveler from afar, ignorant of your customs, I thought it best to watch quietly a few moments, lest in error I commit a solecism." "Ingenious but peculiar," was the elder's comment. "Still, your conduct offers no explicit contradiction to orthodoxy. May I inquire the urgency which brings you to Farwan?" Kujal glanced at his ring. The crystal was dull and lifeless. Totality was clearly elsewhere. "My homeland is uncultured. I travel that I may learn the modes and styles of more civilized folk." "Indeed." The elder mulled the matter over for a moment, and nodded in qualified approval. "Your garments and physiognomy are of a type unfamiliar to me. Where is this homeland of yours?" "It lies in a region so remote," said Kujal, "that never till this instant had I knowledge of the land of Farwan." The elder flattened his ears in surprise. "What? Glorious Farwan unknown? The great cities Impergos, Tharue, Raverjand, all unheard of? What of the illustrious Sembers? Surely the fame of the Sembers has reached you. They expelled the Star Pirates. They brought the sea to the land of platforms. The splendor of Padara Palace is beyond description." Kujal sadly shook his head. "No rumor of this extraordinary magnificence has come to my ears." The elder gave his nose a saturnine twitch. Kujal was clearly a dolt. He said shortly, "Matters are as I state." "I doubt nothing," said Kujal. "In fact, I admit to ignorance. But tell me more, for I may be forced to abide long in this region. For instance, what of the winged beings that reside in the cliff? What manner of creature are they?" The elder pointed toward the sky. "If you had the eyes of a nocturnal tidbit, you might note a dark moon which reels around the earth, and which cannot be seen except when it casts its shadow upon the sun. The winged beings are denizens of this dark world, and their ultimate nature is unknown. They serve the great god Jealousy in this fashion. Whenever comes the time for man or woman to die, the winged beings are informed by a despairing signal from the dying person's Norn. They thereupon descend upon the unfortunate and convey him to their caves, which in actuality constitute a magic opening into the blessed land Bissam." Kujal leaned back, black eyebrows raised in a somewhat quizzical arch. "Indeed, indeed," he said, in a voice which the elder found insufficiently earnest. "There can be no doubt as to the truth of the facts as I have stated them. Orthodoxy derives from this axiomatic foundation, and the two systems are mutually reinforcing, hence each is doubly validated." Kujal frowned. "The matter undoubtedly goes as you aver, but are the winged beings consistently accurate in their choice of victim?" The elder rapped the table in annoyance. "The doctrine is irrefutable, for those whom the winged beings take never survive, even when they appear in the best of health. Admittedly, the fall upon the rocks conduces toward death, but it is the mercy of Jealousy which sees fit to grant a speedy extinction, rather than the duration of a possibly agonizing canker. The system is wholly beneficent. The winged beings summon only the moribund, which are then thrust through the cliff into the blessed land Bissam. Occasionally a heretic argues otherwise, and in this case— but I am sure that you share the orthodox view." "Wholeheartedly," Kujal asserted. "The tenets of your belief are demonstrably accurate." And he drank deep of his wine. Even as he set down the goblet, a murmur of music whispered through the air, a concord infinitely sweet, infinitely melancholy. All sitting under the pergola became silent, though Kujal was unsure that he in fact had heard music. The elder huddled forward a trifle, and drank from his own goblet. Only then did he glance up.
The winged beings are passing over even now. Kujal pulled thoughtfully at his chin. How does one protect himself from the winged beings? The question was ill put. The elder glared, an act which included the curling forward of his ears. If a person is about to die, the winged beings appear. If not, he need have no fear. Kujal nodded several times. You have clarified my perplexity. Tomorrow, since you and I are manifestly in the best of health, let us walk up the hill and saunter back and forth near the cliff. No, said the elder, and for this reason. The atmosphere at such an elevation is insalubrious. A person is likely to inhale a noxious fume, which entails damage to the health. I comprehend perfectly, said Kujal. Shall we abandon this dismal topic? For the nonce we are alive, and concealed to some extent by the vines which shroud the pergola. Let us eat and drink and watch the merrymaking. The youths of the village dance with great agility. The elder drained his goblet and rose to his feet. You may do as you please. As for me, it is time for my ritual abasement, this act being an integral part of our belief. I will perform something of a like nature by and by, said Kujal. I wish you the enjoyment of your rite. The elder departed the pergola, and Kujal was left by himself. Presently certain youths, attracted by curiosity, joined him, and Kujal explained his presence once again, though with less emphasis upon the barbaric crudity of his native land, for several girls had joined the group, and Kujal was stimulated by their exotic coloring and the vivacity of their attitudes. Much wine was served, and Kujal was persuaded to attempt the kicking, jumping local dance, which he performed without discredit. The exercise brought him into close proximity with an especially beguiling girl, who announced her name to be Guyal of Sfere. At the conclusion of the dance, she put her arm around his waist, conducted him back to the table, and settled herself upon his lap. This act of familiarity excited no apparent disapproval among the others of the group, and Kujal was emboldened further. I have not yet arranged for a bedchamber. Perhaps I should do so before the hour grows late. The girl signaled the innkeeper. Perhaps you have reserved a chamber for this chisel-faced stranger? Indeed, I will display it for his approval. He took Kujal to a pleasant chamber on the ground floor, furnished with couch, commode, rug, and lamp. On one wall hung a tapestry woven in purple and black. On another was a representation of a peculiarly ugly baby, which seemed trapped or compressed in a transparent globe. The room suited Kujal. He announced as much to the innkeeper and returned to the pergola, where now the merrymakers were commencing to disperse. The girl Guyal of Sfere yet remained, and she welcomed Kujal with a warmth which undid the last vestige of his caution. After another goblet of wine, he leaned close to her ear. Perhaps I am overprompt. Perhaps I overindulge my vanity. Perhaps I contravene the normal decorum of the village. But is there reason why we should not repair to my chamber and there amuse ourselves? None whatever, said the girl. I am unwed, and until this time may conduct myself as I wish, for this is our custom. Excellent, said Kujal. Do you care to precede me, or walk discreetly to the rear? We shall go together. There is no need for furtiveness. Together they went to the chamber and performed a number of erotic exercises, after which Kujal collapsed into a sleep of utter exhaustion, for his day had been taxing. During the middle hours he awoke to find Guyal of Sfere departed from the chamber, a fact which, in his drowsiness, caused him no distress, and he once more returned to sleep. The sound of the door angrily flung ajar aroused him. He sat up on the couch to find the sun not yet arisen, and a deputation led by the elder regarding him with horror and disgust. The elder pointed a long quivering finger through the gloom. I thought to detect heretical opinion. Now the fact is known. Notice, he sleeps with neither head covering nor devotional salve on his chin. The girl Guyal of Sfere reports that at no time in their congress did the villain call out for the approval of jealousy. Heresy beyond a doubt, declared the others of the deputation. What else could be expected of an outlander? Asked the elder contemptuously. Look, even now he refuses to make the sacred sign. I do not know the sacred sign, Kujal expostulated. I know nothing of your rites. This is not heresy, it is simple ignorance. I cannot believe this, said the elder. Only last night I outlined the nature of orthodoxy.
The situation is grievous, said another in a voice of portentous melancholy. Heresy exists only through putrefaction of the lobe of correctitude.
This is an incurable and fatal mortification, stated another, no less dolefully.
True, alas, too true, sighed one who stood by the door. Unfortunate man.
Come, called the elder. We must deal with the matter at once.
Do not trouble yourself, said Cudgel. Allow me to dress myself, and I will depart the village never to return.
To spread your detestable doctrine elsewhere? By no means.
And now Cudgel was seized and hauled naked from the chamber. Out across the park he was marched, and to the pavilion at the center. Several of the group erected an enclosure formed of wooden posts on the platform of the pavilion, and into this enclosure Cudgel was thrust.
"What do you do?" he cried out. "I wish no part of your rites."
He was ignored, and stood peering between the interstices of the enclosure while certain of the villagers sent aloft a large balloon of green paper buoyed by hot air, carrying 3 green fire fans below. Dawn showed sallow in the west. The villagers, with all arranged to their satisfaction, withdrew to the edge of the park. Cudgel attempted to climb from the enclosure, but the wooden rods were of such dimension and spacing as to allow him no grip. The sky lightened. High above burnt the green fire fans. Cudgel, hunched and in gooseflesh from the morning chill, walked back and forth the length of the enclosure. He stopped short, as from afar came the haunting music. It grew louder, seeming to reach the very threshold of audibility. High in the sky appeared a winged being, white robes trailing and flapping. Down it settled, and Cudgel's joints became limp and loose. The winged being hovered over the enclosure, dropped, enfolded Cudgel in its white robe, endeavored to bear him aloft. But Cudgel had seized a bar of the enclosure, and the winged being flapped in vain. The bar creaked, groaned, cracked. Cudgel fought free of the stifling cloak, tore at the bar with hysterical strength. It snapped and splintered. Cudgel seized a fragment, stabbed at the winged being. The sharp stick punctured the white cloak, and the winged being buffeted Cudgel with a wing. Cudgel seized one of the chitin ribs, and with a mighty effort twisted it around backward, so that the substance cracked and broke and the wing hung torn. The winged being, aghast, gave a great bound, which carried both it and Cudgel out upon the pavilion, and now it hopped through the village trailing its broken wing. Cudgel ran behind, belaboring it with a cudgel he had seized up. He glimpsed the villagers staring in awe. Their mouths were wide and wet, and they might have been screaming, but he heard nothing. The winged being hopped faster, up the trail toward the cliff, with Cudgel wielding the cudgel with all his strength. The golden sun rose over the far mountains. The winged being suddenly turned to face Cudgel, and Cudgel felt the glare of its eyes, though the visage, if such there were, was concealed beneath the hood of the cloak. Abashed and panting, Cudgel stood back, and now it occurred to him that he stood almost defenseless should others drop on him from on high. So now he shouted an imprecation at the creature and turned back to the village. All had fled. The village was deserted. Cudgel laughed aloud. He went to the inn, dressed himself in his garments, buckled on his sword. He went out into the taproom, and looking into the till, found a number of coins which he transferred to his pouch, alongside the ivory representation of nullity. He returned outdoors, best to depart while none were on hand to detain him. A flicker of light attracted his attention. The ring on his finger glinted with dozens of streaming sparks, and all pointed up the trail, toward the cliffs. Cudgel shook his head wearily, checked the darting lights once again. Without ambiguity, they directed him back the way he had come. Pharesm's calculations, after all, had been accurate. He had best act with decision, lest totality once more drift beyond his reach. He delayed only long enough to find an axe, and hastened up the trail, following the glittering sparks of the ring. Not far from where he had left it, he came upon the maimed winged being, now sitting on a rock beside the road, the hood drawn over its head. Cudgel picked up a stone, heaved it at the creature, which collapsed into sudden dust, leaving only a tumble of white cloth to signal the fact of its existence. Cudgel continued up the road, keeping to such cover as offered itself, but to no avail. Overhead hovered winged beings, flapping and swooping. Kujal made play with the axe, striking at the wings, and the creatures flew high, circling above. Kujal consulted the ring and was led on up the trail, with the winged beings hovering just above. The ring coruscated with the intensity of its message. There was totality, resting blandly on a rock. Kujal restrained the cry of exultation which rose in his throat. He brought forth the ivory symbol of nullity, ran forward, and applied it to the gelatinous central globe. As Pharesm had asserted, adherence was instant. With the contact, Kujal could feel the spell which bound him to the olden time dissolving. A swoop, a buffet of great wings. Kujal was knocked to the ground. White cloth enveloped him, and with one hand holding nullity, he was unable to swing his axe. This was now wrenched from his grasp. He released nullity, gripped a rock, kicked, somehow freed himself, and sprang for his axe. The winged being seized nullity, and with totality attached, bore it aloft and toward a cave high in the cliffs. Great forces were pulling at Kujal, whirling in all directions at once. There was a roaring in his ears, a flutter of violet lights, and Kujal fell 1,000,000 years into the future. He recovered consciousness in the blue-tiled room with the sting of an aromatic liquor at his lips. Pharesm, bending over him, patted his face, poured more of the liquor into his mouth.
"Awake! Where is totality? How are you returned?"
Kujal pushed him aside and sat up on the couch.
"Totality!" roared Pharesm. "Where is it? Where is my talisman?"
"I will explain," said Kujal in a thick voice. "I had it in my grasp, and it was wrenched away by winged creatures in the service of great god Jealousy."
Tell me!
Kujal recounted the circumstances which had led first to gaining and then losing that which Pharesm sought. As he talked, Pharesm's face became damp with grief, and his shoulders sagged. At last he marched Kujal outside, into the dim red light of late afternoon. Together they scrutinized the cliffs which now towered desolate and lifeless above them.
"To which cave did the creature fly?" asked Pharesm. "Point it out if you are able."
Kujal pointed. There, or so it would seem. All was confusion, all a tumble of wings and white robes.
"Remain here."
Pharesm went inside the workroom and presently returned.
"I give you light,"
he said, and he handed Kujal a cold white flame tied into a silver chain.
"Prepare yourself."
At Kujal's feet, he cast a pellet which broke into a vortex, and Kujal was carried dizzily aloft to that crumbling ledge which he had indicated to Pharesm. Nearby was the dark opening into a cave. Kujal turned the flame within. He saw a dusty passage, 3 strides wide and higher than he could reach. It led back into the cliff, twisting slightly to the side. It seemed barren of all life. Holding the lamp before him, Kujal slowly moved along the passage, heart thumping for dread of something he could not define. He stopped short. Music? The memory of music? He listened and could hear nothing, but when he tried to step forward, fear clamped his legs. He held high the lantern and peered down the dusty passage. Where did it lead? What lay beyond? Dusty cave? Demon land? The blessed land Bissam? Kujal slowly proceeded, every sense alert. On a ledge he spied a shriveled brown spheroid, the talisman he had carried into the past. Totality had long since disengaged itself and departed. Kujal carefully lifted the object, which was brittle with the age of 1,000,000 years, and returned to the ledge. The vortex, at a command from Pharesm, conveyed Kujal back to the ground. Dreading the wrath of Pharesm, Kujal tendered the withered talisman. Pharesm took it, held it between thumb and forefinger.
"This was all?"
There was nothing more. Pharesm let the object fall. It struck and instantly became dust. Pharesm looked at Kujal, took a deep breath, then turned with a gesture of unspeakable frustration and marched back to his divinatory. Kujal gratefully moved off down the trail, past the workmen standing in an anxious group waiting for orders. They eyed Kujal sullenly, and a 2L man hurled a rock. Kujal shrugged and continued south along the trail. Presently, he passed the site of the village, now a waste overgrown with gnarled old trees. The pond had disappeared, and the ground was hard and dry. In the valley below were ruins, but none of these marked the sites of the ancient cities Impergos, Tharui, and Raverjand, now gone beyond memory. Gujal walked south. Behind him the cliffs merged with haze, and presently were lost to view. Afterward to the Sorcerer Pharesm. Motivations are naturally the important components of any story, the dynamic essence, so to speak. Lacking motivations, obsessions, lust, greed, fear, revenge, the story becomes a pastoral idyll, an impressionistic sketch. It should be noted that no one seems interested in reading about virtue. Frank Herbert had a formula. He wrote it out, Pressure. Coincidentally, at the time he mentioned this to me, he had just published a story called Under Pressure. He felt then that at all times your characters have to be under pressure to move, to be forced to move one way or the other. Well, this is no doubt true. As for myself, I don't adhere to formulas of any sort. I don't trust them. I don't think you can write on the basis of rules. If you keep some slogan in front of your mind while you're writing, you'll be limiting yourself. Jack Vance, 1977.